All right. We should be live. So far, no dropped frames. Let's just do, okay. Oh, I see myself on Twitch. Do I hear myself? Ooh, I do hear myself. Wow. Uh-oh. Oh. Actually, that looks okay. So far, no drop frames. Don't breathe. We don't want to drop any frames. Wow. This feels good. Because normally when we'd connect right up front, what was happening, well, what happened yesterday, connect right up front, start streaming, and boom, just a bunch of drop frames right off the bat. And so far, Streamlabs is telling me 0 dropped frames. It's a pretty good feeling. All right, and I can hear myself. I can see myself. Everything's looking good. Yeah, Twitch bitrate is showing just fine here. Kesser, drop all the frames. You got it. Kesser, what's going on? Good to see you. Welcome back. Oh, beautiful. Okay. We are stable. Yeah, I'm just kind of being very careful here right now because I'm like just making sure we don't drop any, no more frames get dropped. Turns out I did a bunch of testing. I updated, well, actually I didn't update any drivers of network. I updated my graphics card driver just in case. But basically I was able to drill down the issue that it had to be something outside of my LAN that was causing the problem. So either my internet service provider or something else along the way, possibly Twitch server, which turns out it really appears that it was Twitch servers that was causing the issue because I switched to basically from where I am in Wisconsin, USA. I connect to the Chicago Twitch server and there's 2 of them. So there's like one that's default, and I just connected to the other one. And as soon as I did that, everything seemed fine. No more dropped frames. And I did a bunch of tests last night and a couple more and some more this morning before we went live. Kester, Twitch is really glitchy lately. Yeah, I wonder if, I mean, I looked up their like outage thing just to see if anyone had reported this because I might even try to report this because I would assume anyone kind of in my general area or kind of near the Chicago circle is probably hitting all that same server by default. I don't know, but so I did kind of an advanced settings and picked the exact server I wanted to stream to. And yeah, we seem to be just fine. So that's pretty awesome. Ooh, that feels good. Yeah, and thanks to Kodako for bringing up the Twitch inspector because that was really nice. The inspector.twitch.tv because that was really, I could just do a bunch of streaming tests, you know, without going live at all and just check my band, and it tells you like if you've got any unstable events or whatever and shows you your bit rate and everything. And I have that actually pulled up right now too, in addition. And everything looks awesome. So that's cool. I was going to post on Discord really quickly here. Just, I don't think anybody sees these announcements, but nonetheless, I like to do it. Whoa. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Well, we got one offline follow there. And it's IAQUWU. So thank you for the follow, IAQUWU. It was an offline follow, off-stream follow. So I will, if IAQUWU makes an appearance in chat, be sure to thank them in person. That is, over stream. But, yes. Wow, still 0 dropped frames. That's amazing. We've been going 6 minutes now. Crazy. Feels good. All right, so maybe then we could get a little more done today. Instead of me always, I mean, I'll still be checking my drop frame count, but instead of me frantically checking that all the time and realizing that everything's broken, we'll actually maybe get a little more done today. And again, because I was hoping we could potentially go live. We could potentially go live with the multiplayer before at some point this week. So I only stream Mondays and Tuesdays. Well, I have a strict Monday and Tuesday stream schedule, I should say. I mean, I say strict, but that's my schedule that I have published on the Twitch about section, whatever, schedule section, whatever. And since we started streaming, I've actually never missed a day, which is nice, because all the holidays, were Thursdays and Fridays this year, so that always left Monday and Tuesday open. So no holidays or anything interrupted, which was really nice. So, yeah, my normal schedule is Monday and Tuesday, my normal stream schedule. And I would like to start doing like a Thursday night stream. I mean, I've done it a few times, but we haven't done it this whole past month just because of, holidays and everything with that. But I would like to make that an official thing, potentially, put it on the schedule, that is. But other than that, I mean, aside from that, I would like to get a lot done today and then try to, at this point, we're just doing little cleanup things. But I'd like to get a lot of that stuff done, and then potentially the rest of the time, the rest of the few days this week, I can try to figure out how exactly we want to go live. I don't usually like to stream that stuff anyway, the actual connecting to the server and doing stuff. So I'd like to get that done. And yeah, potentially we could go live. I mean, honestly, we could probably push what we have live right now, like what we're gonna do throughout this day isn't really gonna change things too much. I'm just kind of cleaning up the code and whatnot. But nonetheless, I don't know what's nonetheless. I don't know what I was gonna say. Still, no dropped frames. Wow. This is beautiful. All right. So, we kind of last left off. I mean, I kind of shut the stream off a little prematurely yesterday just because we kept having connection issues and something else. I don't remember exactly. But it just kind of felt like I needed to shut it down earlier, and then that gave me more time to kind of test and everything last night. But Kesser, it didn't exactly work all that great. What was that? Or what are you talking about exactly? Your stream. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, it was pretty awful. So yeah, now that I really don't need to worry about that today, hopefully, at least so far. Because when we were having this issue, so streaming to the other Twitch server, the other Chicago Twitch server, basically immediately, as soon as I started streaming, we just have drop frames like right up front. So that was like a good indicator. Like anytime I was doing any of the tests from yesterday and some this morning, like as soon as I'd start streaming, dropped frames. And I played a little bit around with my bitrate and stuff, my OBS, my streaming, the upload bitrate. And I brought it down to like a quarter of what it was. And that was somewhat stable, but still having some issues. So still would have some dropouts and everything. And I would assume the bitrate I brought it down to would have been probably pretty nasty to see. Pretty nasty to watch. Because I've already realized that I actually am already using a pretty low bitrate for 1080p, 60 FPS. So that might be something we look at increasing at some point. But, I mean, as far as I can tell, the stream quality is fine anyway. And if I was playing a game or something, I would want... If I was playing a game where we're moving, you know, the screen is moving around all the time and all these colors and everything are changing all the time, might want, you know, a higher bit rate for that. But since we're just staring at text most of the time and not really anything's moving other than my head, maybe not really that much of a reason to crank up the bit rate. So anyway, yeah, so what were we looking at yesterday? Well, I was getting a little frustrated actually yesterday, despite the connection issues, because we had some code here that we were using to detect when a client, when a WebSocket connection wouldn't ping back on the server. And it works. So doing what we've been doing works, because actually I followed WebSockets, the WebSocket, the package I'm using for doing WebSockets on Node.js is called WS. So I've actually been using, I pulled the NPM page up here, how to detect and close broken connections. So I'm actually implementing what they said to do at this point here. So I've got, basically, you ping all of the connections, all of the clients, and then, yeah, when you do, okay, so on a connection, it sets a like a little flag, is alive to true. And to the best of my knowledge, this is alive thing is not a actual property of a WebSocket connection, because here I've got the full API documentation for that. And it doesn't appear, so here's the WebSocket class, WebSocket. Here's all the members, and it does not appear that isAlive is a member. So it's just something that you know, just because of JavaScript, you can just add a member at any time you want. RGB, what's going on? Good to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Codico. Yes, I'll give you guys a rundown here. So I think we are golden. I'll give you guys the full story here real quick, because I want to tell it. I just want to tell it. And big thanks to you, Codico, for the inspector, for the inspector.twitch.tv, because that was awesome. That was awesome. So I won't do a TLDR. We're going to do the whole thing real quick. I want to hear the end of the story arc. Okay, so I did a bunch of stuff last night. So after the stream ended, I was like, all right, we're going to try it. We're going to hook up inspector.twitch.tv per Codico's advice. I did that. It was awesome. Same issues, right? So like right up front when I'd start streaming, basically drop frames, a bunch of drop frames, you know, like hundreds of drop frames just within the initial start. And then it would run stable for a little bit, then dip again, then come back. You know, we really sat around that like 10% drop frames is kind of what it seemed to be really doing. And currently right now, we've been live for 14 minutes, 0 drop frames. So that's awesome. So what I was doing was, Kessler, I think I did something exactly like this WebSocket thing in one of my projects. Nice. All right, I'd like to check that out a little bit here. So So I checked a bunch of things. I upgraded my graphics drivers, updated my graphics drivers. Was that RGB who was suggesting that? Because of like I'm using NVENC for the encoding with an NVIDIA card, so you know that might be it. That sounded maybe like something to do, something good to do. So I updated those. Nothing changed. I tested after that. Nothing changed. So what I thought it was an OBS issue because when I pull up Task Manager, it would show my network traffic. Like you could see that I was streaming, right? It was bouncing around. I stream at 2,500 kilobits, which I'm realizing now, just doing a little more research, that's pretty low for 1080p, 60 FPS. But basically, it was going and then it would dip and then be done, right? And I kind of assumed that wasn't like failed connection to a certain, you know, that wasn't failed packets to be sent. I assumed that like the software was just dying and like not sending stuff, right? It was connection issues. Yeah, TLDR, yes, I'll explain. I mean, I'll get to it. But I have 2 network cards on my motherboard, which is really nice. So I was like, oh, you know, let's just 2 different, you know, one's a Realtek, one's a Intel. So, you know, I didn't have to, you know, no driver weirdness issues, whatever. I just switched network cards, tested, same exact thing, rebooted all my home device, you know, home networking devices. The only thing I really didn't do was like actually try different network cables, because sometimes Ethernet cables can get messed up and switch, kind of negotiate a lower quality, but nothing seemed weird like that, at least from my computer to my router. I'm still hitting gigabit. Then I don't know what else I did. I think that's pretty much all I did, and I was getting kind of discouraged at that point because, like, you know. Oh, and then, well, so then this morning before the stream, I was like, all right, let's start playing around with different bit rates. So I brought the bit rate down to like 640K kilobit per second. And that I think would have been pretty awful from viewing quality, but so about a quarter of what, yeah, is that what did I say it was a quarter? I've been streaming at 2,500 kilobit, which I believe was just OBS's standard. Oh, I also didn't mention. So I was using Streamlabs OBS, and then I was using plain Jane OBS too. I had that installed as well. Same exact things. So you can see everything. And then I was able to dig into the logs from the normal plain OBS, and I could see that it was showing, oh, bunch of packet loss or bunch of drop frames. Here's the, you know, connection issues are bad, or, you know, connection is bad, whatever. So anyway, this morning I was playing around with different bit rates, and even at 640, even at like 640K, it would still kind of dip out every once in a while. It was way better than my normal 2,500K, but still a little bit of dropout, which is not good. So basically, I switched. The only thing I did, I was like, all right, let's just try connecting to a different Twitch server. Because at this point, I'm thinking, oh, it's my ISP. They did something. Because it seemed to start, the first issue seemed to be January 5th, or January 5th stream. So I was like, oh, they probably updated something or something, you know, over the new year. But then, Retro MMO, what is going on? Retro MMO, I've just been describing a bunch of bad connection issues. I don't know if you've been hanging out, but I've had a bunch of dropped frames the last couple streams. And like OBS just straight up disk exploding and reconnecting and everything. But I think I've solved the problem. So basically, after doing all my personal LAN side stuff I could do on my network that's in my control, besides calling my ISP, Jared MMO, I like it. After doing all that, what I did was I switched. So I'm in Wisconsin, USA. Beautiful, beautiful state, by the way. So my nearest server is kind of like Chicago. So there's 2 Chicago servers. So by default, it connects you to like the first one, which has a 2 in it in the host name. So I switched to the 3, which is the other one. Did that. No dropped frames. No dropped frames after switching to the other Chicago server. So it's not even like a routing thing, or probably because I assume those servers are both in the same data center. Switch servers, so it's probably like a physical machine problem, or whatever those servers are, who knows. And that's it. We're good. 0 drop frames at this point. At this point, 20 minutes in, we've been hitting like 10% dropped frames. That was what we were doing yesterday. That's awful. It's awful. So you guys are seeing me just live, real time. You guys are seeing me as fast as possible. But Kodeco, Retro MMO, and Populus don't have a favicon. Retro's favicon has a favicon, but it's broken. Okay. I don't have a favicon. Yes, I was trying to figure out what I wanted the favicon to be. Yeah, I don't know. A circle. Well, yeah. I mean, worst case, that's like my default. It'll be just a circle. A bubble. That's the beautiful thing about this. And by the way, we got a new sub emote. Big thanks to BN the Game for gifting like 1,200 subs yesterday. At least 1,200 subs. It wasn't 1,200. It was like 6 or 7. But that's incredible. Big shout out to BN the Game again for that. That's awesome. And yeah, it's crazy. So we got a new emote, and we will. Well, I'll have to come up with something. I don't want it to be just a circle. It could just be a circle, but I don't know. We could probably come up with something a little better than that. But anyway, it feels really good. It feels really good to be streaming again, because I was getting discouraged. Last night I was like, I was drowning my sorrows in ginger ale after spending like 2 hours trying to figure out what was going wrong. And ginger ale and cheese spread on crackers. That's a big thing. That's a big thing in Wisconsin. A lot of cheese. The rumors are true. There is a lot of cheese in Wisconsin. So I had some cheese spread on some crackers. Just cheap crackers, but pretty nice cheese spread. And ginger ale. And that was kind of how I coped with our connection issues. Because I wasn't sure what was going to happen. I was like, am I just going to start? I mean, I can't find any solutions. Are we just going to, like, is this it? Like, is this it? Is my streaming career over? Because I'm going to call my ISP and they're going to be like, oh, there's nothing wrong here. But we switched servers. That did the trick. I like it. Jurana guitar, Jurana rock. That could be. That could be. I still haven't pulled out the guitar for stream yet. Actually, I have had a guitar on stream once. But, see, I would probably do it, but I have to figure out how to route the audio, because it's not a very simple process. It's not a very straightforward thing. mmsys.cpl. Recording. Advanced. 2-channel. Yeah, see, like, I can only do 2-channel, and that's just a Windows thing. There might be a better way to do it, but I could. And I need to figure out, like, if I can route audio in. I don't know. Kodeco, is there a keyboard shortcut to restart Populus? There's a shortcut now, not in the live version, but in the whoops, that's not practice anymore. This is practice. If you press R, it will quick reset the practice match, and it'll do like a very brief, it does a countdown at like half the time, half speed. So there's that. If you hit R, not currently live. It's not currently there in the live version, but on my dev version, it will be potentially by next week. We might have multiplayer going next week. If I stop talking about connection issues and everything, we could have a new version next week. All right, Kessler 6. I want to look at Kessler 6's GitHub link here. Ah, Kessler, I see you are also using the WS package. I like it. Yeah, so you're doing keep alive interval 10,000, keep alive WS ping, client's alive, WS is alive, true. Yeah, so it looks like you're following like the same documentation or the same thing from like the NPM documentation that I was, kind of this thing here. How to detect and close broken connections. So they give it pretty straightforward here. I do it like slightly differently because I kind of keep track of clients too. Versus doing, I don't actually go through the WebSockets clients.for each. I go through my players objects, but each of my player objects have the WebSocket as a connection or as a member. So I do like a for each over my players basically. So players.for each. And then I have like a ping interval that I'm doing. So then, yeah, so basically the weird thing that I'm detecting is that it seems to be like closing the connections without hitting my code here. So like I had, and maybe at this point I just don't even care. Maybe at this point we just do, Kessler, it's pretty similar to the example you were showing before. Gotcha. Well, yeah, I was talking about that is alive thing because it's like they reference using that in the documentation is alive. And then, but that's not actually like a property. So I think I was saying like, they're just taking advantage of JavaScript and doing that. Being able to just create a member randomly on an object, any object you want. Got to the dregs on that one. This is the last sip of coffee. Woo! Okay. Not good. So anyway, I've spent too much time on this because I really shouldn't care. But the thing is, I want to know. I want to be able to have like the log to say somebody lost a connection. Or somebody didn't pong and was disconnected because of that. But like my code is not getting hit here. It's WebSockets, the WebSocket package or the server or something is disconnecting the client without actually doing that. I don't know. Is that Spanish? No, it's probably not. Vier Lucas 98. Thank you for the follow. We'll just say Lucas. Is that okay? Lucas, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. Portuguese. Okay, gotcha. I know Portuguese and Spanish are a little similar, but I also know they're very different too. So, sorry. RGB, do you have anyone in chat who's a pretty good JavaScript programmer? Actually, a bunch of the people in chat are all streamers and programmers of JavaScript. Codico. Kessler, we just realized, is now a JavaScript developer. RetroMMO, I think, is there. I'm guessing everyone in here is a programmer. Yeah, for the most part. People see the stream JavaScript and they click on it because they usually have JavaScript's like the first word in the stream title, I think. Or crappy JavaScript game development. JavaScript game dev from scratch in quotation marks because it's not really. Trioxky's not. Trioxky, what's going on? Trioxky's just the legendary player, the #1 Populus player. Oxypally. Except for me, I'm a wannabe developer. Hey, Oxypally, don't sell yourself short. Don't sell yourself short. We're always learning. We're all learning. We're all figuring things out. We're all expanding our knowledge. Thank you for the follow, Oxypally. I really appreciate it. RetroMMO, mediocre JavaScript programmer. He's selling himself short too. We're here for the sexy guy. The sexy guy, meaning, I don't know what I was going to respond to that. I'm blushing. I assume that was intended to be a compliment, RGB, but I don't know. I can't trust the chat. I can't. Actually, I can. I trust you guys. Stop. You know you're handsome. Well, my wife says that, but she's biased, so I don't know. Retro MMO. Good job. Thanks. The good job, that's actually a little bit of an inside joke. RGB, I think you were asking yesterday about inside jokes or something. We don't really have inside jokes here, but Retro MMO just threw a good job inside joke because my wife will hop in the chat every once in a while and say good job. How can your wife be biased if she married you? Well, I agree that at some point she wasn't biased, but then at some point she becomes biased. Because then once you know, till death do us part, there's some point in there where it's like, well, if you get smashed in the face and you gotta, whatever, you're still gonna love each other, I guess, right? Well, yeah, that's a good point. RGB, that's a good point. How can your wife be biased if she married you? Yeah, that is a good point. But Oxypally, what are you? If you're still hanging out, what are you learning? What are you working on in your development endeavors? Oops. All right, so yeah, what are we working on? I don't even know. Well, as I've been saying, we've got this ping thing implemented per the WebSocket package documentation. And basically, my logic, my little if statement here, per their documentation, is not getting hit. We're not hitting this if statement, but our connection still gets terminated. So like if a player doesn't ping within 30 seconds, we lose, well, not 30 seconds. Right now I got the ping interval set to 5 seconds. So if we do 5 seconds, and to test this, I use my phone because I turn off the Wi-Fi on my phone. Okay, so my phone just connected. So we can see here we got player 0 connected and our web server spit out a bunch of stuff. Trash, what's going on? Good to see you. Going through an online course, very basic stuff. Isn't there a version of your game with keyboard? I'm not exactly sure what you mean, Oxypally, by with keyboard. Like, can you, like it's someone else's game? That meaning like it's a similar game, but just something with a keyboard. I mean, you could implement that somehow with the keyboard. Oh, well, okay. Let me give you a demo. Oh, that's RGB who said that. Man, RGB and Oxypally are both showing up as pink in the chat, so I'm getting confused. By the way, wouldn't it be easier if the colors would be on top? I'm not exactly sure. I can talk like this, nice. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, RGB. Oxypally, I think I've watched some streamers playing a similar game. There is a game, unfortunately, that my game is turned into slowly, which is called Osu, and that might be what you're referring to. And a lot of people stream that, to the best of my knowledge. So, to practice their mouse movements. I mean, there could be a bunch of different things that are like this. Like, this game's not super, this is a stupid little game. Stupid, simple game. Like, obviously very basic. I mean, I'm adding multiplayer, which is not being so basic, but the color palette that is on the right. Alpha Lunar V1. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it, Alpha Lunar. I really do. Thank you. Well, okay, so Oxypally, pro tip, you can actually use the space bar, and I do that all the time. So like when I'm popping bubbles, again, you're always popping bubbles that appear here. So I'm live. I'm on the live populus.gg site right now that you too can actually go to. So I use the space bar to pop bubbles rather than clicking the mouse. So oh, wrong one there. But anyway, yes. Oh, I see what you're saying, RGB. If these, instead of being on the right, they were on the top. Well, the reason why they're on the right is just because most of the time people are on like wide, something approaching a 16:9 screen. And I wanted the play area to be as big as possible. I wanted this circle to fill up as much of the screen as possible. And I mean, yeah, if you're just looking at this, obviously, like I could slide this down a little bit and then put this on top. But yeah, there's a bunch of things we could probably do to make the UI better. I mean, this is really just like the layout of this UI stretches way back to my original version of the game, which actually used squares. And instead of like popping, you just dragged your mouse over the square. So there was no like pop thing. It was just like you just moved your mouse over them in order. But I added the space bar because that felt a little more fun, I guess. But now it feels like Osu and whatever. Yeah, so how long have I been working on it? You guys have both asked the same question exactly at the same time. You guys are confusing me, and you're both pink. So it's a little bit of a complicated question. My original version of the game, with the squares, I came up with that a while ago, maybe a couple years ago, and I built like a very basic, quick, scratchy version of it just to kind of test the gameplay of it. And then I kind of built that out, and it ended up becoming very unwieldy. It was just kind of nasty. The code base was really bad, and I was still kind of learning about doing game development better and everything, and I'm still learning. I'm still awful. I'm still awful at it. Who would have thought? But the circle version actually started at this point now about a year ago. We started January 2020, and then basically I sporadically worked on it. I started streaming end of August. So I kind of sporadically worked on the game until August, and then since August, I've been doing Mondays and Tuesdays, like full day streams. I went part-time with my day job, to try to work on this and try to turn it into something. So, yeah. That's kind of what happened. The chat is crazy. You guys are off the hinges here. Off the hinges? All right, so I've got my phone here. I've got Populus on my phone. And obviously you can tell there that portrait mode does not work, right? So that's something for a later time. And it's not really meant to be a mobile game anyway. You can play it, like on Chrome and mobile. It seems to be fine. Safari seems to break. I just had a friend try it out on Safari. Not really intended for mobile, but it'll work to some degree. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disconnect the Wi-Fi on my phone. So that's my way of checking an actual network disconnect, where basically the browser doesn't know it's disconnected, so therefore it can't close the WebSocket, can't initiate the WebSocket, and obviously the server can't close the WebSocket either. So the only way the server can tell if you're disconnected is if you don't ping within the specified interval. So if I turn off the wireless, we should see down here after at least probably 5 seconds or so that we don't ping, and then therefore it will disconnect us, right? So there we go. So here we hit this message. So player didn't pong and was disconnected. And then we see the message for the actual closing of the WebSocket connection. So when we call, we do this line fires here. So basically player is not alive. We log this message, then we call player.ws.terminate, and then that actually fires, then we actually have our close event handler here, our WebSocket close event handler, which does another log of WebSocket connection closed with code, whatever. So that's yeah, so it works when the time is something like 5 seconds. But if we go up to 20 seconds, let's say, so it works as expected when we do it like with something like 5 seconds, is what I'm trying to say. So if we do it with 20 seconds, we go here. So same thing. We've got this log waiting here. If I refresh my client, so my phone is reconnected now. I'm going to turn off, I'm going to turn off Wi-Fi on my phone again. And now we have to wait, about 20 seconds or so. I guess up to 20 seconds for that ping to for this interval to happen. So this thing's happening just with a JavaScript set interval, and then just this function here does the actual, the amount of times that we're supposed to interval, the amount of time between each interval. Okay, so here we didn't get the message, but our WebSocket was closed. So after that 20 seconds, something else on the server decided it was going to disconnect the WebSocket. And we never hit our if statement here. So I don't know what the deal is. And like if I comment out this whole chunk of code here, if I comment out this whole chunk of code, whoops, let's refresh our phone again. There we go. Okay, so the phone reconnected. Let's disconnect Wi-Fi again. So now I've commented out the code that does the disconnecting, and it'll still disconnect. So something with the WebSocket server itself is doing that disconnecting. And it irks me a bit because I wish they explained why. I don't, like it still closes with code 1006, but basically anytime yeah, there it is again. Look at that. So now my logic that actually disconnects the thing is completely gone. Let's, in fact, just to take it a step further, let's just disconnect this whole. Actually, I think it won't work if we do this. Let's try that. All right, but before we do it, I got to tinkle. So I got to go real bad. I've been putting it off, and now it's reaching emergency status. So B, right, back, exclamation point. Notepad, zoom in all the way, 500%. There we go. Joanna BRB in the chat. Joanna BRB. There we go. We'll be right back. 2 seconds, probably a little longer than that, but don't go anywhere. All right. Man, you guys got me covered. Kodako, I misplaced my phone without leaving my computer. Like it's, you mean like it's on your desk? Somewhere hidden? Check under your keyboard. All right. So still 0 dropped frames. You guys don't know how happy I am, how excited I am about that. This is awesome. I feel like a kid again. I don't feel like a kid. I don't know why that would have to do with anything, but it feels great that we have not dropped a single frame. See that? I'm back to... I don't know what I was going to say. I'm back to just that, just my never having any stream issues, amazing feeling. That's what I'm feeling right now. I do feel a little weird in my stomach. Like you ate your phone is what you're saying, Kodako? Take your phone and use the Find My Phone app. Seriously, though, that happens all the time, RGB, what you're describing. Like when your internet's down or something. When your internet's down, you like do the quick thing of like, oh, I better go online and Google what to do when the internet goes out. You know? I mean, in some cases you can do that because you've got, you know, data on your phone, but I do that all the time. When the internet goes down, which it's only gone down a couple of times in the last year. Maybe twice. Maybe twice within the last year. It was in the jacket pocket. Nice. RGB, where do you live? I'm in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, USA. So because I'm in Wisconsin, I stream to the Chicago Twitch servers, or at least, you know, that's where I'm closest to. So that was what fixed my streaming issues, was switching to the other Chicago server because there's 2 Chicago servers. So we switched to the second one and we're golden so far. So that seemed to be our problem. All right. Well, don't you let Twitch choose server? Kodako, no, I have done that in the past, but it was putting me on the one server. There's 2 Chicago servers, and the automatic was putting me, I guess, on the one server that was having problems. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, I don't know. So I just switched. I manually specified the other server. And then, I mean, you can specify any server you want, you know, in OBS. In Streamlabs, there's like the advanced settings or whatever, where like it'll just auto detect or whatever. You log in and it just auto detects it. You don't even have to put in your stream key or whatever. It just does everything for you when you just log in through Streamlabs OBS or whatever. But you can do like the advanced whatever or specify the exact thing and put in the stream key and put in the, you know, and I had to do that to test, to use the inspector or whatever. I had to actually go in and do that in the first place to be able to put the little thing to do just a test stream on the end, append that to my stream key, the URL, whatever part of the URL or whatever that is. But anyway, just switching the server. So now I'm doing just a manual forced server specification. And everything seems to be fine and dandy so far. Still 0 drop frames. We are almost an hour in to streaming. It feels really good. It really does. All right, so So well, okay, I think commenting all of this code out will actually not work. Okay, so I just refreshed my phone. There we go. Okay. So I close connection with 1001. Okay, so we're good. So I've commented out all of this code, the looping code, the interval code, the pinging code, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to disconnect Wi-Fi now. And I think I did this yesterday. And I think, so now we have the 20-second interval still turned on. Whoops. Okay, I changed something and that restarted the app. Okay, never mind. We got to do it again. Whoops. All right. Come on back, Wi-Fi. And at this point, I've spent probably a bunch of time like thinking about this, and it's annoying, but I'm getting to the point where I really don't care because it's going to work. It's going to do what I need it to do, but the problem is the code is not behaving as I would expect it to. Okay. We're good. Turning off Wi-Fi. I'm not going to click any new tabs because for whatever reason, clicking tabs changes files somehow, modifies files somehow. Like, what's the deal with that? Or it does something, I guess, in the folder. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. All right, so we're waiting. And actually, maybe this is alive thing is used. What are we doing up here? We set is alive. Okay, we set is alive to true up here. So maybe setting is alive to false. Okay. Okay, so that... Wait, we disconnect. Okay. Let's turn Wi-Fi back on. I'm going to just comment this out. Set this to false just to... I at least just want an answer on this. Okay, we restarted. There we go. Let's turn off Wi-Fi. Well, now, yeah, so no pinging is happening. So nothing, I mean, this shouldn't really do anything. But my suspicion is that, like, the server's, like, doing something else for us that it didn't tell us it's doing, which is frustrating. We're waiting just to see if anything happens. Yeah, I should probably maybe report to Twitch about that server dropping a bunch of frames, having a shoddy connection to that server. I don't know how or where, but I'm sure they've got like a little report issue thing or something. It's seemingly been going on since at least the 4th, January 4th, because that was when I first had the issue. I went back and looked at the video, actually, of when it disconnected. And it was happening for me on Tuesday, the 1 week ago, Tuesday, the 5th. So, and I believe our stream on the 29th was just fine and dandy. So that was last Tuesday's stream, or that was 2 weeks ago, Tuesday. So that was fine. The next Monday, January 4th, something went bad. Yeah. And to the best of my knowledge, something went bad on the 4th. Like, if it's a server problem, if it really is a server problem, like, we were streaming fine on the 4th for the most part, and then something happened. All right, so I've been letting this sit here for a while. Nothing. Okay, so... yeah, kind of, well, so then I really don't know what's going on. But at this point, I kind of don't really care now because it still disconnects the player just fine, but I don't know why our console log is not happening. I really just don't know. Oh, so there's one more thing I wanted to test. So instead of doing this, I was going to have this do a function called wsterminate. Oh, it did that for me. Okay, and then we passed the player. And then I just declared this little function here and printed blah. And I want to see if what happens now. Okay. Turning off Wi-Fi on my phone. Let's see what happens. So not that this would make any difference, but I don't know. I'm just kind of... Now, what's happening anyway doesn't really make any sense. So I'm getting a little fed up with it at this point, to say the least. All right, so we're waiting approximately 20 seconds. Feels like it's been more than 20 seconds. Yeah, there it goes. Same thing. So we closed the connection, but we didn't call this function. This function never got called. So then what closed the connection? I don't know. I feel like the server is doing something with this isAlive thing, but I don't know. Or like if it fails to Pong, I don't know. So let's just, we're just going to get rid of this. We're going to go back to the way we were doing it, because maybe it will work. And I'm going to test a 15-second interval now, because we were doing 20. I want to see what happens if I test 15 seconds, aka 15,000 milliseconds. So we're going to see what happens. I guess I need to go back to my phone here. Turn the Wi-Fi on. Refresh the page. There we go. Come on. There we go. Phone connected. All right, so let's turn off Wi-Fi. Turning it off. So we'll see if we hit that function or hit that console log in... I don't want to change tabs to risk restarting the server. That's ridiculous, but it happened before. It happened again. Okay, what is changing? So I have a script that's doing a file system watcher, and then if something changes in the file system in that folder, then it restarts the app. But just doing something when I change tab breaks it. And maybe it's changing something in our VS Code folder, but that shouldn't be. It's just this launch.json file. Game.js. I didn't do this. Something changes. I don't know if it's... I don't know what it is. Anyway. Okay, so now we need to start over again. We need to turn Wi-Fi back on. I'm not going to change any tabs. Wait, where? Oh, we need to go to application. Okay. All right, so now we should, well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. All right, so let's connect. There we go. Player 0 connected. Beautiful. I'm doing this on my phone again. We're going to turn off Wi-Fi on my phone and see what happens. Oops. So we've got the 15-second ping interval now. There we go. So now player 0 didn't Pong, was disconnected. Player 0 WS connection is closed with code 1006. Okay. So this is kind of fine. I feel like we're just going to leave this as it is. And let's just leave it with the 15-second ping interval. I don't know. Documentation shows 30, whatever. We'll just leave it at 15, I guess. I mean, we could bring it in tighter, but 15 should be fine. All right, so I want to move on from this. I don't want to think about it anymore. The only other thing is I wanted to look at, let's search console.log in our source code and all of our files here. So I want to just make sure that anything on the server, anything in the server folder, so all this stuff appears, client, server. I want to make sure that any of the console logs that aren't commented out, which would be these ones here only, because we can see the // So these ones here, we just want to make sure are saying new date and then the message. And that's looking pretty good. That's looking pretty good. So new date and then the message. And these are the logs that I actually want when we're live, when the server is live. So I'll be able to go back and look at these in files, whatever, in the log files. So, okay, I'm done with my phone now. Still 0 dropped frames. Wow, that's glorious. That's beautiful. All right. T-Grave. Awesome. What did you do to fix it? Good to see you, T-Grave. You're talking about the stream quality, the stream connection stuff, I guess. Yeah, so TLDR, basically I switched to, so I'm in Wisconsin, USA, so the closest servers to me are the Chicago servers, Twitch servers. So there's 2 Chicago Twitch servers, and by default it was automatically putting me on the one server. And I went in, so I was doing some manual testing last night, because Kodako mentioned in the chat yesterday about the inspector, the Twitch inspector.twitch.tv, where you can just test. You can stream with just a test. So no public, nobody can see it, but you can at least test your connection and everything and bit rate and all of that. And basically I did a whole bunch of testing stuff on my LAN to rebooted routers and stuff like that, because I do have 2 routers. But yeah, tested different network cards on my computer because I have 2 network cards, updated some drivers, whatever. And none of that seemed to make any difference. So what I did this morning was I was testing even different bit rates, this morning before the stream. And then, I switched. At one point, I don't know what made me think, I was like, I'll just try streaming to the other Twitch server, the other Chicago server. Let's see what happens. And lo and behold, it worked. Oh, I guess what I was thinking was that my ISP, I was thinking it was an ISP issue, And I was like, or, it could be some sort of routing issue maybe to the Chicago servers. I don't know, because I was thinking of testing a Canada server. But I just happened to try it because those Chicago servers are probably in the same data center. So if it was a routing problem, super low latency as well. Nice. Yeah, we haven't dropped a single frame, so yeah, there shouldn't really be any crazy latency or anything right now, which is awesome. Feels good to not drop any frames. Otherwise, yeah, yesterday we were dropping 10%. We're pretty much 10%. That was it would be solid. The connection would be solid for a little bit, and then drop out for a bit, and then come back. And those dropouts were consistently 10% of the stream. That was just my percentage of drop frames was just fixed at 10% almost, which is crazy. So, yeah. This is awesome. And I was thinking maybe of like reporting to Twitch. I don't know how to do that. Because I looked at like their issues. They have like an issues list. Issues, whatever, downtime, something. But it seemed to be more like client, or it seemed to be more like viewer side things. But yeah, I'd like to report to them that server, I was not having a good connection to that server. But the other one is just fine, so. Anyway. Seems like it's been going on for over a week now, so that's kind of the weird thing. If it was an issue, if it really was an issue with that server, you'd think they would have been able to figure that out by now. Anyway. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure server side, we've got the logs figured out that we want. I do have kind of a little bit of a weird thing where in config, I have logging. I have this logging variable. Logging, okay, so logging Boolean in our config, and the server uses that to figure out if it needs to dump a CSV file where it logs like all the little details. Like, I wish JavaScript had like some macros or something where I could just omit that code from the compilation, but I don't know. I'm sure there's plenty of tools that would do that, but I don't think it really makes a difference or we care. Yeah, so like in a match here, where's the match end? Basically, I've got a bunch of little if statements that are checking if config.logging, then here's like where we're writing that CSV file. So I'm going to want to turn the logging off. It's basically after the end of every match, I'm like logging a bunch of match data. And I don't want that in production. But I was debating, like, do I remove all of these if statements? And I don't know. I feel like I don't really care about that. Yeah, so okay, so config. Yeah, so I mean, we're going to be setting this to false going into production. I feel like our server code is pretty much done. Yeah, because we don't have any more to-dos server side. Tgrave, what are you going to use to build? It's a good question. So I kind of have a little pipeline set up that I set up for the client side that's currently live on populus.gg. That is this, and that's it's very simple right now because those are just static files. So there is no Node.js server running with the current populus.gg. There is no WebSocket server running with that current live version. So the client side stuff, I've already kind of figured out a nice little basic thing, and basically I have a script here, build.ps1. So I just a little PowerShell script. First line just sets up the console to use UTF-8 because I've got some UTF-8 characters in the JS source files. So I just want to make sure that the console doesn't try to convert those to ASCII or whatever. So then second line here, basically, I do two things. I use rollup. I'm using rollup.js. So that basically or that, I guess that bundles, I don't know if bundles is the right word in that case. The bundle's kind of a generic word. But rollup basically undoes all the modules, like walks through the ES6. I use ES6 modules for the client, so I'm using the import, basically using the import statement as per ES6. So basically rollup does... so I point it to to the entry point file there, and then I've got to do an IIFE. I pass a specifier there to just say wrap it in an IIFE. And then it walks through all those imports and whatever, and then puts them all into one file. Well, I shouldn't say one file. It puts them all into, one thing, and then that goes to standard out in our console. So then I pipe that standard out to Terser.js, which is what I'm doing to minify. So then that actually outputs to a bundle.js file, and then I have a couple stuff to kind of shrink and mangle and whatever a little further. So then that kind of minifies everything. So then we get a good amount of reduction in our output JS client JS file. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I've got going right now. Mars04. Mars, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. My speakers are off here. There we go. Sorry, I got to wake up my other speaker. Because I did not hear the jingle from Mars's follow. Yeah, so nothing, T-Grave, my whole thing is I don't want to have anything really complicated. I'm not using any Oh, I'm Marcello B. Marcello. That's right, Marcello. With another account. All right. Nice. So your name then is March? Is that how I'm supposed to say it then? March 04? No. Mars? Then just Mars? Oh, Marcello. Okay. All right, so I'll keep it with Marcello. All right. Nice. Well, thanks for following me with 2 different accounts, Marcello. I appreciate that. So that's basically my build process. Not very complicated. All right, so if you want to do certain things only in production, you can probably use process.env.nodenv equals production should work server side, and a lot of client bundlers also take it into account. At least Webpack does. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I haven't thought about that too formally, I guess, to be able to know what I need to do for that. Because for right now, I just kind of commented out some of my my config variables or my console logs, what is all of this? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I commented out a bunch of console logs, and just they're there when I'm going to reuse them. I don't know where they are. There's probably a few in here. There definitely are a few in here. Yeah, I've got this, and that's probably all I want to switch between, and I don't even always want to see this. This, I only want to see this message if I really need to debug things, but I don't really need to put an if statement in because there's just not that many of them. I don't know. But yeah, I'm keeping things. I'm just trying to keep things simple. I looked into Webpack a little bit, and I've used Webpack, not of my own choice really, but just through other things that automatically kind of use Webpack. And I find that stuff to be so convoluted and just kind of messy, and it's I don't know. Webpack, and you got it, then there's Babel with all these configuration things, but if you're doing this, you can't do that, and you do this, and it's these documentation things are just ridiculous. So I was kind of I'm not going to deal with any of that. I just want kind of a simple little command line stuff. Just simple little couple command line programs that I can run. I can throw it into a batch file, and I understand pretty much what these. I'm using rollup and Terser, And, you know, they're pretty basic and straightforward, and I kind of understand what they're doing. Yeah, I tend to just comment stuff out as well. As far as I know, the only way to keep things out of the final compiled bundle. Yeah, exactly. So then, well, okay, so again, this is just my client side stuff. So I haven't even put in a process yet for the server one. I don't know if I will. We'll see. I haven't really thought about that yet. That's something I need to actually do before we go live, obviously. And that's something I'm going to do kind of off stream. I'm not really going to deal with that too much on stream because it's kind of boring to stream about that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, what I do mostly is boring. So, hey, you know. Because what I was referring to will still make it into the code even for the client side stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, since I'm doing this for the client, I'm doing rollup and terser, and I believe rollup keeps all the comments. It's probably like a format option to not keep all the comments, but terser removes all the comments and everything. That, you know, that's the minifier. Terser is the minifier. And removes all the comments and whatever, cruft, basically. But have you used parcel before? No, I have not. It sounds a little familiar, but that's what I always say when I don't know what somebody's talking about. Actually, that does sound a little. Let me look at that real quick here. Parcel, blazing fast, zero configuration, web application bundler. Yeah. Interesting. Bundle layer assets, automatic transform, zero config, code splitting. Interesting. Benchmarks, way faster than Webpack. Yeah, that's the one thing. Webpack's like awful. So slow. Based on a reasonably sized app containing 17,026 modules, 6.5 megabytes uncompressed. Built on a MacBook Pro with 4 physical cores. Wow. Nice, nice. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm gonna end up doing. I mean, I kind of like, I don't know how I'm gonna get the server code on the server. That's my other thing, because I need to figure out a better way that I want to do it. I'm not using Docker or anything like that. I'm gonna be using PM2. I'm just gonna be running PM2 on the server, and that's it. And it's gonna probably work just fine. Hang on, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some more coffee here real quick. So, be right back. Don't go anywhere, unless you want to. Wow, we are back. All right. So, yeah. Okay. So I kind of want to, I feel kind of like, where is we've got our Trello here. So find out a better way to do logging. I feel like we're kind of done with that. We kind of have, man, still 0 dropped frames. This is glorious. Beautiful. So I put this review client to-dos here, and then I'm thinking we're done with this one for right now. Like, I don't know if there's, I don't know if there's really anything to do with this. We still need to figure out better retry UI stuff here. Test multiplayer with high latency connections. That's something we're probably going to test in production. Because Populus isn't really, it's not really something people are using. And people mostly play, according to Google Analytics, people play when I am streaming, so it'll be nice to, stream and have some people try from all over the world, because we get people hanging out from all over the world. And yeah, so that would give us, quite a bit of good testing in production. So I don't even like to, Populus itself is an experiment, so I don't really like to make that differentiation of production and test and whatever at this point. It's all just kind of for fun to see what we can make, and at some point maybe we formalize this a little more and it becomes a little more important, and maybe I push the game out to other people to see if people are interested. But otherwise, right now, the only people really playing the game are people who kind of come and watch the stream and kind of try out the game, and that's pretty much it. So this might not even be something we do. The basic cheat detection, that might be kind of like, we'll do that later. We'll worry about that later. We're kind of done with our new main menu layout. I just need to figure out some colors and maybe just, I don't know. I'm still not a huge, well, I don't know. I like this, but I feel like this could still be better. I don't know. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what we end up doing with that. One thing we should do is like do a little event listener check. Because now we've added like the practice button and everything, so we want to make sure that we come back with our baseline event listeners. It's like, even if we play a bunch of games or whatever, we want to make sure that we still come back. Oh, wait a minute. I just thought of one thing that I was just reminded of one thing that from yesterday that I'd like to investigate. And this one is already kind of done. Hang on. Now I'm back to Trello. This one we've already done. Handle WS connection failing on client. We pretty much did this. I just never moved it into the Trello. So this one's done. In fact, I'm going to move it down here. Yeah. Okay. So let's switch on back to Oh, we dropped some frames. We dropped a few frames, but I still have the Twitch Inspector up here, but Twitch Inspector is still not even flagged with those few dropped frames. Only 32 dropped frames, which I guess could technically be anything. Twitch Inspector is still showing everything, not logging that as an unstable event. So 32 frames is just half a second, I guess. Seeing as we're at 60 frames per second, and I don't know if all those frames were in one consecutive thing, I would assume, so maybe we lost like half a second. But anyway, I'll keep an eye on that. We'll still keep an eye on that. So what was I saying we were going to do? Oh yeah, I remembered one thing on the client side that we were going to fix. So I noticed, okay, so we're going into our menu code. And yeah, I noticed I was doing this thing here. So play button. So this is the hide main menu method that gets called on our menu class. So what this does is it goes in and hides all the buttons. So we don't actually reinstantiate the main menu every time. We do this hide thing. And now that I've been thinking about it, and actually we probably should just reinstantiate it instead of dealing with this just hide main, this method calling garbage, but not something we need to worry about right now. The stuff works, the code works. And I would, at some point, I do want to have actually some like nice menu animations. So like obviously we've got like button animations, but it would be cool that like if you loaded up the page, instead of things like if I hit the tutorial button, we just like snap immediately into the tutorial. Or if we hit practice, we just like immediately snap to the countdown screen, and then the countdown screen just immediately snaps to the game, which I don't really like. It would be much nicer to have like some animations of the elements going across the screen, like maybe when you load the page, instead of it just snapping in immediately, maybe like the Populus, the main menu, the buttons swipe down, and the menu, the text here swipes down from the top, with just a nice like little animation curve, whatever. So it just kind of has this nice little ease in, ease out, whatever. Ease in, I guess, would be the correct animation term for that. So that would be nice to have, and that would require kind of a refactoring of how we're kind of handling animation, or the different screens and everything. And then maybe with that we can get rid of this annoying like hide show thing, because it's really not that much extra code to just straight up just reinstantiate, reinitialize, redraw the whole main menu from scratch. Anyway, because it's not that much. It's just, it happens super fast. It happens all in one frame. It's just basically the same amount of code happens every time you resize the window. So it's just kind of really not that big of a deal to just have that rerun every time. In fact, I don't even know why I did this whole show hide thing, because yeah, I don't know. Because it would give us a lot less limit the complexity. I don't know, whatever I'm trying to say there. It would make things a lot less complex if we just from scratch redid the main menu every time, reinstantiated the main menu every time, rather than doing this whole show hide shenanigan. So anyway, I have this thing in here. So for the play button, we have this drawable R. We're setting that to the initial radius. So this hide main would be if we like click the button, it's setting that radius back. And I think the reason is because if you, the tutorial button doesn't do it. So let's try the tutorial button here and go back to the main menu. So if I am, so we're here, if I click tutorial, so see how the tutorial rate, so the playbutton.drawable.r, that is the current radius of the thing drawing on screen, the current radius in pixels. And the initial r here, the playbutton.initialr, is the radius that the button's supposed to be when it's not hovered on, right? So obviously we kind of have two state things we need to keep track of. Well, and then the animation scales it up 10%. So when I'm hovering over it, it's initial r times 1.1. So that's how we know the button's expanded. Excuse me, I'm getting gassy with all the coffee and everything. Whew. Okay. This coffee, I just poured it like a few minutes ago and it's already kind of lukewarm. It's really disappointing. So what I'm saying is basically we've got the actual radius of the thing that is currently drawing on screen, right? Because when we hover over the button, it's moving, right? It's moving. So that R is changing. This .r is changing. But the initial R is like the one that it's our home base, right? So if we unhover from the button, it goes back to that home base, that initial R. So what we're doing in this hide main method is we are resetting. So basically what this kind of implies is that if I were to be clicking the play button, click, as soon as we call hide main, so that means we would go, hide main would get called after I click the play button because it takes us to the other screen and then the main menu gets hidden. What that's implying is it's snapping the radius of the button back down to 0, or back down to its baseline, back down to home. So I think, so in other words, what I think will happen is if I don't, so for the tutorial button, if we click the tutorial button, then quit the tutorial to go back to the main menu, we'll see the tutorial button for a split second at its expanded size. And then I think it'll animate back down, maybe. So let's try it. So we click tutorial, click X. Okay, no, that's not a problem. Maybe this is old. Maybe we fix this somehow. I remember this being a problem. I remember this being a problem because like you'd click a button, go back to the main menu, and it would... Huh. Oh, I bet you I know. Okay, so let's open our button code. Sad. Oh, the coffee. Yeah, that is sad. Quite disappointing. Oh, and by the way, we have dropped 32 frames now, in case anyone. So we have actually dropped a few frames. But the Twitch inspector, which I still have running, has not logged any unstable events through that. So that's good. That is good. It's not bad, though. Not anything like yesterday. I haven't noticed anything. Right. It seemed like it was maybe 2 different dips that it did. I was looking at the Twitch inspector graph. But yeah, I mean, 32 frames all in one is just, yeah, it's a half a second when I'm doing 60 frames a second. So if all 32 of those were consecutive, I don't know if they were. It could have been 32 frames over 5 seconds. I wasn't looking at the thing when it happened. Judging by the 2 dips that I saw in the graph, possibly that's when those drop frames happened. So maybe we dropped, 16 frames at one point in time and then 16 frames at another point in time, which would be, a quarter-ish, a quarter of a second, lost in that brief period. So, yeah, not too bad at all. Compared to we're pretty much like the percentage was pretty much fixed. We were pretty much at a like 10% frame loss percentage, dropped frame percentage, which is, so it was like readily, like regularly dropping frames on like an interval, basically. Enough to like bump us back up to 10% frame loss. Then, as time went on, that 10% would go down a little bit, but then we'd have another drop. And when we would come back, we'd be back at 10% again. So, so at this point, an hour in, we've got many thousands of frames, and we would have already had a ton of we'd already have thousands and thousands of dropped frames from what we were experiencing yesterday. And I only the other day put the drop frame counter on Streamlabs OBS, so I just have to do like a quick little eye glance down to see the dropped frames. Whereas before I had it in like the stats thing, so you had to click like the stats button and then it would show it. And every time I checked the stats button, it never showed any dropped frames, but I didn't do that every stream. I didn't do that all the time. I did that just every so often. So it's very possible the 32 dropped frames we're seeing now, would regularly happen on a stream. In a given stream, we drop, a couple dozen frames. And that's kind of fine with me for the most part. So, yeah, and 32 drop frames, that's, if that was consecutive, that's half a second. So you have half a second of extra latency. Not bad. Oh man, I'm out of form 107, 5 mistakes. Trugoxky, well, that's still really good. I mean, don't sell yourself short, Trioxy. Sometimes when I play, I still get like, sometimes I'll have like a game where it's like 60 or 70 pops. And I'm trying to play. And like, I don't know what and then like I'll sit and play for a little bit, and then maybe I'll get 100 or something like that. So yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. I don't know. Kodako, don't worry, you'll get there. Yeah, I don't know I'm glad to know that you have the same issues, Trioxky, with that too, then. I'm Cubis. What's going on? I'm Cubis. Zien Dobry. Sorry, that probably butchered that up. I assume that means hello, welcome, hi there, or something. Perfect. Really? Where are you from? I'm Cubis. Polish. Oh, that's right. I kind of forgot. But now that kind of rings a bell. I'm Cubis, being from a Polski. Polska? Nice. Well, welcome, I'm Cubis. It's good to see you. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking, oh yeah, we wanted to look at our button object really quickly here. Hang on, let me look at something here quick on my telephone. Okay, I'm done with that. All right, so let's look at our button object code here, our button JS. And so what I noticed is I feel like I don't need to reset this radius anymore, because obviously like that wasn't a problem with the other buttons, and like we still have this line of code here in the for the play button. So where is button? So I'm curious if maybe we're resetting the radius. Ah, there it is. Okay. So we're doing that in the hide method on the button. So we don't need to do it separately. So that was just old code. So we can get rid of this. That's nice. It's always nice when we get rid of things. Not like we're really saving anything here. But nice when we can clean up some stuff, you know? All right. So now I don't know what to do. What were we going to do? What were we looking at even? We're looking at something in the menu. Oh, that's what we were looking at. I was remembering that problem or that extra line of code there that we just realized we can get rid of. So that's pretty nice. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here. I know we just took one, but hang on. We'll be right back in a little bit here. Drana BRBs real quick. Drana BRB. I'm trying to type it. I'm trying to always type it. I'm trying to improve my typing. Codico would appreciate that. Just being better at typing, better typing speed. Retro MMO. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. So we'll be right back here. All right, we are back. Oh, we're up to 64 drop frames now. Okay. So there is something going on. Yeah, still Twitch Inspector. Doesn't show anything wrong or weird. So who knows? All right. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to look through some of our to-dos, our to-do list that we have down here. Actually, we want to do kind of a couple things. We want to look at, I still want to look at our console log. So here I just did a search for console log. Or maybe we should just do a search for console. And I want to look at all, we looked at the server already. So the server does not have any uncommented console logs that aren't stuff we actually want to log. Basically on the client side, we don't want to log anything. So we've got to go through and clean up all of these console logs on the client side. So we've got some of our PowerShell scripts there. I don't really want to see those. So that's part of the build config. That's part of the build HTML. That's part of start server. Okay, so all we care about are these client/scripts folders here. Server's good, so server's down here. These are 2 server files, 3 server files. It's showing these nicely in order of our, I guess, alphabetical order of the file tree. So we've got a couple commented out ones. I know I like those. I know I like to actually keep those commented outs. So we've got in match, we've got a couple console logs here. Yes, this, what is that? Oh. Yeah, I still kind of want to keep this for testing because there's some nice things in there for ooh, we can comment all of that out. Okay, this too. All right, so we got a couple. We got that out of the match. We've got bubble received, bubble popped. We want to remove those comments, those console logs, I mean. Comments are okay. We want comments. So console log popped. Okay, so that was bubbles from server added. Server bubble popped. That's not an event that will be used. The current multiplayer, but that is for that shared bubble mode where players both are popping the same exact bubbles. So if player 1 pops a bubble, player 2 will see it disappear from their screen. But currently we're not doing anything with that mode, but I want to keep the code around just in case. So okay, so here's the other console log that we have. Oh boy, this is a multi-liner. Okay, so there's just this whole chunk, I guess. Oh, and these two. There we go. Yeah, so it would be nice to maybe organize this a little better and like figure out some way to like do, I don't know. I wish we had macros. That's all I got to say. I wish we had like C-style, C++ style macros. Or whatever. Something like that. Because then we just have those in a macro, and then when we compile the code for whatever, we just have that macro defined differently, and there you go. And then the code doesn't even make it into the compiled version, right? In this case, kind of the same thing that will happen. Basically, comments will get removed from the minifier in the minifier process, which is nice. But it'd be nice to like not have the stuff commented out, just have it conditionally added in or out or not based upon a macro. All right, so, and I'm sure there's probably tools like that, but whatever. I don't know. I don't care enough at this point. I haven't even done the research enough to like figure out if it's really useful for me. Something like that is really useful for me. All right, WebSockets wrapper would be the next file here. Yeah, so we're not doing anything with that close. Which I guess we could probably just comment out that whole thing. Probably just comment out this whole thing. All right, so that was one. We've got WebSockets match started. Server said cursor is out of play. Ooh, that shouldn't be happening anymore, right? Cursor out of play. That's not an event we're sending from the server. Right? It shouldn't be anymore. I think we got rid of that. Oh, no, it's still there. All right, so maybe it's still there, but we're not actually firing an event down with it. Let's just try that here. Let's try a competitive match. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure the server is not sending anything anymore with that. Okay. Cool. So I guess I'll just comment out this whole switch case for right now. In fact, I'm having a little bit of deja vu. Like, I kind of remember doing that at some point. Oh, yeah, in fact, this is not even... This is like a bad old string of that. So I'm actually going to just straight up delete this because it's not even using our config, whatever. Okay, so cursor out of play. Yeah, I kind of want to see if what the server side looks like for that. But I also think we've gotten rid of that. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to log that in the back of my mind. Okay, so that should probably take care of WebSockets wrapper. No, WebSockets wrapper match ended. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, so app started. Oh, that's the server again. Whoops. Oh, that's pretty much it. I think we got all of the client console logs out now. Sweet. All right, so maybe let's just play a game real quick. Just a real quick little game here. Open up the console. All right, so we got to refresh these. 3, 2, 1. What in the... Oh boy. Oh boy. Time's up. Oh boy. Forgot about the tutorial. The tutorial is kind of slick, I think. I don't know. I feel like it teaches somebody how to play the game well enough. All right. Nice. Okay, so we don't have any more. Oh, we got to get rid of these. Let's just do, I'm just going to do a little more testing. I'm just going to play a little bit more to test event listener leaks. Just to make sure everything is capiche with that. We've got a new baseline of 37 because we've added a new button to the main menu. So obviously that adds a few extra event listeners in the mix. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. Oh boy. All right. Let's just do a retry on this one. Oh boy. All right. Wow. Oh boy. Wow. Okay. Oxypally, how many sets of eyes do you have? I'll take that as a compliment. Well, I am the number 2, Oxypally. I am the number 2 Populus player in the world. I will say that. Trioxky is number 1, I'll admit. But I am the number 2. Yeah, after playing it, and I'm actually not even sure exactly Trioxky's strategy. But the way I do it is I'm actually I'm getting pretty good at really looking over here in my peripheral vision. So there is another way you can play. So the other way you could play is if you kind of just take note of, the initial bubbles you need to pop here, the initial order, you can kind of keep track of the bubbles as they are popping in, because they pop in order. Like, so pink's going to be after this one, so it's going to be dun, 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 pink. And you can kind of just keep track of the bubbles that come in, and that way, like right now, I'm not even looking. I think I might have messed up. Oh, yeah, I messed up there. But you can kind of keep track of the order of the bubbles as they come in, and like just be kind of like doing a little bit of look ahead. So like again, you kind of look here, you kind of go, but I can only do that so well before I'm gonna make a mistake. But that's another method you can do, and I feel like that actually you could probably be colorblind and probably play that way. I think it would work. So the other thing, well, okay, so the colors are different on the live site. So the live site, the colors are more, the random generation of colors kind of goes along the color wheel, basically, to figure out at least the base hue of the color. So the colors in the live version right now, populus.gg, that are on populus.gg right now, are closer intervals along the color wheel. So the colors are a little more rainbow-y looking in order. So like it's going to be this kind of yellow green, we're kind of going to a more green green, then do a more of a blue green, then do a blue, then do a more of a purple. Like, so you can tell we're kind of going around the color wheel. So like yellow to green to a little more blue green to a little also kind of blue green to a more pure blue to kind of a purple. We're adding more red into the mix, more red. Now we're kind of in this yellowish, reddish, but ends up being really dark orange, so brown. And then, kind of just looping around the color wheel, you can kind of tell. And the reason I do that is just to avoid too many close colors. But basically it's checking. So what's happening is there are 7 you could potentially have with the live site. You could potentially have 7 bubbles on screen at once. So basically we're doing like 7 intervals of around the color wheel. But on my current development version and what will be live, on populus.gg, Belago68, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. Oxypally. So each time a bubble comes in is the last in the sequence. Yes, that is true. I might change that, but that is true. So the bubbles as they are appearing are in order of the sequence of popping order. And every time you pop a bubble, a new one appears, right? Unless you make a mistake. So if you make a mistake, then you can have 5 bubbles on screen. So you have to go back and repop that last one that you made a mistake on. If you keep making subsequent mistakes, more bubbles don't come back. And the reason for that is just, because I think that would be frustrating, and I'd also have to make sure that the bubbles don't collide. There has to be some limit to make sure bubbles never overlap with one another. So that's part of the algorithm that places all the bubbles. So basically I answered maybe that question about the colors there, that question that you didn't ask, but I asked myself, is in this case with the current live, or what will be live with multiplayer and everything, the next version of Populus, only 5 bubbles can be on screen. So basically we're taking like these now 1/5 intervals around the color wheel. So the color difference between every bubble is much more spread out. Instead of being 1/7 of a slice of pie away from the next color along the color wheel, we're ending up with 1/5. So we got a much greater variation in color. Still very similar, like it's going to be green, then kind of this green-blue, then kind of this blue, then a purple. So you can still kind of go off of color a little bit, but it's much harder to kind of go off of color, I think, in this way now. And I might come up with a better color scheme and everything too of how I want to do this. I'd like the colors to be more thematic, but I haven't really thought about a way to like blend between different color themes and everything. And one thing would be just picking color themes in the first place. But whoa, we're up to 496 drop frames. Okay, let me see if. Okay, so Twitch Inspector is still not logging that as any problem. So we're showing that as being unstable, but the stream could be delayed for some of you who have been on there for a little while. In fact, let's see how far behind my okay, so my dashboard stream manager from Twitch is not that far behind, so that's kind of nice. I mean, I guess maybe Twitch automatically like rubber bands you up. Maybe the Twitch client does. I don't know. What if you had an object that is associated with certain colors, then you could expect in some way the color pattern? What if you had an object that is associated with certain colors, and then you could expect in some way the color pattern? Like a watermelon, or I don't know what STH or what you're trying to say there, if that was a typo or something. So like an object kind of thing instead of a circle is kind of what you're saying. Or, oh, you're saying like a colors based upon an object's colors, like a watermelon would have like pink and green and maybe black in it. Instead of a sequence, you would have an object. Oh, so you're saying like you'd have a bunch of different colors and the player would have to figure out the sequence to make it harder. That's kind of interesting. I mean, I'm not trying. I like that idea of like you kind of have to find the colors in that of that object in those other, within those other colors. The thing is, though, I'm trying to make this game a little more of like a reaction-based skill game. I mean, not that this would still be skill, but it would be a little bit more like maybe stop and think, less like a reaction, gut instinct skill. This game is for hardcore FPS players only, of which Retro MMO is not, right? Well, yeah, that's kind of I kind of like, I like FPS games and arena FPS games, and I like Quake. I love Quake. I always talk about Quake. So that's kind of where the original idea for the game kind of came about, was like I wanted something that was kind of like skill. I wanted a game that was skill based, that had mouse movement in it. It was kind of the original idea. Yeah, I like that idea, Oxypally, but I think that would kind of add in. I mean, I understand like what you're saying, like adding in extra cognitive abilities, but I feel like you would lose a little more of like the gut, whatever the cognitive ability that's the reaction, if whatever that is, if that's even a cognitive ability. I don't really know what the definition of cognitive is, but whatever's in that, like just quick. Like, I don't even know how I play anymore, to be honest. Like, I don't even know exactly what my strategy is for when I play. Like, I can go pretty fast, but I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing sometimes. Like, I'm not sure if I might be doing some sort of combination of things to play. Maybe I need one of the maybe I need like the eye tracker, the what's it called? The Tobii eye tracker. So you can see where I'm looking on screen. Actually, I can tell you where I'm looking. I'm looking here. So I feel like I used to look, when I was worse at the game, I feel like I used to look kind of like here. And I would kind of aim. I was less accurate because I would aim. I was a lot slower because I was kind of trying to focus here so I could see these colors clearly enough, but also see this well enough to be able to actually aim and whatever. And I feel like I don't do that anymore. I feel like I look here and kind of really keep this in my peripheral vision. But I'm not sure how much like I actually... Like, I don't know how I just did that fast there. I don't know what I was paying attention to actually do it. If I was paying attention to... like, the order that they appeared, I don't know. Like, whoops, I keep hitting play. The play button used to be the practice button, and now the play button is the multiplayer button. So I have to remember to hit the practice button. So I don't know if I'm, like, doing... I just don't know. I wish I could know. Whoops. Oh, I don't know how I got that one. That one felt like I should have missed it. Oh! Sometimes. I don't know. Whoa. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know how I'm playing the game anymore. You should use an eye tracker to see the patterns. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I could tell you where I'm looking. Like, it'd be interesting to, go back and look at exactly, like, and watch it at, like, half speed maybe and see. But I can't tell you exactly what strategy I'm employing to play the game. Or if I'm, like, subconsciously doing the... paying attention to what order they pop in. Like, I don't know. Maybe I should just, like, close my eyes and then just, like, refresh. I feel like I'm using this. I feel like I'm using this pretty well. Because, like, if I just close my eyes, I don't remember the order that they popped in, and I can just, like, whoops. Okay. That was an awful example because that was horrible. All right. So we just go, oh boy. I don't know. I don't know how I play. It just works somehow. And it feels weird not understanding understanding this because it just seems like it would make sense how I'm playing. I don't know why I keep playing. I'm kind of having fun, actually. Oh, come on. 101. I'll take it. All right. So anyway, what were we even working on? How much history can I see here? Only from yesterday. Oh, right. Only from... Well, no, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked here. I'm looking back at the Twitch inspector. Because now, at this point, we're up to 496 dropped frames. Okay, so we dropped some more. RP Mulligan, what's going on? Good to see you, RP Mulligan. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well here. Yesterday's stream was kind of a mess because we kept having some connection issues and kept dropping frames. And we changed Twitch servers, ingest servers, and that seemed to fix the problem. So it was just using whatever default it decided was the default closest one to me. So we decided to use another one that was very close to me, and that seemed to fix our problem for the most part. So I'm happy. I'm happy about that. But we are getting very close to releasing our first public version of multiplayer with Populus. So I'm excited about that. I'm kind of going through and cleaning up. I think the server code is exactly where I want it to be right now. We basically are just kind of cleaning up some client stuff. Shenanigans. Multiplayer, very pog. Blue Exabyte, good to see you. Thanks for hanging out, Blue. RP, time for my own coding while I keep Twitch open. I hear you. I hear you. Appreciate you keeping me open, assuming you're talking about me. But, you know, if not, that's okay. I won't be offended. All right, so I think we got rid of all the console logs, right? I think I was just playing a bunch, and that was my point. Oh, we were testing event listener leaks. Let's just do another little multiplayer match, right? Oh, whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, so we've got a baseline of 37 event listeners when we're at the main menu, so I want to just make sure that that's kind of where we're at. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh boy. So I have not actually tested the multiplayer in a while with any other human, like other than just playing like myself right here, you know, 2 browsers, which obviously you can't play competitively. So I haven't even like given the new user interface like given that a spin yet, like with another human being to like see how it actually is. So that'll be kind of interesting. My wife and I might play a little bit before we go live. I might do a little more testing with like PM2 on my local machine and play some games and see how that goes. Just see how get the feel for how things are going with PM2, the Node.js PM2 package. And see how that is, and then yeah, kind of figure out if the interface is really working, because maybe I might make some tweaks to it or make it bigger or something. I don't know. But anyway, let's go quick. Yeah, so we're still at 37 event listeners, so that's pretty good. That's feeling pretty good. Oh, a couple of other things that I didn't actually add on to the Trello page. Well, let me plug everything here for anyone who might be new. I haven't been doing this. We're working on my game. It's called Populus. I just plug it down there in the chat. If anyone's hanging out who hasn't seen it before, I mean, you probably just saw me playing it. But you can actually play it right now live at populus.gg. That's populus.gg. And I've got a Discord server, so I'm plugging that too. If anyone is interested in that, you can actually see the Populus world record high score video. Not done by me, but by Truyaksky. He posted the video there, so that is on the Discord server under the Populus section. On the high scores channel, high score or high scores channel, something like that. So if anyone's interested, you can check that out. You don't have to, but it's there. And I really do need to get better at updating. I'd like to kind of continuously be updating little things in there and kind of talking about just in general things that I'm working on, programming related, because it's not really a server just for Populus. It's kind of like my in general server, because I'm working on Populus now pretty much exclusively. Anything I post on there is generally going to be related to Populus. But once Populus is done, we're going to be going on to something else, and yeah. All right. So yeah, one thing I didn't add to the Trello is, what was it again? I don't remember. I really don't remember. Oh, actually. Oh, I did remember one other thing we wanted to do on the server side that I kind of was not thinking about. One thing that's a bit of a problem, and I don't know if we're going to do anything about it in Retro MMO, would be like, I told you so, but would be the timer. So the timer gets delayed, like if you switch tabs. Sorry, I just made a weird lip smacking noise there. So in other words, like if I go out, actually, I forget exactly the case that this happens. So like if we do a 3, 2, 1 here, and if I switch tabs on this one and just let it sit for a little bit, so obviously we can see what the timer really should be at this point here. And we switch back. Oh, they're at the same point, aren't they? Yeah, they are. All right, so in that's not the case where it's a problem. All right, the case where it's a problem, and if I like switch tabs here after time expires, so here we go time's up. If I switch back, we go to time's up. Oh no, we kick back right to the stats screen. Okay, so that's nice. Okay, so the problem was like this guy goes. Okay, so this guy goes finding opponent. We switch tabs. This guy goes play. We find opponent. So the game starts. So again, this browser is on another tab. I'm on populus.gg. We could go to the Trello page or whatever right now. So now our timer's, working its way down. If I switch back, the timer starts here from scratch. But obviously it's going to end when this timer ends because that's the real time. So actually that's an interesting little thing. And we might just be able to straighten that out. Yeah. So obviously that's a little bit of a bug. Functionality wise, there's not really anything going on because it's the server who's in control of the timings and everything and sending the events for when something happens. Let's just do this real quick. Let's look for a match. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Quit. Okay, there we go. Let's look for a match on this guy, then switch tabs, then look for a match on this guy. We find a match. Let's let the time expire completely on this player here. 30 seconds. Come on. Move a little faster here. There we go. Time's up. And then let's see the stats screen. Well, then we should be on stat screen here. Yeah. Okay. So everything is generally okay here. We're not getting any weird, wacky things. So that's good. That's good. Yeah, and I'm guessing because like you switch back to the tab and then it does something. I don't know. The nice thing is it's processing network events kind of asynchronously. Because I think that was maybe what RetroMMO was describing having a problem with, which in my case is kind of works nicely. So like I kind of on the client side, I have a queue of events that happen from, well, both mouse inputs or keyboard mouse user input events, and also any network events. Those get queued up asynchronously to the game loop. So like those will queue up when a network event comes in, WebSockets connection comes in, that comes in separate of the client's game loop, because the game loop pauses when you switch tabs, basically what's happening. So if I switch a tab, the game loop pauses, but then a network events will queue up, and then when I switch back to the tab, that network, we kick back to our game loop, and then our game loop unloads the network queue right away to see what happened in the network, and then processes that event, and then, like in that case, spits us to the stat screen right away, which is really nice. It's really nice that it works that way. So we really don't have to worry too much about, the game loop will pause. That's fine. And then obviously we don't have to worry about user input happening when we switch tabs. But yeah, anything that happens from the network will get queued, and we'll just be sitting there in the queue waiting until we go back. The only thing unloading the queue is the game loop happening, the render loop. So then, as soon as we switch back to the tab, the render loop goes out, checks the network event queue, unloads all the events, any events that came through, and then processes them. In fact, I kind of want to mess around with that just to see that working. So one thing we could do is let's do this quickly just before we let's queue. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's queue for a game here on this guy. Let's switch tabs. Let's queue for a game here, and let's actually play a little bit. So let's pop a few bubbles. Whoa. More than a few. We'll play the whole game here, because I was gonna wait anyway for the stats screen to appear, and I could just change the time of the matches down just for this, but whatever. I don't really feel like doing that. Oh boy. Anyway. All right, there we go. Time's up. So 76, blah, blah, blah. So in theory, if I switch back to this tab, it kicks us to the stat screen right away because it went through all the game events. But if we like console log the game event loop or the network event loop, so let's do that. So WebSockets wrapper, draw finished, shift each. So what I'll do is if this dot incoming message queue dot values dot length is greater than 0, then CLG, and we want to CLG this length. So we'll just basically if there were some network events, we're going to log those on the frame that we were going to. All right, so let's pull that up. So like if I hit play, no events came from the server in this case. But then if I hit play here, we see 1. Right? So then this guy here, We should just see a bunch of ones, basically. And we should see this number 1 ticking up, because anytime this guy pops a bubble, this guy gets a message. Oh, and this guy's also getting the new bubbles from the server as we pop more bubbles. So, anyway. But now, let's do what we did before, where we quit. We queue for a game on this guy. We switch tabs. We quit here. We queue for a game here. So this guy doesn't even know he was playing because... oh boy. Oh boy. There we go. We're back at the screen. All right, so now when I switch back to this tab, we should see like a bunch. We should see like 100 messages from the server that got processed. Boom. Oh, exactly 100. Look at that. All right, so that's pretty cool that works. So all of those bubble pops from the opponent were messages from the server that got queued up. And then when we switch back to the tab, we unloaded all of those. And, 100 messages from the server, that's not really going to be any, that might sound like, whoa, that's a lot of messages or whatever. Why would you do that? But it's not really that important. Not really that big of a deal. So that's cool. Cool to see that working. Whoops. Bumping the mic stand. All right, we haven't dropped any more frames. That's nice. I like it. I'm going to jinx it by saying that probably. We'll drop a bunch more frames. But we're definitely doing way better than we were yesterday. And Twitch Inspector is not logging any unstable events, so that is beautiful. And Streamlabs has not said anything weird. I haven't seen anything weird about that. So those drop frames, those 496 drop frames, I think have been happening kind of incrementally spread out over, or like little chunks at a time, rather than just a whole big 496 frames in one chunk or whatever. Because that seemed to be what was happening yesterday. We'd have potentially hundreds of dropped frames in one chunk. So literally like a couple seconds probably of just missing video for a bit. Or video that didn't make it, in real time to the server. All right. So, yeah. What else are we going to do? What else are we doing here? Well, I want to I want to get rid of the debug stuff because we checked our event listener stuff and we're still, we don't seem to have any event listener leaks. So that is good. So I want to get rid of these debug items, these debug lines on screen. And, yeah, I want to see kind of how we should do that, or how that needs to be done. So basically I have like so here I have a debuggable mixin function that lets you kind of, since JavaScript doesn't have any sort of like multiple inheritance or whatever, which I guess is a good thing, to kind of fake some sort of customizable well, maybe multiple inheritance maybe isn't the correct word. I don't know. I don't like object-oriented stuff anyway. But basically, I have a debug thing that's set up to print things on screen, and it's kind of a nice little way to pretty clearly or pretty easily print a bunch of stuff on screen. But the way I do it is to get things drawing on screen with ease, to make it so that it's not annoying, to make it kind of as unannoying as possible to just have something like this on screen that updates over time or whatever, that changes or whatever. It doesn't work because the server rebooted, but to basically have some text on screen with some counters or whatever. And in fact, I have a little bit of a, for stuff that changes over time, I have like an update rate that you can even set as well. So if there's something that's flickering all over the place, in fact, I kind of want to mess around with that just to be, because I kind of forgot about exactly how that works. But basically what I have is I have a debuggable mix-in function where you just use that and then you pass the base class that you want. So an application is typically an entity, but then what I do is I wanted to print some stuff on screen with that. So I use this debuggable mix-in function. We pass in our base class that we would otherwise be inheriting from normally, and then application extends that entity. And that's pretty much it. Oh, wait, I didn't want to do that yet. So then what that enables you to do is you get a property that's part of the debuggable class, which I believe there's debuggable, or that's the file, and then the mix-in exports out of that. But there's my debuggable.js file. Debuggable is maybe not the best name. I don't know. I say that about everything, though. So then you get this array called debug items, and basically you put an object in there, and then you just do an anonymous object, and then you do a value printer property in that object, and that's a function basically. And then that function is, or you don't have to do a function, or maybe you do have to do a function. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure you have to do a function because it's a value printer and it's going to call that function. So whatever it is. I mean, I could make it do whatever I wanted, but this is my own thing. But the way I have it set up is you just do value printer object or property on this anonymous object that you pass in this array of debug items. So I could, debug a bunch of other things if I wanted. And then, like for example, we could come in here and do value printer, and then we could just, do something that returns a string, ASDF, ASDF, ASDF. We could do that, and then when we refresh, it just prints ASDF, ASDF, ASDF. That's all it is. And part of the debug thing is it automatically does like the line spacing and everything for you. And maybe that's kind of screwed up because I think I changed the font size, so now there's like a little bit of overlap, because before there was a little bit of nice spacing in there, so you didn't have things like kind of right on top of each other, but it looks like we've got a little bit of that going on there. So basically, the value printer is just something that runs every frame. It runs this function and then prints this string. So that way I can like have things that have updating values over time, right? Because then the master debugging thing, object, whatever it is, debug printer, I guess. Yeah, debug printer will then actually go loop through all these debug items from all the debuggable things, and then it will call that function, and then whatever value it gets as the return from that function, it will show that on screen. So basically every frame it's going to call this function, and basically event listener count is going to call event emitter.get total listener count. So we do that, and then that number updates over time, basically. That's what's happening. So that's kind of cool. So it works for just if I want to, like a console log can only get you so far, because sometimes it's annoying with trying to see if you want to have something like where you want to see the new value per frame. That's really annoying with console log because, it's printing a bunch of messages and blah, 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 blah. Sometimes it is nice because you can go back and look at the, the log, and, sometimes you do want that, but it's also nice sometimes to just have like a general number of things on screen available, like just one number that changes over time. Like, it's really nice. The reason why I have this mouse updates per frame is because that lets me know how many mouse movements we're getting in a given frame from the browser. And I know I use this to help me, verify that when the console's open, I'm getting 8 updates per second, or 8 updates per frame, rather. So 1,000 mouse updates a second, whereas when I close the console, I can see it's only 1. So it just sits there at 1. And when I stop the mouse, 0. But then when we have the console open, it's going up to 8, and it's kind of flickering between 8 and 7 and whatever. But you can kind of tell that it's mostly sitting on 8 there when I am moving the mouse continuously, for the most part. So we can tell that when the console's open, the browser's using all 1,000 mouse updates from my mouse. And then when we minimize it, it's just doing 1 update per frame. So, yeah, so that's what the debug stuff does. It's kind of nice. I don't know. It's whatever. Kind of nice for stuff like that. But basically, I want to just comment this out. Oh, actually, I wanted to look at the debug code, because there's like an update. I think I can pass another property on this debug item object, and I think I can pass a property called update rate. I want to say that's what I recall. So debug printer, yeah, update. Oh, value printer, and then update rate. Add debug item. Ooh, okay, so we need to look at debuggable. Debug item value printer. Okay, right. Okay, so yeah, we can pass a property called update rate, and then we can make that number change on a fixed rate. So like if I go back to my application for this thing that's, oh no, not this one. We have player input. That's where we're logging those mouse things. Player input. There we go. Sterlingster. Is that just a cap from the browser? Do different browsers have different updates per frame, or how quickly they pull changes? That's a good question, and I haven't actually done really the research on it, Sterlingster. The best thing I can tell is okay, so what I think is happening, so when the console is open, it's just like, for whatever reason with the UI, with the console, Chrome has just decided, oh, well, then I'm going to send all 1,000, I'm going to send, whatever the native refresh rate is of the mouse to the browser APIs as well, to the DOM, I guess. That's the best thing I could determine. But then if I minimize the console, we're at 1 now, right? So basically 1 mouse update per frame, and I believe that's the behavior of the window.request animation frame function. So that's how I'm doing my event, my game loop, basically. So it syncs up with the monitor refresh rate and everything and looks all nice and smooth, right? Rather than me managing my own frame rate or whatever. So the best thing I can tell is that when you use that, it only takes 1 mouse update from the mouse, from the, whatever, from the hardware. But then you open the console and then we're at 8. And the 8 is, again, because it's I have an 120 hertz screen and we're seeing 1,000 updates a second. So you divide, 1,000 over 125 and then or 120, and then you, did I say that right? I'm at a 120 hertz screen and 1,000 hertz display, or 1,000 hertz mouse, right? So you're dividing 1,000 over 120. And you're ending with 8.333, whatever. So that's why it's 8, or sometimes less, or maybe sometimes more. I don't know. Probably only 8 and nothing less. So I wanted to show, so player input, what is that? So in player input file here, this is where I'm printing the mouse updates per frame thing. And what I could do with my little object here is I could just add another parameter called update rate. Oops, not there. That's inside of the string. Update rate, and then we can pass in, actually, what is the update rate supposed to be? In seconds? In milliseconds? That's a good question. Update, that doesn't help us too much. Oh, debug printer. Where's the debuggable? There we go. No, that's not what we... Yeah, debug printer. This is what we want to look at. Right? Add debug item. Oh, debug text. That's what we want to look at. So update rate, yes. Okay. Elapsed time, update rate, and that's got to be in milliseconds then, right? So if I do 1,000, if I do update rate 1,000, then it should only change, it should only update this value after a single second. Yeah. Let's make it like 250. Something like clearly, yeah, that looks better there. Oh, it did go up to 9 for a second there. Let's make it something a little faster than that, but not quite every frame, because that's obviously really hard to look at. Yeah, we could even make it a little better there. Yeah, so now we can have this debug thing just update on a fixed interval, which is kind of cool, right? And that's still a little bit of a weird thing to look at. Like, it'd be cooler to have like a graph or something. So maybe at some point we'll do, if I needed something like that, we'd have like a graph that would show over time. You know, then you'd see like a little change. Like the update rate would be at 8, and then you would see it dip down or whatever. That would be kind of cool. Don't really need something like that, but let's make it 25. Let's just make this thing update fast, but not. Yeah, so now it's updating, you know, like every fourth frame or something. Yeah, that's annoying to look at, but I think you kind of get the idea. Versus, so that was 25 millisecond update rate versus this, obviously it's changing every single frame. So if the number changes. So anyway, that's just explaining kind of the debug thing. I kind of want to just, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and comment out all of these debug item things. And we're going to go to, yeah, actually, I'm going to comment out a bunch of this stuff here. So we're going to go to keys down. Is that still being used? Okay, so we're going to comment that out. Input events from last frame. We're going to get rid of, we don't want to use our debuggable mixin anymore. We want to do that. Okay. All right, so I don't think we broke anything there. Velocity, debug only. Debug, I should probably comment out all these debug things. Input events from last frame. Didn't I comment that? Yeah, we commented that out. I have a lot of little debuggy things. Okay, so yeah, this can get commented out as well. Let's just see what else, if there's anything else that can get removed. I'm going to get rid of this key down thing. Actually, well, I don't know. Maybe we'll keep that. Okay, velocity things, that's now commented out. That's good. Okay. Yeah, this is all kind of messy with all these comments, but I think we're going to keep everything. And I believe we can keep debuggable mixin. I don't know if we're supposed to comment this out or not. I think rollup.js, when we run that on this file, and if this import is not being used, I think it just omits it. But I think I might just comment it out just to be safe. Not like it would really matter anyway, but we don't need to. Oh boy, Sterling sir, rip frames or my internet compression just got real. Yeah, we just dropped a bunch of frames, so not like it would really matter anyway, but we don't need to. Oh boy. All right, yeah, okay. So we got Now I can really blame Twitch. How is it looking now, Sterlingster? Yeah, we just dropped a bunch of frames. I'm going to blame Twitch, though, because yesterday it was awful, and then I switched Twitch ingest servers, and it was all of a sudden magically better today once I did that this morning. And now we just dropped a bunch more frames, so I really want to blame Twitch. It was only like 5 seconds. Okay. Yeah, and I'm only seeing, I have, now that's saying 55 seconds of unstable events. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to keep an eye on it still. And I really hopefully think it's just a Twitch problem, Twitch server problem, because it definitely seems that way. If I switch servers and all of a sudden it worked like way better, because we were dropping a lot of frames before. At this point, we've only dropped we've dropped 6,000 frames at this point in the stream. That is 1%. Yesterday, we were like consistently at like 10% frame drop rate, which is awful. Like, it was just after a little bit of time, it would run fine and then dip out again and then put us back at 10% loss and then dip, run fine for a little bit, then dip down again, and that was awful. So at least I'm very thankful this has been a lot better so far, but yeah, it definitely seems like there's still a little bit of a problem. So yes, maybe we'll be switching Twitch servers again, but I'd like to see if I can report this issue, because it definitely seems like a Twitch server thing. And I tested we're dropping more frames right now. Man, it's back. That's frustrating. Still going down. I spoke too soon. Yeah, that's a really bad dip there. Are we back now? Now we're up to 8,000 frames. Kodako, what about if you pick a server not in Chicago? Yeah, that's going to be probably what I'm going to have to do now. I mean, at this point, yeah, the next closest one was like Canada, so somewhere in Canada. So I might end up going with that one just to see. Because I'm already doing like a not insane bit rate anyway, as it is. Retro, when does it happen? Well, yesterday it was like almost on an interval happening, like a fixed interval. Like I was saying earlier, it was like I was at like 10% dropped frame like the entire stream, and then towards the end it was even going up. So it was like it would drop, usually right away when I would click the start stream button, just instantly I would have dropped frames. And then it would run smooth for a little while, then drop some, then run smooth for a little while, then drop some. Yeah, we're at 8,500 now. That's 1.3% drop rate. And this morning we were going smooth. We had no drop frames for like a really long time. And then, yeah, and I did a bunch of testing yesterday with the inspector.twitch.tv. And that was awesome too. Thanks again, Kodako, for mentioning that. Does it correlate with CPU usage? No. Basically, I've ruled out anything happening on my computer. Well, actually, I'm still maybe not 100% convinced of that. But no, CPU usage is nothing happens. GPU usage, nothing happens. I am using NVENC for encoding. but GPU, nothing happens. I updated NVIDIA drivers yesterday. Yeah, like if I look at, basically if I look at, oh, we're dropping more frames right now. Or we did drop some more. Wow, now it's almost like as if it's back to what it was yesterday. Well, so basically Retro, I switched servers. I switched to the other Chicago server, Twitch ingest server, and just fine, beautiful, like worked like magic. And we're on the other server right now. We're on the one that was good, but now we're kind of, it seems like we're dropping frames kind of like we were yesterday. And like I didn't even have to, on the other server, I didn't even have to like test for very long to see dropped frames. Like it was just bad, just tons of frames dropping. And it's like we're kind of back to that now. And you can see and I've tested a bunch of stuff. Could be this time that the SRE Chicago is taking lunch. Well, everything looks good to me, but I just joined like 1 minute ago. Yeah, Trash. I mean, since you just hopped in there, I don't think we've had any more drops. But here, obviously, we can see out of my network adapter, we can see where I have OBS configured to do 2500 kilobit. So we can see we're doing that. We're sending, 2.7, 2.9. So that's the nice, beautiful, good activity. And then we'll just see this tank in Task Manager. But he was also having problems yesterday, but not before. Oh, maybe the servers struggle this time of day. Well, T-Grave, I've never had these issues until 2 weeks ago. Or, sorry, last week. So Sterlingster, you're almost partially correct. You maybe don't want to show your IP. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to show my public IP, my home IP, if that's what you're saying. Oh, you're saying I don't want to show my IP? Well, the IP you're seeing here is my home network. I mean, it is showing a DNS name, but I've got your IP and I'm calling the internet, please. Nice. Yeah, this is my LAN IP, guys. Come on. IDK, if your IPv4, is it or not, though? It looks like 1 to me. 192.168, that is the home. That is the home range, reserved range there. So you're not seeing any public information here. My Ethernet card doesn't know what my public IP is. What my house is. I'll say my house because that's what my IP would be. So I appreciate you watching out for me though, Kodako. Well, so the thing is, I only noticed that these were issues. Mine just says 127.0.0.1. Hey, I have that one too, Sterlingster. Whoops. That's mine too. I'm just a noob at that stuff. Oh, no worries. No worries. Yeah. Yeah, so like the 192.168, that's just a reserved range for houses, for like local networks, right? For I say houses, but for anything, right? And there's also a range that's 10 dot. If there's a 10 in the first number, the first byte there, then that's also free reign for anybody private use, any local network use, right? So you've got those two options of 192.168 and then whatever else, and then you've got the option of 10 dot and anything. So if you see a 10 dot or 10 dot anything or 192.168 dot anything, that's just a public LAN IP address. I know 127.0.0.1, right. Well, obviously that one as well. But it's basically, this is reserved for your own, your own router and your own DHCP server at home to dole out, IP addresses in some sort of range in that, or, whatever you want to do. Yeah. I don't know what I was talking about this anymore, but since I've been talking about this hasn't dipped, right? Yeah, we're still at 9510 drop frames, so maybe as long as I keep talking about it, we won't drop any more frames. But anyway, I was just doing this to show you, like, this is what it looks like when everything's working fine and dandy. Like, you can tell where, here's the 7.7 megabits line there, and we just have these little triangles, which I guess is fine, and that's nice. And then we just see it dip. Which initially, when I saw those dips, it made me think like, oh, it's something wrong with my, with OBS or my network card or something. But I have 2 network cards on my computer. 2 network cards on my computer, on my motherboard. 2 different, it's an Intel and a Realtek network card. So I swapped those last night. Everything worked great, so I didn't update drivers or anything. I updated NVIDIA drivers in case it was like an NVENC thing, encoding thing. Nothing. Everything still worked bad. Rebooted all my routers and modems and everything at home. Still bad. But, yeah. I don't know why, but networking was fascinating to me. Even went to school for CCNA. Oh, nice. Nice. That's cool, Sterlingster. Yeah, not sure what CCNA is, but... no, that's cool. Networking is fascinating. I agree with that. I have kind of an IT background, so I'm a little bit of a... If it sounds like I know more than what a developer should know about kind of some of that stuff, that's why. Trash, nice. Got my Security Plus, forgot all the info after 5 seconds. Cisco Certified Network Associate. Oh, nice, Sterlingster. That's cool. That's cool. Sweet. Guess I have to read up on networking at some point, Kodako. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's... yeah, it's definitely pretty interesting. There's not a ton of stuff you really necessarily need to know, but at least the networking necessary for web dev, right? Jared invented the personal computer. Yeah, I did. JP... You know JDEC? That's me. The memory conglomerate, that's me, JDEC. Jared something. I just tried as fast as I could to think of something I knew that had J in it. Some technical thing that he's Steve Jobs' dad. Some of those dudes that work on tier 1 networks make bank. Yeah, I'm sure. One dude passed his test and on the flight back home was offered a job by CEO. That's crazy. Yeah, there's a million things on networking stuff that, yeah, I couldn't even dream about. But, yeah. Yes. Anyway, we haven't dropped any frames in a while, so as long as we talk about it, Twitch doesn't drop frames. But all in all, to the best of my knowledge, to the best of my troubleshooting, it really seems like a Twitch problem. Because as soon as I switched to the other Twitch server, just worked beautifully, right? And I assume I switched to the other Chicago server, so I assume we just went to the other another server in the same data center. So that's, that my initial thought was like, oh, maybe I should try Canada because obviously we'd be in a different data center or whatever. If there's some sort of routing issue maybe along the way that's what's causing the issues, or something wrong with the data center, whatever's coming in, whatever. But we were changing the results by observing them. As soon as we stop talking, it's going to drop again. Yes. Or Schrodinger's cat. Maybe if we don't look at it, I'll never drop any frames. We won't know if I've dropped any frames if I don't look at the counter. Is that how it works? Is that how Schrodinger's cat works? The cat is, oh no, the cat is simultaneously both dead and alive until we look at it. So that's what's going on here. You're simultaneously watching me and not watching me until I look at the drop frame counter. You're seeing me in real time and in the past. It's going to be dropped and not dropped. Exactly. You're seeing both present Jared and past buffered Jared at the same time. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right. I don't even remember what we were working on. Oh yeah, we were cleaning up this debug stuff. So, wait, did we do it all? Okay, we cleaned up all the player input debug stuff. Beautiful. So let's make sure the client is not crashing anymore. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so now we just have this event listener count thing. And we just tested any event listener leaks and everything, and I think we are golden. So now we can basically remove or comment out this stuff, because I'm gonna keep this for debugging in the future. We comment out that, and then I'm gonna comment out that just for kicks. And I think that was all we needed to do. Yes, because that just pulled out a function or something. Beautiful. And okay. Player, okay. Okay. Wow, beautiful. No more nasty debug messages. Those have been on there for months. Anyway, I gotta hit the bathroom. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Whoa, we are back. All right. Evan's got me covered in the chat there. All right. So, okay. I don't remember what we were doing. No, I remember what we were doing. We got rid of all the debug messages. I think that's all we needed to do. Okay. Sweet. We got rid of all the console logs. We got rid of all the debug things. The only thing I think we need to do is look at our to-dos. Oh, that's okay. Server, possibly internet. Implement alternate formula. Match.js test if out of bounds. Click counts as okay. I remember that one. Yes, that one is okay. That's for the other game mode. All right, so we want to just go through basically our to-dos here and just look at to do. Maybe disable the find match button after waiting for a match. That we can leave. There's not really anything to do with that anymore. If not match wait widget, yeah. So what that is if we start finding an opponent, and then if I hit practice while we wait, and we've got a match wait widget, and then if I hit the play button again, it doesn't send the request to the server again. Basically, which is nice. Yeah, so that's fine because we might we might do some sort of alternate thing for this at some point. So that's a to-do we can keep. All right, so bubble. Pending destruction replaces with something to selectively stop listening to specific events. Yeah, we don't need that. Whoops, bubble to do. Stop assuming that play area is at half width, half height. Yeah, that's going to be part of our refactor for the UI. I want to kind of figure out maybe a better way to do some of the, I don't know. I want to figure out some better UI things and refactor UI kinds of things, and this to do is kind of part of that, but that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen yet. So basically, I'm making a lot of assumptions for certain things in the code that the play area is dead centered on screen. So, and currently it is, right? So like the circle here is dead center of the screen, right? It's halfway down the width, halfway down the height. So like that circle is always dead center. And there's some things that make some assumptions based upon that it's going to be always dead center. So if I were to do something that were to move the circle itself, all those other things wouldn't update because they're basing it that they're assuming that everything's just dead center. So there's not really an actual nice like the position of those things is not like actually referencing the actual position of that boundary circle. It's the play area. It's based upon the assumption that it's always going to be dead center of the screen. So at some point I'd like to fix that so that, you know, because potentially maybe we do want to move that play area somewhere else, right? Maybe we do want to move the play area up a little bit, or maybe it needs to be off to the side, you know. And we need other things to not really care where this thing is, just as long as it's in the right, you know, just as long as everything that relies on the position of this thing is actually using the real position of that thing. Anyway, So that's a to-do we don't need to worry about for right now. Okay, so what else do we have? So that was bubble. We're good. Canvas wrapper. I've got a to-do here. Maybe figure out a better way to do this. Okay, so that is... Oh, yeah. That's... Yes. That, I forgot about that. That's kind of cool. So I have like a hierarchical way. Okay, so there's certain things. There are certain elements. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly which ones. But there's a certain element that if you resize the screen, it needed the updated position of something else before, in order for it to resize properly or to reposition itself properly. I think it was something to do with the tutorial. I think it was the arrow in the tutorial. So what I ended up doing was just creating a window resized event and a window resized finished event. So it's like a second window resize event that fires after. So if there's any components that rely on the new position of something, like strictly rely on the new position or size of something from the previous window resize event, then that way we can ensure that we do event emitter.emit. Therefore, all the things that rely on this window resized event will resize, and then anything that relies on something that resized from this one will then fire here after. So that's why I have this to do. And basically a way to resolve that would maybe be like having like an order attached to this event, but that would kind of break some of the functionality of how I have things, like kind of forcing that there's a certain order. So when we add an event emitter, maybe there's like an index attached to it, kind of like a Z index, which is what I do for the drawing. That's how I do the draw orders of everything. Oh, Hunter Mott, what kind of game are you making? Hunter Mott, that is an excellent question. Trash, I don't know what Trash is saying, but you can... Something about a Kool-Aid Man game, that he's pretty much right. No, seriously, yeah, I'll give you a little demo of the game, Hunter Mott. Give you a little demo of the game. Hopefully I didn't miss you. Okay, so the game is called Populus. You can play it live actually right now. You can play the single player right now. Multiplayer is what we're working on right now. We're getting really close to actually going live with the multiplayer. But I popped it down there in the chat. It is populus.gg, the website. That's populus.gg. So here I'm on populus.gg right now, the live site, and you can click the play button. Basically, it's a game where you pop bubbles as fast as you can. So you got 30 seconds to see how many you can pop. That's our little timer there, ticking down for 30 seconds. And basically, you're trying to pop the bubbles as they appear in this order, matching the color. So you got the pink, this pinkish purple bubble. That's what you're going to go for first. So you hover your mouse over it, and you either left click or hit the space bar to pop the bubble. And then, then you got to go for the maroon one next. So you just go, see how many bubbles you can pop. I kind of did that on autopilot. Did I say you left click the bubble? You hover your mouse over it, you left click, or you hit the space bar? Did I say that? I've been saying this so many times now, I've kind of forgot if I actually said the right thing or not. So you do that, and that's pretty much the game. You see the stats at the end. You see like how many bubbles you popped, how many pops per second that gives you, how many mistakes you made. So yeah, it's kind of a dumb little game, not really too fancy. But we're doing multiplayer, so that makes it a little more fancy. So I can show the multiplayer real quick here. So we got a little alternate looking main menu for the multiplayer. I think I need to refresh here. And oh boy, Rudy the cat is down in the basement. So now if we hit play, this actually queues us up for a one-on-one match. So then if we hit play on another browser here, we can join together in the same game. So basically they pop the same bubbles, same positions and sizes and colors, but just at their own pace. So like I'll play with this guy here. So obviously like I'm popping bubbles here, and this guy's not updating, this guy's behind. But if I kind of match them up, get them to the same point, then you'll see, that the bubbles do match after a while there. So, and then at the end of that, then you see the stats for both players. And I don't really like the UI here. I want to kind of fix that. So Sterling sure does the play area resize based on window size, so smaller windows mean your mouse movements would be shorter. Yes, it does. Whoops. Let's go to do a practice. Yes, it does. So in theory, I mean, you could do this and then, you know, have much shorter mouse movements. My thinking with that, though, is that there's probably, like, you have to be way more accurate right now. You know, like, so yes, my mouse movements are shorter in this case, but my, I don't feel like I'm maybe necessarily any faster than if I play at, like, this size, which is about, this is about my, well, maybe slightly bigger is kind of my optimal. I feel like that's my favorite size. So this is kind of about my favorite size. I'm on a 1440p screen, so about like a 720p tall, about a 720 pixel tall window ish. That's kind of my preferred size. Obviously, you could full screen, you know, and it's huge, right? And the mouse movements are now really far. RP Mulligan, what's the all-time high pops per second? Truyaksky, I'll plug the Discord down here if you're interested in checking it out. RP Mulligan, assuming you're not already in the Discord, but I do have a Discord. You can join it if you want. Nobody has to, but in the Discord, you can actually see the video of Truyaksky's record. He's got 124 pops with one mistake, I think, in 30 seconds. So obviously over 4 pops per second at that point. We got 30 seconds, 120 divided by 4 would be 4, or 120 divided by 30 would be 4. So he's got over 4 pops per second. That's pretty outrageous. Sterling, sure, I'm not saying it should change. I was just thinking about min-maxing. Yeah, I'm also kind of, I'm going to be thinking a little bit more about that too, Sterling Stirk, because I want to have actually some, I want to actually have like some potential like limiting thing. Like obviously, yeah, it's kind of, it's obviously outrageous. It lets you like scale things down to, it just keeps going, right? There's no limiting, no min-maxing, no limiting of any kind. And right now everything's based off of the height. So if I change the width, it doesn't change the size. The size, sorry, I should specify. The size changes off of the height of the window, not the width. So the width, obviously the positions and everything get recentered when the width changes. But also that's a problem. Like if you go portrait mode, if you go, 9:16, that's a problem. That's what it looks like on a phone for the most part. Maybe like that. Maybe like this. I don't know. I have a bad eye for 16:9 in portrait. So the game really only works when the width is greater than the height. So that's also part of the UI refactor I'd like to do, where I'd like to have, maybe some dynamic things and like maybe the menu, switches to a different format when you go portrait mode, right? So some stuff where it's like, oh, width is less than height, then switch to width of the window is less than the height of the window, then switch to a different, layout or something. So that'll be something I want to do a little more down the road. But I've got some ideas. I've got some ideas brewing for that. Sterling Street, that's crazy fast. Yeah, Truyaksky is an animal. He was hanging out in the chat earlier, but he's probably heading to bed. He's in Poland, so it's probably getting late in Poland. Oh boy, we're up to 12,000 drop frames now. So we pretty much, what were we at before? Like 5,000 or 8,000 maybe? We potentially doubled what we were at. So I don't know if you guys noticed that, but we are at 12,000 drop frames now. That's 1.6%. Still, I'm happy because it's about 10 times less than what we were dealing with yesterday. And at some points, 10 times less than what we were dealing with yesterday. And what was I going to say? And we had multiple just straight up disconnections yesterday. Like OBS just had to like reconnect, lost complete connection to the server and had to reconnect. So that was kind of crazy. Kodako, not that late yet. Gotcha. Poland and Sweden, how time zone, how close are those time zones? I don't have a really good mental map of European geography. Let me pull it up right now. I want to see. Whoa, did that? Okay. Okay, so Poland's right south of Sweden-ish there. Let's switch back to the 2D map here. Am I back to the 2D map? I don't want the globe. Well, I guess I do kind of want the globe. I'm just pulling it up on Google Maps here. I just wanna. Okay. Same time zone, pretty sure. Still got to get dinner. Yeah. Yeah, grab some dinner, Kodako. Sterling, sir, what were you saying here? You can view the site based on a phone via the... Oh, right. 2D map. He's a flat earther. Nice. Well, I was saying, I just pulled it up on Google Maps, and Google Maps is, I guess now they're always showing you everything based on the... Because like when you zoom out now, you actually see like the sphere of the Earth, which is cool, but... And I assume that means all like the movement you're doing when you're moving around Google Maps is still like mapped onto a sphere, maybe. I guess. I don't know. Because obviously when you're like zoomed in really close to some region of the globe, it doesn't look like you're mapped on a 3D sphere. It just feels like you're moving a 2D map, right? Like left and right and up and down. But obviously I think it's still doing like a 3D mapping of it. Uh-oh. Unstable. Dropping more frames. I guess. Maybe it's done now. OBS seems to be fine now. Streamlabs OBS, I should specify. Sterling, sure, you're saying you could do the phone view in the Chrome tool. Yeah, this thing, right? Toggle device. Yeah, there you go. So there it is. It looks awful on mobile, right? What is this? This is 400 by 600? Why is it doing that? That's kind of weird. $400 by 600. What? There's got to be like a different. Oh, there's like different sizes we could do. Pixel 2. Yeah, that's a little bit more of a 16 by 9, I think, maybe. Wait a minute. That's not quite what it's supposed to look like here. If I pull it up on my phone, yeah, like the Discord and Twitch links are in the right place. So I don't know what the... Yeah, that's not working properly there, but more or less it's working exactly as it's supposed to, right? Like if I pull it up on my phone. Yeah, whoa! All right, I almost dropped everything there. Okay. Yeah, so... Yeah, I'm not so... I don't care so much about mobile as much as I care about probably having a decent portrait support, right? Because mobile, I don't know, mobile kind of requires... It's like a different game on mobile, so I kind of have to like decide if I like want to... Like it works, but I kind of need to decide if I want to actually let you do like mobile stuff. Oh, sorry, I missed some of the chats here. Responsive, change to iPhone X or something. LOL. Potentially, people could be faster on a phone. Yeah, it's a good question, Kodako. I mean, at this point, like, it's kind of nasty on phone. Like if I play it on my. Like I didn't do any of the DOM events for like taps or touches or whatever it's called. So, you know, like Chrome is just interpreting that and trying to do everything's like very laggy. Whoops, that's not. Oh yeah, I'm on my LAN. Okay, there we go. Like everything's very laggy. Like I don't know if I can, I don't know how well, if I can play. Is that a right tap there? Oh, that's the wrong bubble. This yellow one first. Yeah, I don't know if you could like tell from the stream, but it's like very laggy. Like by very, I mean like probably like 20 frames behind, like from my tap, my physical tap on the screen to when I see something happen. Like it's awful. I mean, it works. You can still play, right? Like you can still go dun, 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 as long as you know you're like tapping in the right spot. But it's also really small because it's when you go landscape, then I don't know, you kind of saw what it looked like there. Like when you go landscape, everything's really small relative. But if I were to go portrait now, that would be better. But now I can't see the like portrait would probably be pretty fast. But now I don't see the navigation bubbles on the sides. I just see the circle with the bubbles. So anyway, yeah. Trash, definitely faster on a phone. Yeah, I got you. Matt Jax, what's going on, Matt Jax? Good to see you. Hey, how's the game going? Haven't checked in a minute. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming back. Appreciate that. My brain is really slow to connect what color I have to click. Yeah, force the player to use landscape. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of on the fence about what I want to do with the portrait. Well, okay, no, I want to support portrait mode, but I want, no matter what you do with your window to like, obviously maybe have some sort of boundaries in terms of pixel size, like some sort of limits, but I'd like it to at least, whatever the shape of your window, browser window, I'd like to be able to accommodate that for the most part. Whether the mobile thing is another question. I don't know if I want to do it. I mean, my mother-in-law says she plays every day on her tablet. I don't know if I believe her, but she told me that. No, on her phone, not on her tablet. So I don't know if I want to ruin the experience for my mother-in-law because she said she's been getting pretty fast. So, but Matt Jax, we're getting pretty close to multiplayer. We're getting pretty close to going live with multiplayer. I'm kind of just doing some like cleanup things with the code right now, and we're kind of done with features at this point. Like I think there's one more thing I'd like to add maybe on the server side to keep track of players for like logging purposes, but otherwise we're pretty much done with features. I still have to, I'm going to change the colors of these buttons. I want to kind of come up with a better color scheme, or at least I think we're going to keep the blue and then the red, but we're going to come up with some different colors for practice and tutorial. So other than that, colors are going to change, and I'm going to do that whenever I feel like it before we go live. But otherwise, I'm not promising anything, but possibly by next week, by next stream, Monday, unless I do a Thursday night stream, we'll see. But possibly we might be live by next week. Like I might go live this weekend or something. So yeah, that would be pretty exciting if we did that. We're that close. We are that close. Otherwise, I mean, gameplay wise, I mean, wherever you were, whatever you saw last, Matt Jax, nothing's really changed. Like with the gameplay itself, we haven't really done any gameplay kind of modifications in a long time. It's just been a lot of like menus and getting around and like making sure the user experience stuff is all kind of buttoned up, which for the most part it is, I think. But that's kind of what I like about Populus, is just kind of an experimental thing. So if we go live and there's a bunch of stuff that doesn't work, which I don't think that will be the case, but the one thing that I wish was maybe a little bit better was I'd like to notify the user if the connection to the server goes south, the WebSocket connection to the server breaks. We're not doing that right now. So like you can tell, like when the server rebooted there, like so if I make a change to the code, the server will reboot, the Node.js app restarts. So then if I try to do something, I have to refresh this browser to reconnect basically. But if I try to do something like click here, we see the log in the server or in the browser console. WebSocket is already closed or closing state because I tried to do something with WebSockets when the connection to the server was already broken. So we still navigate to this screen, and really we're just going to end up sitting here forever. It's not going to reconnect to the server or anything. So that's something I'd like to obviously fix that, but I don't think that's really going to be that big of a deal at this point in time for right now because we're still just kind of in a testing phase. I mean, it'd be nice to have it say like, maybe if it detects that it's closed and if you're on the main menu, maybe it'll just automatically reboot, refresh, like a location.reload. Call a location.reload and just reload us at the main menu, and then it would automatically then reconnect to the server. Or maybe we try like a reconnect if it fails or something. Because basically if like something happens and the server crashes, the server will reboot right away, which is nice. That's how it'll work. But obviously if that were to happen and somebody were sitting at the main menu and then the server rebooted, like in this case, this one we haven't refreshed this browser, so the connection to the server is bad. If we refresh now, we're fine. But yeah, I'd like to have some sort of nice way to kind of reconnect or whatever, just kind of handle that kind of stuff in a much nicer way. So anyway, yeah, we're kind of just going through our to-dos list here, the to-dos of all the code, and I'm kind of seeing if there's anything we need to take care of before we go live. But split this into different methods. Yeah, I don't want to screw around with that right now. Basically just going through all my to-dos in the code for every file and just see what all this stuff is. Size animation, move to config. Okay. Cursor crash indicator circle. Yeah, this is something I'll need to look at with the UI, with kind of our UI refactor. I've got some other ideas too. One thing I want to do is, maybe you heard the doorbell there. My wife is home, so she'll get it. Okay, so the one of the things I want to do is this line, have the line thickness for like the play area. That doesn't change with size, with scale, right? So like you can tell as like we're getting smaller and smaller here. Obviously this is ridiculous, but the line thickness is the same. It's like 2 pixels thick. So that never changes. So like when you go really big, it looks kind of small relative to the bubbles, but then when you make it smaller, obviously the line thickness does not change. That's something I want to update as well. Like have the line thickness for all these things actually scale as well with the size. So that'd be another thing. That'd be a pretty simple thing to do, honestly, right now, because it's just a matter of picking the relative size that we want, and then we store that relative ratio in there, and then yeah. RP Mulligan, on my phone I had to allow the screen to rotate. Right. But no benefit in speed for me. Well, and yeah, to do it landscape, honestly, I found that to be kind of difficult too. If like at least on my phone, I got a Google Pixel 3 XL, so that's kind of a big phone anyway, and you kind of have to, I don't know, you kind of have to like go in if you're playing with your thumbs. I don't know, it's just kind of the size of the bubbles and like whatever just doesn't really come out very nice. And I haven't done a thing to make it work on mobile. It just works on mobile because of modern browsers. Mobile browsers just do that, right? Modern Chrome just does that for you. Magjax, just wanted to say thanks for answering all those questions I had when working on a game for the CS project. Helped me so much to get a better understanding for everything and have a good grade in the end, so thank you. Oh, nice, nice. Well, glad I could help, Magjax. What was it? Were you doing a Java thing? Was that what you were working on? Was it doing like networking stuff, if I recall correctly? I'm trying to remember, but yeah, glad I could, you know, shed some of my knowledge, share some of my knowledge. The little knowledge I do have about how this stuff works. Yeah, Hunt the Wumpus. Oh, yes. Yes, yes. Now I remember. And Hunt the Wumpus is like a type of game, right? Or it's like a style of game? Or am I kind of wrong on that? All right, we dropped some more frames at some point, but I feel like we're not. I feel like we're doing okay. We're still at a 1.6% dropped frame rate. Dropped frames rate. So again, 10 times better than yesterday for the most part. Yeah, it was an early PC game, kind of roguelite. Gotcha, gotcha. Cool. Oh, wait a minute. That's kind of familiar now. Hunt the Wumpus. Is that the one where like you don't know? You don't know like what room it's in or something? Like you're going from like room to room. And it might be in the room and you have to like pick the right direction to go or something. I know Hunt the Wumpus is familiar. That's got to be what it is. It's like you're on a spaceship, right? Hunt the Wumpus is a text-based adventure game. Oh. Oh, it's text-based. Oh, yeah. I have seen this. Those old graphics from the actual original game. I have seen some of that on there. Probably in some documentary or something. Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. Yes, exactly. And kind of in a dungeon kind of. Mine is graphic based. Gotcha. Right, right, right. All right. So to do move to config for this to do we have here. I'm gonna leave this. Because again, this is going to be probably involved in some of my UI changes that we'll do at some point later. Okay, so cursor effect manager to do, figure out a way to clear this out over time. So cursor effects is an array. Oh. Called when a bubble is popped, destructed. Okay, cursor. Destruct effect. Okay, destruct effects. Popped to? What is this TO supposed to be? Called when a bubble is popped to. Oh, maybe it's supposed to say to, like as well as, in addition to the destruct. Oh, yes. Yeah. That's what it's supposed to be, TOO. In as well as, okay, so destruct effects clears out that array. All right, so this isn't something I care about right now. In fact, I wonder what this looks like on the live site right now. 'Cause we still have a cursor effect manager. It's a little different. This to-do probably still existed in the original cursor effect manager. Or wait a minute, let me look at that because I changed. Okay, so if we do, let's go to populus.gg. That's what I want to do. We hit play. If I pop a bubble and make a mistake, oh yeah, that already is. Okay, so basically, if we make a mistake then pop a bubble, the error dot disappears like right away. So if I make a mistake, pop a bubble, it snaps out, because otherwise normally it's on screen for like a second and a half or whatever. So if you snap, that way I wanted it to do that, because that way, like, if you do something right, I didn't want there to be like a cursor crash thing on screen still. Because that would it would make you think like, wait, do I still have to go back and do something? Like, it would just be kind of weird. Like, I wanted it to be as soon as you pop the right bubble, then it clears it and you move forward and everything's good. Okay, so yeah, Matt Jacks. I remember you talking about Hunt the Wumpus before, and I knew I had like heard about it way back or at some other point. And then I like kind of remembered at this point, like then when you said it again, then I kind of remembered like that's that game where you're going from like room to room, right? And it's like it could be in that room or it could be in a different room or something. Yeah. All right. Okay, so again, we can just kind of forget about this to do. This isn't really a big deal. It's kind of a memory leaky kind of thing. Like if somebody were going for the world record, actually that makes me think. Let's go for a wait a minute. Do these self-destruct? Actually, these cursor crash indicator, cursor crash position marker. Let me see if these self-destruct. Yeah, I think they do. Yeah. Size anim, fade anim. Okay. Those both destruct when the animations destruct. Okay. And cursor crash wait, is that what I was just looking at? Cursor crash indicator? Yeah, cursor crash position marker. Let's see. These also calls this dot destruct, which yeah, okay. So that's actually what that other one was doing too. Okay, so that actually shouldn't really be a memory leak kind of thing. At least it shouldn't be any sort of problem. Because at the end of the game, at the end of the match, those all get cleared out. So even if you do something ridiculous, like do as many, if you did that, well, let's do. So if I were to do this, as soon as those animations, whoa. Oh man, I hit one of the bubbles, the correct bubble, and that reset it all. This kind of feels like some other type of game. A little snake trail here. Yeah, like we're not going to have any graphical slowdown because those aren't trying to be drawn to the screen again. How many mistakes was that at the end? 799. Okay. Yeah, so we didn't have 800 things trying to draw to the screen anymore, even though they were invisible. If that makes sense. All right, so cursor effect manager to do. Figure out a way to clear this out over time. Yeah, maybe that's a to-do that's important. I don't really care about it right now. I'll think about that in the future. It's not really going to cause any troubles elsewhere. Okay, cursor trail ghost. Equation, to do, move equations like this somewhere. Equation, this thing. Okay. Yeah, this is an old to-do. I don't really care about this right now. I always say that. Probably this will never get taken care of is basically what I mean. So I'm not going to worry about that right now. To do possibly, yeah, that's another one that probably I'll never end up getting taken care of. Well, we might actually look at this one. This is a color. This is part of the color. Well, this is just generating or converting HSL color to RGB. Because that's what we're doing for generating the colors. We're doing blah, 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 whatever it's called, a color wheel thing. RP Mulligan, does JS not have garbage collection? That's a good question. No, it does have garbage collection. I heard you said memory leak, PTSD intensifies. No, it does have garbage collection. But that's, so the garbage collection only kicks in when you kill a reference, when you kill the reference to something, right? So like you could generate, let's just say you generate 10,000 objects of something, right? And then okay, so I use the word memory leak very loosely because I knew it wasn't an actual memory leak. I knew I cleaned it up at some point, but the question was, am I cleaning it up soon enough? That was kind of my question. And so memory leak was used not maybe in the best way in that sense. But no, JS does have garbage collection. So yeah, like if you want to get rid, you create, 10,000 objects of something of some kind and you don't need them anymore, then all you need to do is just make sure like that array or whatever of all those 10,000 objects, you make sure that you just get rid of that reference to that array so that there's no way for your code to go back and refer to that array of objects anymore. And then garbage collection will take care of that for you, right? How big is the heap for you? I'm not as familiar with web stuff. Yeah, that's a good question. I actually I haven't really looked at that in a long time. We could do a little test. Let's just do a single player game, I guess. Let's just do a single player game with memory. Okay, so we can do heap snapshot or heap. Oh, wait. Oh, we can do, wait, is this heap? That's just a snapshot. Where's like isn't there like there's some way to like record. All right, so at 1.7 megabytes, let's play a game. Oh wait, I didn't want to do that. Let's do a practice and let's see what happens. So I'm gonna do the game right up until the timer runs out. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, so then let's do another snapshot. Okay, so we went up to like 2.2 megs there. Let's quit, go back to the main menu. Let's do another heap snapshot. It's back down to 1.8. Okay, so yeah, so like I guess we had probably a bunch of bubbles and stuff in there. I don't know. Imagine doing a world record game and the heap overflows due to too many bubbles. Well, thankfully that would be I'd assume so large it's not a problem. Well, yeah, I don't know how JavaScript works with like the heap and everything actually. I really don't know. So I don't know if, whatever the dynamic, I really don't know too much about the low level JavaScript, how it works on that side of things, to be able to give you some sort of educated answer. Imagine doing a world record game and the heap overflows due to too many bubbles. I mean, thankfully, we wouldn't really have to worry about that. But yeah, I mean, I could imagine there being some issues with that. My bigger concern is more of memory leaks. My concern with like a memory leak thing is more about slowdowns rather. Like eventually you would fill up memory, but you would slow down way before that. So like my bigger concern with like memory leak things is like having too many objects that are still like trying to draw to the screen. Like maybe they're not drawing to the screen anymore, but maybe they're like in that loop of like drawing things on screen, and like they just keep building up and building up and building up and building up, and your like loop of drawing things just keeps getting way bigger and bigger and bigger, you know, over time. And then like that slows your frame rate down. Like the CPU time would tank, and then, you know, therefore then obviously we'd stop drawing frames as quickly or whatever. That's more of my concern. I mean, obviously, like the memory side of it would be a concern too, like using too much memory. But yeah. So my goal, and since it's like a round-based game where I know I can like destroy all this data after the game is done, like that just makes it really easy to, you know, it's a 30-second round, so like as long as I'm not doing something that just insanely fills up that memory in 30 seconds, like basically all that memory that we used in those 30 seconds is going to be gone after the game ends. So that kind of makes it simple from like that standpoint. But collect garbage. Huh, that's interesting. Interesting. Yeah, and I don't know what a bunch of this stuff is. Shallow size, retain size. I don't have a deep enough knowledge of all the JS stuff. And I'm just learning C myself, so I'm just learning. I'm really at the beginning of learning about, you know, memory allocation and heap allocation and whatever, stack allocation. So a lot of that is a whole new kind of world for me for the most part. So eventually I do want to get out of doing a web game. So Populus, you know, we're going to push it to an extent, but then I'm going to start doing a little more of welcome to the hardest bug fixing in the world. Nice. C is just a pain sometimes. Yeah, for sure. I mean, from what I've already been doing with it, yeah, you run into some weird things. I mean, I've built some somewhat trivial. I've mostly just done trivial things with it, like mostly just getting used to, you know, working with bytes actually rather than you know, like the memory allocation stuff. I really haven't like dove into like a non-trivial level, but I've mostly just done stuff like you know, writing a bitmap file, reading and writing bitmap files, and like just doing stuff like that. Doing a little bit of mostly like pixel, you know, manipulation and kind of drawing stuff. I've been doing a little bit of that. C++ is better with that. Well, I don't want to use garbage collection. That's kind of the thing I don't want to use when I'm so that is one of the reasons why I'm kind of learning C and kind of just going with that. I feel like it's a little more just raw, kind of working with memory and everything. But it can garbage collect efficiently. Well, I mean, from the stuff that I've been seeing, especially with like games, is like you can always, when you write your own game, like the garbage collector is never going to be as good as what you're going to be able to do when you actually understand your own program. I mean, that's kind of what I've been studying. I follow like Handmade Hero and stuff like that. I did this primer number calculator in assembly for my master's degree class. 40 hours of pain. Whew. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, assembly is part of what I kind of want to learn a little bit of too. I mean, I know enough to like be able to look at the disassembly and be able to see what's going on. But as actually writing some legit assembly. Haven't done any of that yet. But it's pretty cool, I think. But yeah, it definitely doesn't sound like something you'd want to be working in all the time. But that's the other thing too. Like, I want to kind of, I'm kind of working at it backwards, you know, maybe like in a C or in a computer science, I was going to say CS, you know, in like a computer science program, you kind of start probably with like that low level knowledge more from the programming side. And then you work your way up and then you realize, oh, there's all these crazy high level languages that I could learn that I don't have to worry about all that stuff that I learned, that. So I'm kind of approaching it the other way. Like I've learned a bunch of high level languages and now I'm learning about all the other things, like all the stuff under the hood now. That to me is like so cool because it's like, oh, that's why this thing that I've been doing does this, Or like you look at JavaScript and you just see how many things like it borrows from C. And you're like, oh yeah, I know why that is the way it is then in JavaScript now or whatever. It's just kind of cool to get deeper and deeper, I guess, that way. Problem with CS is it's so back-end focused, just too fundamental at times, so much stuff in the job interview that I've only done a couple times, such as AWS usage. Gotcha. Well, and that's the thing, like, I mean, I don't know what I assume you're a web developer then, RP? Because that's the thing with like game development is it seems like you really do need to have, like you're not going to be doing all these like ridiculously complicated sorting algorithms and all this stuff in a game probably. But like you really are trying to get so much high performance and squeeze that out of your CPU, of your system, that like the game side of things, that seems like a really cool. No, I'm not a web or game. I'm looking for back end. I'm looking for back end out of my master's in CS. Okay. Yeah, I mean, because I would. It just seems like games care about performance so much that it really that gives you that reason to like really dig down deep into the cool stuff. I interned as a data science kind of person. I ran some Python modeling stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, so I don't know. I've been following stuff like Handmade Hero. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, RP Mulligan, but that's where I get a lot of the things I'm saying right now. I'm saying because of that. Handmade Hero and following like Jonathan Blow, the guy who made Braid, the game developer, and yeah, that's kind of what. That game is confusing AF. Braid? Sterlingster? I actually haven't played it myself, so I probably need to do that. I tried to play it, but felt so stupid. Because it's all the time reversal stuff, right? And everything. I mean, I know about Braid for sure. And actually, they're doing Jonathan Blow's been working on a remaster of it, I think. Like a remaster, but there's like some other stuff with it too. A remaster, but he also has like all this developer commentary stuff. And he's actually, I think all the developer commentary stuff for the game is based on more like game dev stuff or like for game developers. So he explains a lot of things in the developer commentary of the game and like why you do it, but from like a gameplay or game design development standpoint. So like actually as an instructional tool for somebody watching it, not so much just like that's why they made this thing or whatever. Yeah, it's controlling and time reversing time too. IDK, it was ages ago. Maybe I should give it another go. There's a really good documentary with him and some other indie game devs. Yeah, the indie gamer, I think was the name of that documentary. Yeah. Which that's getting pretty old now at this point, that documentary. I should watch it again. It's been a few years since I saw that. Probably more than a few years, but yeah, that was where I first originally heard of Jonathan Blow, and I just kind of followed some of him throughout the years, and and he's making his own programming language now, and that's crazy. Oh, Indie Game, released in 2012. Indie Game, yeah. Yeah, and he's created his own programming language now. Jai, or Jai, or whatever. And that's pretty cool. And it's in like a closed beta right now. And he streams too, actually. And he's been streaming a lot of the working on the compiler and everything for that, for Jai. And that's pretty fascinating stuff. Pretty fascinating. Ugh. Have you heard of Temple OS? Yes, Sterling Stir. That story is pretty fascinating. There's the like the Down the Rabbit Hole documentary. Is that on YouTube? That channel Down the Rabbit Hole or whatever, I think is the one. It has it's a pretty cool little mini documentary on it. Yeah. Console. Oh, there we go. Language invented in 2020. Job description, 5+ years of experience required. Oh. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, you have to have 5+ years of experience with this language that was invented in 2020. I got you. Yeah, exactly. Well, I was going to say... I mean... Well, I don't know. I was going to say in the web development world, it's like there's way too many tools and everything, and it's annoying. And keeping up with all that stuff is ridiculous. But it's like languages don't matter in the end. Exactly. And at the end of the day, like a lot of languages are so similar. So it's more about, do you know how to program a computer? You know, do you know how to like... That's the thing I love about C, is like it's more about working with the computer, and the language is kind of not so important, maybe. I mean, obviously there's a language, but, you know, like C as a language is very similar to like JavaScript. Like it's just a matter of what I can do with it. You know, C as like a text, as writing text, you know, like there's still functions. Like, and I do things a little differently, you know, there's types and everything, but 10 years of Node.js experience. All right, I got to look that up, Sterling Stir. Hey, we haven't dropped any more frames, or did we? We're still at 1.5%. We're at 13,000 dropped frames. All right. Seems a little fishy there. Company wants 10 years of Node.js experience. Node.js was created in 2009. Nice. There you go. Case in point. All right, so we're going through kind of our to-dos here again. Yeah, I think we're done with our helper. We don't have anything we need to do with that helper file. So now in the match file, we've got a few to-dos. So let's see what we got here. Match.js, we got to-do. Is this required anymore with time-based gameplay? Ooh. I think it is required. Let's see, where else is this used? Let's do a search quick. We're going to do a search for pending destruction. Okay, so we've got commented out reference there. We've got, let's see, if pending destruction false, if this dot pending destruction return. Okay. So that's a match. There's a pending destruction. All right, so let's just look at the match one here. So if we're pending destruction, then get out. Okay, so I do think we are using this still. Yeah. Cursor down or cursor drag stop. Yes. So that is kind of important at this point. Whether or not we really need it. Yeah, because this lets us make sure that we don't like log any other mistakes or stats after the game ends. That might sound kind of silly, but still the match sits around. The match sits around after the match object sits around with its event listeners. I think. So if we can test this real quick. If we do cursor down, okay, so if we do cursor down, oh, wait a minute, maybe this isn't needed anymore. Let's CLG cursor down. Okay, so let's just do a single player game. Okay, so when I'm in a match, anytime we click, it's going to say cursor downs. We did 4 cursor downs right there. So what I want to do is just click a bunch. Okay, now I understand. Now I'm starting to understand why we have that cursor, that pending, or why that might not be needed anymore. Okay, so let's do right at the end here. Yeah, actually, I don't think that's needed anymore. I'm kind of scared to remove it. Where do we actually set it to true? That would, okay, so it's false. Where does it actually get set to true? That would be the question. Oh, you know what? It never does get set to true. In fact, the bubbles doesn't look like it's getting set to true either. Pending destruction. I'm kind of scared to get rid of this, and then like maybe there's some little weird case where it kind of breaks something. Destruct. Okay. Pending. We're not checking that anymore. Yeah, so for the reason for that was to allow. Yeah, because now when the time ends. Ooh, actually, let's test this with like a multiplayer game then, really quick. Okay, so I'm going to do play and then play. All right, so let's see. Okay, so, oh, wait, did I get rid of the comment now? Yeah, I did. Yes, I did. Okay, so CLG, or not the comment, but the console log. So we CLG cursor down with 3 exclamation points for whatever reason. All right, so we alt-tab these bad boys over here, and then let's start a competitive game. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, so now when we're clicking, we're logging cursor down. Great. So basically, anytime there is a cursor down, which is either a click or a spacebar press, we're logging that. So let's clear the console, and then I'm gonna click right in that split-second window when the time runs out. Okay. No, I didn't see anything there. All right, so we can probably get rid of that. But should we? You know what? Because pending destruction never gets set to true anyway. So it's kind of like... Yeah, I feel like we can get rid of it. So let's just comment everything out quick. Pending destruction, return. Now, the reason why we did have that was because the stats, it lets you like still click. It lets you like, because the game was originally not time-based. So it originally let you click. Yeah, because there's nothing setting pending destruction to true, so it can't be used for anything. Basically, there would be like you would pop, before it was like popping a fixed number of bubbles rather than 30 seconds, pop as many bubbles as you can. It was like pop 50 bubbles or pop 20 bubbles or something. So when the game was that way, basically there was like a little window of time where like when you pop the last bubble, it like let the animations finish of the bubbles like fading out and everything. And that's why the pending destruction would then become true, because it's like when you pop the last bubble, there's no reason to like let you click anymore after that last bubble pop and cause like mistakes or whatever to be fired. So that was the reason to have that, because it was like you set pending destruction to true, which is not really a good name for a variable in that case. But it like let you, did I refresh here? It let you like make sure that you didn't get any extra like mouse clicks in after you already completed the game, right? And then that way we could like nicely let the animations slide out, and then we didn't have to worry about, you know, whatever. Pending destruction equals true. I love it. Well, the reason why, I mean, it makes sense as a name, but the reason why I was saying it would probably be better is because it would like, it'd probably be better if it just said like, not pending destruction, but like match ended. Because it's like there's a split second window where like the game ended, but you need to let the animations finish. So obviously that doesn't apply anymore now because the game's time-based. So when the timer runs out, the game's over. Instantly, it snaps you out of it. And maybe when we redo the UI stuff later, we will actually want to have something where when we redo the UI stuff, it is possible that maybe when the timer runs out, instead of like just this, like, well, right now it just snaps to like the time's up screen or whatever. But it'd be nice if like maybe the whole thing like slid off screen or something or whatever. Like, you know, I was talking about that earlier, like having some nice like screen moving animations, like something slides around or in or out or moves around, whatever. But anyway, yeah, let's, I think we're good. We can get rid of this. So I always like to get rid of code if I can, you know, because sometimes you just keep old things around just in case. And then you go back and look at them and you're like, wait a minute, is that even being used anymore? So at least I kept that to do in there, but I'm pretty sure we can get rid of it. Can you just have a list of all the objects, then manipulate them as fit on timeout? Well, that's kind of what happens, if I understand exactly what you're saying. Like, there already is the list of all the objects. But it was just a matter of making sure that... Well, okay, I'll explain it a little better this way, I think. So the match object, so I have a match object. That represents the game when you're playing, right? The game, a single game. And then when you destruct the match, so that's kind of my way of like getting rid of all the event listeners, getting rid of, cleans up all the event listeners, cleans up all of the, any things that are drawing on screen will also get cleaned up, that are like children of the match. So there's a bunch of things like the bubbles themselves for a given game are a part of the match object. So the thing is, when you clean up, basically when the way it worked before is you'd pop the last bubble, there'd be like, you know, 300 milliseconds of animation time left after you pop the last bubble. So the thing is, if I were to destruct the match right as you pop the last bubble, it would have instantly just disappeared, which at the time I thought looked funny. So I didn't do that. I got rid of that. So that's where the pending destruction thing came in, because it was like a little state flag to basically say, well, don't process any more user input, because potentially what you could do is you could like trigger more mistakes. Like if you pop the last bubble and then you like did some more clicks or, you know, cursed clicks or spacebar hits within that 300 millisecond window while the little animation was finishing, then those counted as mistakes. So that was my solution to like get around that. But now that everything's time-based, as soon as the timer runs out, it destroys the match. The match gets destructed. All the objects get destructed and wiped out. So it's not really a thing we need anymore, basically, if any of that made sense. But in the future, if we go back to doing like a kind of animated UI thing happening, like where when the time runs out, then the screen swipes off again, then we're going to need something like that again. Something that says like, okay, stop caring about the mouse input, which is basically what the pending destruction property was saying. Like, if pending destruction was true, basically it would say return from these input handling events. And it would just say stop caring about user input when the game's over. It's basically what's happening. Like, the game's over, but there's like this slight window where it's over, but everything's still supposed to be showing on screen, so we don't want to completely destroy it yet, if that kind of makes sense. So the thing is, the bubble object has also a pending destruction variable. Oh, I didn't actually want to close that file. Do I have bubble open? No, I don't. So let's go to bubble.js. Bubble.js, there we go. Okay, so this, replace this with something to selectively stop listening to specific events. That's what I have here for pending destruction now. So with pending destruction false. And we've got, okay, that's commented out. Maybe we don't need this anymore either. Oh no, we've got unpop. And then if pending destruction is true, we return. But the thing is, I don't see pending destruction ever getting set to true. Like here it's false. It's initialized to false. And then there's a comment. Yeah, it's not getting set to true anywhere. Now I'm trying to remember exactly what the reason is why we had this too. Because it was something similar. It was something like, yeah, okay, so cursor drag stopped, listener. Okay, so this is the old event listener where we used this. Or then we have unpop. So we have an unpop method where if the bubble was, we called unpop on, yeah, it kind of makes me think we really don't need this anymore, because when is pending destruction ever getting set to true again? So I'm going to comment all of these out and just see what we end up with. So I don't even know if I really should be wasting the time at this point with this, because it's kind of like leaving it in there. So I also feel like that maybe had to do with the old game mode too. Durana BRB. Does that mean you're actually BRBing RP? Speaking of which, I'm probably going to do it myself. Your emote is a toilet, right? Yes. Yes. That's what, yeah. Thanks for... I'm glad you could at least maybe get an idea that that's what that was. I wanted it to be kind of a pixel art toilet, but... which it is, but it only really looks nice and pixely, like if it's blown up big. You know, it's like I did like a 32 by 32 image for that, and then Twitch has like a 28 by 28 for the actual emote, I think. But it'd be nice to have it make it look chunkier, because when it's scaled down on the screen that size, it's really small. It doesn't look that good. All right, so I'm pretty sure we're okay to remove this thing, this pending destruction thing. We really don't need that anymore. And I'm trying to remember exactly why we had the pending destruction on the bubble in the first place. Because it's clear we're not setting that to true anyway, so we're going to get rid of that. So that's another to-do that we can whack. I like it. All right, so I'm going to leave that commented out version in there just for kicks. Probably don't need that anymore either, but whatever. All right. Okay, I am going to take a bathroom break, and we'll be right back. So we'll do a real Durana BRB right there. Durana BRB. I'm always trying to type it correctly. There we go. I like to type things, you know, instead of click. I like to use the keyboard rather than the mouse, if I can, if the opportunity presents itself. All right, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. It's okay. It's okay too. Old school, exactly RP, command line, stuff like that. All right, we are back. Don't think we've dropped any more frames. That's a good sign so far. RP Mulligan. I also code on Notepad sometimes. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I mean, that's all you need, right? Some sort of just bare bones text editor. All right, so all right, we cleaned up that bubble stuff. Let's just play another game just to be absolutely certain. Let's do a competitive game. I want to be absolutely certain I didn't screw anything up by removing those properties. Oops. Oh boy, oh boy. Whoa, Nelly. All right, there we go. All right, I didn't notice anything weird there. So I think we'll call it. Good for right now. All right. Okay, so we're just still poking through the to-dos here. Okay, so we're still looking at the match code. We ended up kind of detouring there a little bit, but to do end match. Okay, that can stay in there. I'm gonna keep this code around just in case. So this was an old feature, and this to-do that it's picking up in here was technically part of that old feature, which we've since gotten rid of, but whatever, I'll keep that around. Okay, this currently destructs all effects, but should only destruct any crash effects. Okay. Yeah, that to-do can still stay there. That's just kind of a reminder for in the future, for if we add other kinds of cursor things in the future, I wanted to just be aware of that. Okay, so destruct, to-do destruct bubbles. Oh, yeah. This is kind of like a is it necessary thing, because all the bubbles would technically be destructed. Yeah, we still need to do this. Why would I put this as a question mark to do? Because all the bubbles, yeah, any extra bubbles would need to be destructed, I think. Yeah, let's just leave it. Let's just leave it for now. Okay, to do, move this stuff into config. Yeah, the z-index, and yeah, all the indices of things. I really want to move those all into our config file, like all in the same place, so we could like really see them. They could all be like side by side, and we could like see them really nicely, like so that way I could like see the layers of things. So that's just the z-index of visible elements on the screen, drawing, whatever. It's basically if you add some new element in to be drawn, basically the order that it's going to be drawn to the screen gets like sorted. It gets like sorted by that order, so that when you call the draw functions on all of those things, then it makes sure it gets drawn in the right order, whatever. And we got a color. Yeah, the colors and stuff. That's also something I want to maybe look at moving to our config file in the future, but okay, these ones will need to be replaced with whatever number of the popped. Oh, these ones will need to be replaced with whatever the number of popped nav bubbles is. Okay, yeah. So this can still stay there because at least for now. Yeah, this can still stay there for now. So these are like hard-coded number ones, which need to be moved else, or need to be There needs to be some sort of variable for those at some point. Yeah. But I don't really have anything in place to be able to change that right now. So I think we, and I have no, well, yeah, there's no reason to have more than one at this point as far as the gameplay goes. So that's kind of just staying there. All right, so that's pretty much it for match. We don't really need to fix anything else. Okay, so for nav meter, I've got a couple things. All right, let me close a bunch of these files. We don't need all of these open. Okay. All right, so nav meter, what do we have? To do, this needs to be updated if more bubbles can come back. This looks like a different, yeah, this looks like a different line here. Thought I clicked on that one. This needs to be updated if more bubbles can come back. Oh, this is exactly related to what we were talking about before. This is that hard-coded one, basically, which, yeah, I'm going to leave that there. To do, if the amount of bubbles that can come back can only be one, get rid of this outer loop. Oh. Yeah, because then this loop, this outer loop is only going to loop once. So I think I was keeping this here just in case we did something else. Yeah, maybe I'll just leave that for, you know, if we get to a point where we know we're not really going to be doing any more, you know, we know the game is kind of dialed in and we're not really going to be changing anything major, then I might go in and clean all these things up. Okay, so to do, if the, is that the one we're looking at now? Yeah. Okay, so then this last one, to do, if popped bubbles can come back. If popped bubbles can come back, then these 3 lines need to be run for each bubble that can come back. Then that's also the same thing, basically, because only one bubble can come back. Oh, this nav meter stuff is such a mess. I hate it. Ooh, it'd be nice to refactor that stuff, the size stuff out. The size stuff's not that complicated. Anyway, I don't really care about messing with that right now. All right. Okay, so that's pretty much it for nav meter. Play area. These ones are probably pretty old. I haven't touched the play area code in a long time. Play area is basically the boundary circle, right? When you're playing a game. To do, this is currently overriding circle.draw and should not be. RP Mulligan, thanks for the cheer. Thanks for the bits. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you. Gotta go. It's been real. Hey, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out, RP Mulligan. We're talking about some good stuff, I think. Yeah. Like to hear more from you about that master's program stuff and whatever. Yeah, and thanks again. Thanks again for the bits. I appreciate it. Peace. All right. So play area. All right, this is currently over. Ooh, actually, this is something. I don't know if I want to touch this right now because this is another thing. Like, I think the line width when I go to, when I go to visit like the line width stuff, we might change that. Yeah, there's not really a reason to override circle.draw anymore. I've extended my circle class, and there's like a separate function you can pass to the circle class. Because basically, like, my circle class originally was only filling in circles. So, oops, stuff like the buttons are filled in, right? These are all filled in circles. Whoops. You know, so my circle class was always just automatically filled in circles, but like the boundary circle is a shaded, or is just an outline, right? It's an outline of a circle. So I basically modified, just kind of overrode the draw function in the circle object to do the stroke, which is just the outline rather than the fill. So you'd call ctx.fill to fill the circle in versus stroke to just stroke the outside, the line. So, so that's what that is. So that's why I have this to do is currently overriding circle.draw and shouldn't be. This to do is actually really old. And I've since made it so you can actually change the drawing function. So you can go between fill or stroke whenever you want. Sterling stir stroke. Oh boy. So that I'm like scared to change this though right now, and I feel like I'm going to be changing it because the second to do here, line width to move line width to config. This is another thing that I want to fix. So I think I'm going to save all of this for later. We'll take care of all of that later. Okay, so that's gone. Okay, there's another one here to do. Maybe this will get moved to rule set instead. Let's see. Check hit could emit play area boundary broken. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, actually, that's kind of interesting. I might want to keep this to do here. Like, this part of the code's never been touched in a long time and hasn't really needed to be. But I can't really remember what the difference between a valid cursor drag moved is anymore. Like, that's an event in my game. Like, I don't remember why or what reason exactly. So that might be another thing to look at. And I think we will actually need to look at that at some point, because if you notice, like if you play, even on the live site right now, if you move out of bounds, there's like this, like your cursor trail can get like cut off, and then the red error marker can be way outside of the circle. And that kind of has to do with, like that. That kind of has to do with, I don't remember. That has to do something, or that has to do with the mouse update position that happened when that happened. But we should be able to not have that graphical little thing. I mean, it has to do kind of with the mouse refresh rate and everything. And there's a way we could fix it. I'm not super concerned about fixing it right now. There's also another little graphical tweak that I can think of that I would like to fix. But LO, who wrote this code? Checks annotation. Oh, it was me. What does this do again? Exactly. Exactly. Well, yeah, this is stuff that I haven't touched in, like, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, a long time, like over 6 months, I would say. Probably easily over 6 months, 8 months maybe. So I remember kind of what this, I remember that this existed, but that's basically about it. Yeah. If we didn't, okay. Yeah, so that's how it goes. That's how it goes, I guess. All right, so then that's pretty much it for the play area code. All right, so let's look at our other to-dos. Player input, we've got if spacebar is held, multiple cursor downs fire. That's true. I don't think I care about fixing that, because basically, like, the honestly, I don't think that's a big problem. I kind of thought of it. It was intentional to show you how bad. Oh, it's bad to go out of the circle. Well, the one what I would actually, that's kind of true, Sterling Stir. Now that you say that, Because to me, like, it was more about like showing it right on the edge of the circle. Like, so no matter how far out you moved, it would always be like right there on the edge of the circle. But that's actually kind of a good point that I hadn't really thought of. And the thing is, like, if you open the console and therefore we allow the thing to start using our 1000 mouse updates a second, now it like happens way less frequently, like, because we're processing 1000 mouse updates a second. So like it barely will get outside of the boundary circle there, versus if we do this, then it, you know, continuously moves pretty far outside of the circle. You know, and I actually thought of this crazy idea, a little bit of this crazy idea. I kind of thought, you know, what if we got rid of the boundary circle? Because honestly, like when I play the game, the boundary circle is not, this is something we fixed in the new version, the resizing of the stat screen. So like when I do that, obviously the stat screen doesn't resize, but when we do this on the version now, here's my dev version, the stat screen resizes. I open and close the console, there you go. But here on the live one, it does, whoops. Here on the live one, it doesn't update. Little side note there. I guess I'm saying it's probably not worth time to fix it. Yeah, right. That's kind of what I'm saying too right now. Like, yeah, I don't really need to deal with it right now. It's one of the things that surprises me, though, sometimes when I do see it, because a lot of the times I am playing with the console open. So, like, I do see this typically. And then, like, whenever the console's closed, all of a sudden I start to see, like, the red marker being way outside of the boundary. And I'm like, whoa, why is that happening? Yeah, so this other to-do is if spacebar is held, multiple cursor downs fire. And that's... yeah, that's true. Whoops. That's true because of the keyboard fires repeated click, or, you know, it does the repeating key thing, whatever. And I'm not doing like a little Boolean thing that checks like, oh, if it's already down, then it doesn't set down. It shouldn't be down again or something. It should only like update something when it gets changed is basically what I'm talking about here. But this is kind of okay. Like I don't really care at this point. Like, because somebody's only screwing themselves up by doing that. Like, it's not like a bug or anything. It's not a bug. It's just, you know, because like if you hold the mouse click down, if I hold, you know, it makes a mistake once like that, but then that's it, right? Until I release the mouse and then click it down again. Because obviously, well, yeah, don't need to talk about that too much more. We might fix something like that at some point. All right, so we got another to-do in player input. Maybe have this alternate with cursor drag moved. Cursor drag moved and cursor moved. Ooh. What's the difference here? Cursor drag moved is like an old name. And these are like side by side. Cursor emit and then it does a cursor moved. Yeah, I kind of forget. This is another thing. Like I remember setting something up like this, but I don't remember why or what the reason was. Let's just do a search for cursor moved. All right, so the button listens to that event. Oh, I kind of remember now. All right, so cursor drag moved is an event that fires when the cursor's inside of the game. Cursor moved is something that the buttons listen. Yeah, so again, this is kind of like something that I kind of hacked in later, and like I probably should have thought of a better way to do it, but I basically kind of like added in this extra like event that fires whenever the cursor moves to like make sure that, you know, buttons and everything work asynchronously of like the game, I guess. So like cursor drag moved is the event that fires that lets the little tail know what's going on and everything, I think. Cursor drag, yeah, that's cursor drag moved. Because again, the game was about dragging the cursor before, and like you had to click and drag and hold and all this stuff. So that was kind of where that name came from originally. And then cursor moved is basically any other event that lets you like click buttons and stuff. So that's what's firing, and then checks if you click the button. So that's kind of like, I kind of grandfathered in that other event, and yeah, that's something I should probably figure out at some point how to fix. So we will pass on that for now and worry about it later. As I'm like going through these things, and a lot of them I'm going, I'm probably not going to worry about that. A lot of that stuff just may never end up getting fixed ever. And, you know, it's fine. Like, it's not breaking gameplay. It's like doing some things slightly inefficiently this way, but not in a way that probably anyone was ever going to notice, or that it would fix performance for anybody. All right, so stat screen, to do, server needs to send the time. Actually, I did that, didn't I? I thought we did that. Total time, if server stats. I'm pretty sure we fixed that. Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I kind of remember this. Okay, we this was a thing to say, like, have the server send the time if the opponent quit. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so to do, server needs to send the time. I'll just add that extra little note. If opponent quit. I don't know if this is really that big of a deal, but whatever. Okay. The server never sends the time. I don't know why I was. So this is for the stats when the game ends, or if you're in a multiplayer game and the opponent quits, then it does like, if an opponent quits, then it only shows the client does the calculation of like how much time actually ran in the game. So like if I do play 3, 2, 1, and then like this guy is maybe playing, popping some bubbles, you know, having a jolly good old time here, and then the other guy quits, clicks X, this guy gets opponent quit, and then it shows you like the time that elapsed, like rounded to the nearest. Actually, I think that's rounded to the nearest thousandth of a second, to the nearest millisecond. But then that way, this player here can at least see like how many bubbles they popped in the amount of time that the match ran. So like instead of, before this was just showing 30 seconds, because that's, you know, that's how long every match should run. But the guy quit early, the opponent quit early. So it's basically just giving you kind of like the halfway to like at least give you an accurate like pops per second number is kind of the thing, you know. Because before it was showing like 30 seconds here, and then the pops per second was like 15 over 30, so it'd be like 0.5. It'd be kind of, you know, that wouldn't be super accurate if the opponent quit barely 10 seconds into the game. So now you're at least seeing an accurate pops per second if the opponent quit. But basically what that to do is saying is, let's have the server actually send that total time down, so we know that it's accurate to what the server said, but it's really not that important of a thing. Wow, we have not dropped any more frames. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Whoops. Okay. I probably jinxed it. We're down to only 1.2% dropped frames. That's still pretty high. Let's look at the Twitch inspector here. So it still showed 9 unstable events, yeah. But only 2.1 minutes of issue time. All right, so that's not bad. All right, so we've got just a couple more files left here. So stats screen, yeah, we're done with that. Timer, okay, yeah, the timer's got some interesting ones here, but the timer is a very important object in the game engine. And I don't really want to go around screwing with different things here. Maybe at some point we refactor some of these things, but figure out a better way to handle this. Since adding, reset, pause, and resume. Oh, since at from. Okay. Destruct on. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Now I remember. Okay. what that's referring to. Yeah, so the default behavior of every timer that I originally added in the game was destruct. So it would kill it would stop listening to events when its time expired, basically. So just that's what destruct on a lapse is. So a timer is an entity object, and entities have a .destruct method to like clean up all their event listeners and everything. So basically, destruct on a lapse means when the timer elapses, then it would call .destruct on itself. So here's the if else for if else our timer is out, our timer has expired, then we have an if statement where if you specify destruct on a lapse is true, then self-destruct, basically. And the reason for that was because the timer, I originally thought it would be kind of like a set timeout, like in JavaScript. Like you say set timeout, you call set timeout, you pass it in your callback, and you specify your milliseconds, and then that's it. And then your function will fire, and then that's it. That's gone. But your set timeout is gone. Or it never runs again, right? So that's kind of what I was emulating, a little bit of that behavior. I mean, the reason why I have my own timer instead of using set timer in just, or set timeout or set interval in JavaScript is just because I can have something that I can at least ensure will happen like in frame sequence with everything else. So it's not going to like fire the event like at some other point before, basically stuff happens like in frame sync in game, whatever, if that makes sense. Whereas like a set timeout could kind of happen at some other weird point, like before a frame or after a frame than it probably should have because of like the JavaScript event loop and everything, or event loop. Yeah, event loop, right? So okay. So that's what the destruct on a lapse thing is. And I wanted to get rid of that from being the default. So like basically if you construct a timer and you don't specify a destruct on a lapse option, then it will just default to true, which the vast majority of the time I want it to be false. So that's why I'm talking about. I think there's one case where I have destruct on a lapse set to true. So that's the reason why. Because a lot of times for timers, because basically animations are timers. So animations a lot of times are being reused and recycled and all sorts of stuff. And that's kind of the reason with that is like I don't just have an animation run and then it dies. Basically, it runs and then it might reset itself automatically or pause itself or whatever until something else happens to trigger it to reset. So anyway, to do, maybe figure out a better way to pause without checking every tick. To do, Curter just keeps going up if destruct on a lapse is false. Yeah, I think we kind of fixed that by having it pause. But yeah, the curder, the internal duration that the timer uses to keep track of how much time has passed, that would just continue to count up, basically. Like if the timer's not paused, then that internal duration would go up, would increment, and then that would kind of be our problem, or that would kind of be a problem because. But I kind of circumvented that for now because now I have pausing. When a timer reaches its elapsed point, it pauses itself. I've added that behavior in automatically, which is maybe kind of a dumb thing. I don't know. The whole timer and animation thing and everything, I'd kind of want to refactor at some point. Because basically I got it solid at first, and then it was like I started kind of adding in little features as I went, and I didn't necessarily like the pausing. There was no pausing originally of the timer. But I got to the point where I needed something to pause, so I added in just like a Boolean flag that just gets checked. Like if it's paused, then don't increment our current duration anymore. So I did all this stuff to kind of just hacked in all these little things, and I like added in these little methods here, like reset, pause, resume, And, you know, I don't really need these methods because all these do is that. And it's just kind of, yeah, just kind of silly. But, yeah, it'd be nicer to kind of come up with a nicer, like, API and just make sure everything works. But that would kind of require, like, a really nice, like, sitting down and thinking about it. And that's just something I haven't really taken the time to do yet in a while. So anyway, yeah, we're not going to worry about those to-dos. I mean, one of these to-dos is technically kind of not really a problem anymore because curter just keeps going up if destruct on elapse equals false. So technically I could get rid of this to-do. Actually, I'm going to do that. Well, I'm going to keep it there just in case because the timer self-pauses now when the time expires, so then it wouldn't just continuously increment up. Anyway, I think we're done with that. All right, tutorial. Okay, we've got a bunch of to-dos in the tutorial. Let's just see what we got here. To-do. Why does it opens up to just a random to-do when you click? Like, okay, there it's all right, but I'm pretty sure that opened to just a random to-do when I clicked that. Okay, so to-do, this currently destructs all effects, but should only destruct any crash effects so they don't confuse the player. All right, that's the same thing that's in our match object. We don't really need to worry about that one right now. That's kind of a future case thing where if I add in other like cursor kinds of effects, we would need to figure out a good way to handle that. I don't know. Okay, to do this is identical to match window resize. So what? What is the point of that? Why do I have that as a to-do? Resize instruction text. Oh, am I saying like, I don't know what I'm trying to say to do. Whoops. Bumping the mic stand. All right. I don't know what I'm trying to tell myself to do here. This is identical to the match window resize. Like, am I trying to say clean it or like put it in a function or something? Like put it in a helper function because it's like the duplicate code. I don't know. This dot bubbles dot for each. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the deal is there. This is identical to match window resize. So let's just look at match window resize real quick. Match window resize. Okay, yeah, so then that's just that part there. I don't know what I was trying to tell myself by doing that, but I guess I'll just leave it there because I don't really care about that right now. That's fine. I mean, it's more code, I guess. Maybe that's what I was trying to say. Like, we could minimize this, put the code in one place, and share it, but, it's a couple hundred bytes, maybe. All right. So, tutorial. Okay, so. Oh, whoops. Okay, this. Let's see what we got here. This is to ensure the nav bubble props are updated for. Oh, yes, that's right. Yes, this is to ensure the nav bubble props are updated first, then the arrow position can follow. That's what I was talking before about this window resize finished, because the arrow updates. Yeah, this is kind of a funny thing. I actually want to look at this again. So basically, the reason why, so the canvas wrapper, which is the thing that's emitting the window resized event and the window resized finished event. So like when the DOM actually runs its actual event, then it fires off some game events to tell things to resize, right? So there's a window resized event. So that fires, and that's what these things are all using to figure out what to do. So the one thing where it's a little weird is, so basically, you know, the same thing happens with the tutorial. But the arrow was trying to update its position. For whatever reason, the arrow's position would get updated like later. So like if this event was instead window resized, then the arrow would actually be like taking the position of the navigation meter like later. So like this. Oh wait, no. It would happen in this. Yeah, okay. So if you did if you did just the side-by-side scroll, it was kind of fine. But if you do like this, then the arrow is misaligned because it like used the position, the pixel position of this like last something weird. Yeah, there, now it's down at the bottom. So that's the problem. That's how I sidestepped that issue. And it's such a small, like, weird issue that's probably never going to happen. Because basically this, we're ensuring that window resized happens first. So all the things that are going to resize based upon that event firing happen first. Then window resize finished comes later. So it's like my way of introducing a bad hierarchy in terms of dependencies of updating things on screen. Anyway, it's going to be fun once we actually get to software rendering in C and building a game like that, because I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to do all that stuff. And doing what I did here might be kind of shoddy compared to what we're probably going to have to. We're going to have to come up with something elegant when we actually do that. All right, so, but one step at a time here, one step at a time. All right, so how many times am I going to say that? Okay, so we did that. Then we got this one here. To do nav bubble props 1 needs to be updated if more bubbles can come back. Yeah, that's another thing. Okay, so we got another one here. Nav bubble props 1 needs to be updated if more bubbles can come back. This is probably going to go away, but I'm going to leave this here just in case, because basically that is, in the case of our tutorial, right now if you make a mistake, only one bubble is going to come back. So it was like if I was leaving my options open for if we were to maybe have more bubbles come back, like on mistakes being made or something. I was just like leaving it flexible, like in case I needed to do that. I wanted to just kind of make it easier for myself to go in and make those changes. But I don't think that's really a case we have to. Well, for sure we don't have to worry about it now, but I don't think it's something we'll end up actually ever dealing with anyway. Okay, so I just have another one of these move this stuff into config. Yeah, we'll, again, once we start to look at actual, well, at some point, colors and z indices of everything, we'll get all that moved into our config file when we, there might be some point in the future where we say, let's go and clean all that stuff up, make it easier. All right, so we've got one more file left with to-dos to deal with in the client. And the server, we're already done. WebSockets wrapper, to-do split function. Okay, so WebSockets wrapper, split function into two, one for mouse commands, one for find match, quit match. Yes, I still kind of wanted to do that. I don't know if I want to do it right now, though. Because honestly, everything's just fine. Yeah, basically all I wanted to do was just do something to remove like the one, the case of just be able to remove this if statement. So like I'd have multiple, there'd be like a send to server. There'd be two methods instead of one send to server method. There'd be send to server, and then there'd be send to server with mouse coordinates. And then basically any event, any data that needed to be sent to the server that included mouse coordinates, which would use our full like 12-byte buffer that we're sending to the client, basically then it would know to fill in the mouse coordinates. It's basically all that it's talking about. And that way I could at least remove this if statement with the or and everything in it. Trash dev's still going. Yes, we are. We're still moving along here. Well, we're actually only 5 hours in. I typically do 6.5 to 6.5 is actually on the low end. The last couple streams are somewhere in the 7 to 8 hour range, but yeah, we're still kind of humming along here. I actually am getting a little I'm hungry. My head's getting a little swimmy, but nice. What have you done so far? Not a whole lot, actually. No, I shouldn't say that. Well, okay, I haven't been doing a lot of like actual typing code, but we've just been going back and kind of cleaning up all the little last minute things. Because basically, our server code is almost ready to go, almost ready for prime time to go live with multiplayer. And I'm just right now kind of going through the client code to and we're almost done. We're almost done looking through the how'd you do multi. So the multiplayer all happens through WebSockets with Node.js. So my server's all basically I just have a Node.js app that's doing WebSockets. What was I going to say? Yeah, it doesn't have any HTTP part of it. HTTP, did I say an extra T in there? It doesn't have any HTTP part of it. Basically, the client just needs some static files. So, like the current live populus.gg is just static files, right? Because that's all there is. So, like when you play, you're actually just playing strictly in the browser. There's no server communication happening. Oh boy. Anyway. Oh wait, I remember multiplayer now. Yeah. So it's just kind of the one-on-one. Oops, I gotta refresh this one. So one player goes in and queues up for a game basically, and then they sit at this screen. And then you can play, and then there we go. So they pop their own set of the bubbles, or they pop their own set of the same bubbles, the same color, sizes, positions. Could you challenge a specific person, or it picks up whoever's waiting? Yeah, right now it just picks up whoever's waiting. So the server just keeps track of because it's a one-on-one game. So if somebody asks for a game, there's either a waiting player or there's not, right? So if there's not a waiting player, then that player who requested a game becomes the waiting player. And then kind of the same thing. Sterling, sure. LOL, I just looked up that top-level domain. Top-level domain? You mean GG? Like GG that I'm using? It's an expensive top-level domain. I will tell you that. It kind of hurts. Maybe Populus can make me some money, and I can recoup that. Yeah, there's not really anything. Oh, I thought it was just made up, but it's actually a country code for Bailiwick of Guernsey. Actually, I've heard of Bailiwick of Guernsey from something. I don't know. That's kind of funny. So that's actually what it's for. That's actually what GG's for. Because I thought it was one of those newer ones that Donuts did or whatever. I don't know. It works for games, you know. Domain sales is probably a large part of their GDP. Yeah, just like the the .io domain was supposed to be, it's like Indonesia or something in, yeah, it's like it's actually some countries. It might even be, it's like, I can't remember, but, yeah, like obviously there's all these .io sites, you know, now for all sorts of things. Got to get the .party. Io is British Indian Ocean territory. Yes, Indian Ocean. I was going to say. I should get trash.dev. Yeah, for sure. Just Googled, probably expensive. I would assume .dev's probably not too well, okay, actually, maybe that. I don't know. Well, trash.dev is taken. Yeah, a lot of those simple words are kind of taken. Populus everything else is taken. So I was just like, well, whatever, I'll just do .gg. There is like a tech-ish company that's like Populus.ai, I think. I don't want to point anybody to anything domain. I don't want to list off all these domains of other websites, but there's a company that does something with like tech, and they have .ai. And they're Populus spelled this way, you know, so obviously like the Latin way of spelling Populus. Dev is not expensive otherwise. Yeah, I would have expected dev not to be terribly expensive. Yeah, it sucks. Usually if it's a common word, it's taken anyways. Yeah, right. The trash.dev. All right. Where are we doing here? How are we doing here? All right. So, wait, wasn't I testing something just now? I don't remember. Literally buying it now. Nice. There you go, trash. I'll never actually use it. Watch. Well, if it's cheap, you know, might as well, I guess. $5 a year or something like that, or whatever. Some of those, some are like that cheap. 12 a year, not bad. GGs are not very cheap. Not a fun price for that. Sterling Sir, use it as a portfolio. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking. If you keep the trash moniker everywhere, I mean, moniker? Is that the right? Is that what I'm trying to say? Yeah, but then I have to make one. Right. That's kind of what I need to do. I need to make one and have Populus be part of it. All right, so yeah, this last to do here, I don't think we need to worry about it right now. I mean, I think it's just going to be fine. Basically, it would just remove this one little if statement. One little extra if statement. That's pretty much it. So, not really that big of a deal. All right, so yes. So one thing I kind of wanted to do with server stuff here So you are the trash dev. Yes. Interviewer audibly blinks. Yeah, I can hear it. I'll never use it professionally until I get the job. Yes. Then once you get the job, then you use the name trash. I like it. All right. So, okay, so we went through all our to-dos. The only thing at this point, well, okay, so we've got a couple more things. Yeah, we've got a couple more client-side things that I'd like to take a look at. One of them being what we're going to name the retry button. And, well, okay, hang on a second here. Let's look at these to-dos. All right, so the one we were kind of working on, new main menu layout for multiplayer. We have update button colors for practice and tutorial. And then another step of that is I want to do another checklist item is I want to have update retry button on stat screen. Whoops, stat screen. Update retry button color on stat screen to match practice button color. All right, so update retry button color on stat screen to match practice button color. I think we want to do that. I don't know. Maybe if it's too complicated, I won't do it. But like right now, there's just a retry button, and I want that to be like if you just did a practice game, and then you click this, that would start you up with another practice game, right? So it would say retry and then another practice game. But if you were in a competitive game, I want it to like say something else, and I haven't decided what the other thing I want it to say is. Like I don't want to give the impression that it's like rematching you with the same opponent. Because basically now, like if you hit that retry button, it would re-queue you for a game. But I don't want to use a word like re-queue or something like that. Something stupid like that. So... all right, I had another, okay, so that's that. While I'm here, I want to add another future to do. I'm adding another card here. Fix bubble hover outline. This is just something random that I've known about for a while, but I'm just reminded to actually create a little thing for this now, a little Trello card. So the bubble hover outline, if you hover over the bubble while it's still animating growing, animating in the outline gets stuck at whatever the radius of the bubble is. Radius of the bubble is on hover. Okay, so I will remember what that is. All right. So I wanted to fix this thing. If you hover over a bubble while it's still growing, animating the outline gets stuck at whatever the radius of the bubble is on hover. So this isn't a, this is just a little graphical thing. Not a big deal, but it just looks a little weird when it happens. And I wanna just fix that. So I guess that's more of a UI UX thing. It's not really a gameplay thing. Okay, so that's something kind of for the future to-do list. What else is there? Well, okay, so these two are kind of tied together a little bit. The retry button. Figure out what to do with the retry button on stat screen after a one-on-one match. Like, I don't even want to take time to think about that right now. I just need to, you know. Whoa. Hobby 2000. Sorry, I just had my screen down there. And my, what? My speakers not play the thing? What's going on here? How come I didn't hear the raid here? Or do you not hear raids? I don't know. Hobby, am I saying that right? Hobby or Hobie? Sorry, I don't want to say it wrong there, but Hobby, thanks for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Are you Zubashi? Zubashi came over. Nice. So I assume Hobie. I assume Hobie is you're a developer of some kind. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the raid. MP, I've heard of your stream before from Retro MMO. Yes, Retro MMO. Yeah, Evan, I owe any success I've had on Twitch, I owe to Evan from Retro MMO. Nah, he's a gaming degen. Sorry, I guess I don't know what degen is. Oh, yeah, I'm working on two different... Yeah, I'm working on two different RPG games. Sick. Dane Harnett. Dane Harnett, what's going on? Oh, Dane Harnett is now following Dane. Dane Harnett, thank you very much for the follow. Whenever someone's Twitch username is like their full name, assuming that's Dane Harnett's full name, I always like to say the full name, you know. It gives them the respect they deserve. Degenerate, you could say I'm both a dev and DJ. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I didn't know if that was like a... I did. Well, I mean, I've heard of degen for degenerate, I guess, but I just didn't know if... Anyway. Dev-generate. I like that. Yeah. Well, I'll give you a little plug of what I'm working on. I'm working on a very degenerate game. It's a stupid... dev-generate. Bet you... Trash. I bet you dev-generate.dev. Wait a minute. Degenerate.dev. There you go. Degenerate. That's probably cheap there. Yeah, go buy that domain now, Trash. I'll give you guys, I'll give Hobie and crew a little demo of what's going on here. I don't know what is going on. We're working on my game. It's called Populus. It's a stupid little game. I threw the link down in the chat there. Populus.gg. That domain is taken now. I can confirm. So that's Populus. That's Populus.gg. I like spelling Populus out. It's kind of fun. Populus. The S doesn't fit with that rhythm. So anyway, I'm here live on Populus.gg right now. So it's a little game where you pop bubbles. It's kind of whatever. Be in the game. What's going on? Be in the game. Good to see you again. Be in the game. The incredible gift sub gifter. Yeah, so it's a game where you pop bubbles. You see 4 bubbles on screen here, and basically you have to pop as many as you can in order that they appear here. So you're gonna start with whatever bubble color matches this position here. You got to do as many as you can in 30 seconds. So you hover your mouse over that bubble of that matching color, and you press the space bar or you left click. I prefer the space bar. So you just rip through here to see how fast you can go. I am the second fastest Populus player in the world, so I'm pretty fast. So don't sweat it if you're not as fast as I am, if you give the game a shot. But I'm the second fastest Populus player in the world of 3 total Populus players in the world. So anyway, be in the game. I appreciate you saying it's not stupid, be in the game. That makes me feel better. It really does. Yeah, so that's pretty much the game. We're working on multiplayer right now. Snake Man, what's going on? Good to see you. So we're working on multiplayer right now. I mean, not at the exact moment am I working on the multiplayer, because we're pretty much done with the multiplayer. I'm just kind of going through and tweaking some things. And I hope by next stream, next Monday, I typically stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's when I get started. Usually stream for 6, 7 hours, 6, 7, 8 hours. Hopefully by next Monday, that is January 18th. Oh, wow. And then my birthday's the 19th. My birthday is coming up. Wow. I have to do a little happy birthday stream for myself. So January 18th is next Monday, and hopefully we might have the multiplayer live. I'm not promising anything, but you know, it's coming up. Dane, happy birthday. Thanks for covering me there early. Dane Harnett, sorry, I got to say the full name. Yeah, so I've also got a Discord, and be in the game. I actually gave you a little shout out on the Discord. I didn't know if you wanted to be a part of that at all. I don't know if maybe you missed that from yesterday. I always forget to plug the Discord, but I do have a Discord server. It's just kind of for my streaming. It's not specifically for Populus, but any Populus discussion can happen in that place. If you find any bugs or anything like that. And on the Discord, I point this out. The number one, you can see a video of the number one, the world record Populus playthrough by Truyaksky. He's got 124 pops in 30 seconds. That's 124 bubble pops in 30 seconds. It's over 4 bubbles per second. It's crazy fast. And yeah. And I think Snake Man posted a little mistake record there too, like 700 mistakes or something. Sterling, sir, do you think he did that with a touch monitor? No. He said he has used like pen tablet before, so not for like playing Osu and stuff. The game Osu, because obviously Populus is very similar to that game Osu, whatever. I don't know how you say it. I give up. It's very similar. Like Osu is kind of like moving your mouse over like circles and like hitting a key with the beat of the music. It's more about like the beat of the music, I guess. I don't know if it really is. Something like that. I've played just a tiny bit of that game myself. But no, I don't think he uses a touch monitor. I mean, he says he uses a mouse. And you can see him. He moves the mouse. You see the mouse move in his video. So, but he said he has used a pen and tablet before for like playing Osu. And I know like a lot of the top tier Osu players use that. Memeter can official. Sorry, man, these names. Memeter. We'll just say Memeter. What's going on, Memeter? Thank you very much for the follow. I readily appreciate that. They use tablet. It makes sense now. Yeah, I think that's like the meta way to play to the best of my knowledge. And that would probably be the meta way to play this too. You know, like the top elite players. For sure it would be easier on your wrist. Those patterns are super crazy. In Osu, yeah, it's when you watch somebody play that who's at like I would assume at like some sort of top high level, like it doesn't even make sense what they're doing, you know. Memeater, hi, good luck. Hey, Memeater. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But yeah, I was talking a little bit about multiplayer. Oh, well, actually, we'll do a little plug of the multiplayer right now. So, multiplayer's not live yet. This is just on my development version of the game here on my computer. But if I basically pull up two browsers here, we've got, differing from the live populus.gg right now, we've got 3 buttons for play, which would be a one-on-one multiplayer game. Practice, which would be currently what's the play button does on populus.gg, and then the tutorial button as it currently is. The colors are not final here. I'm gonna pick some nice colors for this, and we'll do that. Somebody mentioned the tutorial button being gray, like looked like it was disabled, and I thought that was a very I never thought about that, which is why I picked gray, but it's not disabled. The tutorial actually works, and it explains to you the game in a very basic way, right? Like pop some bubbles and do some stuff, whatever. So I'm going to pick some nice colors, not just black and gray. We'll kind of come up with a nice little color scheme. So to do a multiplayer match right now, basically, hit play, and then it would take you to the screen that says finding opponent, and then you got kind of this little loading icon that hopefully indicates that, you know, it's kind of just sitting there waiting. And you've got the ability to practice while you wait if you want. Because since nobody's going to play Populus, since nobody's going to actually play the game, thought it'd be nice to give people the ability to go practice while they're waiting. So now if I got another browser here, and if I hit play on this browser, oh, wait a minute. Actually, let's try refreshing that first. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. So we click the play button here, and then boom, opponent found, matches them up. You can kind of tell they're in sync, and they both have the same sets of bubbles. So they pop the bubbles at their own pace. So they're popping like the same sets of bubbles, just kind of on their own speed, right? So at least it's fair in the one-on-one sense. It's fair that they're always going to be encountering the same bubbles, but then basically, well, they're doing it obviously at their own pace, like I've said 10 times now. But then at the end, you see kind of the stats for both players. I matched them both up at the end, so they both popped 11 bubbles there. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Once we go live with the multiplayer, I'm going to see how things go, how it kind of, it's very different now with multiplayer, and there's a server involved and communication and everything, and WebSockets communication. I'm doing all this for those of you there who are more in the dev or in the game dev, kind of the more technical side of things. The client side, the browser side, obviously it's a web game. It's a web browser game, as you could probably tell. It's all just like raw static JavaScript HTML file for the client, and then basically my own kind of like game engine that's kind of using HTML canvas and using the 2D canvas context, so the very basic canvas context for drawing things on screen. I kind of have my own engine wrapped around that, and kind of my own, these buttons and everything are actually my own button object in the game. And I've got a little animation system and everything. And the server side of things, the multiplayer and everything's happening all over WebSockets. So when you go to populus.gg, not right now, but when the multiplayer's live, you go there, it connects you up to the WebSockets server, which is all in Node.js. I'm using the WS Node.js package, NPM package, for doing WebSockets, because Node.js doesn't have its own native whatever. IPR Zach D, what's going on? Re-upping the sub. Thank you very much for that. Dane, what's your pops per second? The most I've ever gotten was 109 bubbles popped in 0 mistakes. I think I did it with 0 mistakes. So 109 over 30. So 3.633 per second. But I mentioned it before. On the Discord, you can see Truyaksky, he's by far the #1 Populus player on the planet right now, of which there are probably 3 Populus players on the planet. He's got, I got .733, so I think I'm in 4th place. Yes, Dane, we welcome you into 4th place. Right there. Perfect. Actually, we're not sure who was in 3rd place, so we just know somebody who was in 3rd place. Actually, there's no places or anything, right? I'm saying that just kind of as a joke. Like there's nothing like that. Yes, Trash. I was going to say on the Discord, there's a Populus section. I'll post the Discord again in the chat there if anyone's interested. There's a Populus section on the Discord, and then there's a high scores channel, and then in there it should be pinned, but I don't know if that even makes a difference at that point because there's not a lot of posting in there. You can see Truyaksky's 124 pops and 1 mistake. It's crazy. And my video is actually in there too, my 109 pops and 0 mistakes. But yeah, I mean, Truyaksky's at 124 over 30, so he's over 4 bubbles a second. Just crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to see it. But speed hacks, yeah, pretty much. All right. So, yeah, we're getting really close to being able to go live with multiplayer, actually. We're getting very close. I'm going to come up with some new colors for the main menu buttons here. The black and the gray. The black, that's just the default color. Like if I don't specify a color for my buttons, I just have it be black by default. So for this practice button, I need to come up with a nice little color palette or something that we'll use for these. But otherwise, the main menu, I still don't exactly like the layout of this, but it feels a little weird, but it'll do. It'll do for right now. BN the game, 44 mistakes. 0.033 per second. Nice. BN the game. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad, BN the game. We dropped some more frames. All right, that's a little frustrating now. Yeah, for those of you who are new, hanging out, whatever, I've been having some nasty issues streaming. I did a whole bunch of troubleshooting, basically ruled out anything on my LAN being an issue. Like yesterday was awful. Yesterday's stream was awful. OBS, the program I'm using to stream from, was literally like disconnecting and throwing messages and whatever. I'm using Streamlabs OBS technically, but I have the vanilla OBS, the plain OBS as well, and I was doing some testing and everything, and we were just dropping frames, and I'm well below my upload bandwidth and everything with my internet service provider, but we're still just dropping frames like crazy. And it turns out I'm in Wisconsin, USA, so that points me to the Chicago servers, the Chicago Twitch servers. And there's 2 Chicago Twitch servers. So what I did is I went in and it automatically would always connect me to the one server. And then I switched to the other Chicago server this morning. And lo and behold, like we didn't drop any frames for like an hour or 2 hours. And at this point now, we've dropped 1.1% of frames, that's actually pretty high. So we've dropped 13,000 frames. So I don't know how delayed you guys are seeing me. You can obviously tell by how quickly the chat pops up, the on-screen chat pops up. Be in the game. Wait, you're supposed to pop the ones on the right side? The ones on the right side are the ones you're supposed to... Hey, this is a bug. The ones on the right side that's what's telling you what color you're supposed to pop. Be in the game. So, whoops. So you're popping the ones in the circle. If you're outside of the circle, or is that what you're? You're saying I think I'm doing something wrong. Did I answer this correct? Clicked it. Oh, my peripheral can't see the colors on the right. Oh, that's what trash says. Okay, sorry, I'm confusing the chats. How do you do it that fast? Actually, I don't even know anymore. I was talking about that earlier. I was trying to figure out exactly the strategy, because actually IPRZACD brought up this strategy to me, where if you play, well, okay, let me do the live populus.gg right now, just for making things clear. So IPRZACD brought up the strategy of saying, like, pay attention to, or don't, basically look here and figure out which bubbles you need to pop, then pay attention to what bubbles are popping on screen as you play. So, like, I know as soon as I pop this and this, then I'm going to go here and here, and then here, 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 here. So, like, I'm not looking here at all. I'm not looking over here at all. I look over here initially. But then it's a matter of just paying attention to what bubbles appear, what order they pop up in, because the order that they appear on the screen in the play area here is the order that you're going to have to pop them in. So you go here, 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 here. And I'm not, whoops, if I don't make mistakes, I'm not looking off to the side at all. I'm just paying attention to, and I feel like I'm only so good at that. But I don't know when I play, I don't know if I'm doing that or if I'm doing like, whoa. Or if I'm looking here too. I'm looking here, but I'm kind of peripherally looking here. And what I originally did before I did that is I would kind of look like here. And I would kind of aim like in my peripheral vision, which is kind of actually good enough to aim with circles this big. And then I would look kind of here so I could at least focus on this bubble. And then like, I don't do that anymore. Now I pretty much focus just right in here for the most part. I don't know. So you got 100 while looking at the next one. I thought you just randomly did each bubble. Oh, no. Well, I'm assuming I understand. Trash Dev. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I didn't either. That was IPRZACD that brought that up to me. But yeah, that works. He was in the chat a second ago. I don't know if he still is. I stare between the center of the circle and the color cue, but my periph sucks. Yeah, I used to do that, but then I've stopped at some point, and now I focus on the bubbles, and I can't tell exactly if I'm like paying attention. When I play, I can't tell if I'm paying attention to the order they come in or if I'm looking off to the side now. I can't tell. Like, it's weird. I can't tell exactly what I'm doing. Somehow it just works. So, whoa. So as crappy of a game this is, I'm actually like kind of interested in how I play it, because I can't, like, I don't know. It's like I played it so much now that it's just, testing things and whatever. I played it so much now that oh boy. I think the real test might be like maybe making all of the bubbles the same color to like then see if I'm actually paying attention to. Yeah, anyway. 92. Whew. Not bad. All right. Yeah. Anyway. I don't know what I was saying. The point is we're getting close to multiplayer. We dropped some more frames. I want to check the Twitch inspector real quick here. According to Twitch inspector, we've lost 2.1 minutes. We've had 2.1 minutes of unstable events. So that sounds bad, but 2.1 minutes, I guess that's about 14,000 frames, comes out to about 2.1 minutes at 60 frames per second. So yeah. Yes. All right. Okay, so I actually wanted to do one little thing here, and this is thanks to Yellowberry the other day. Yellowberry in the chat was saying, hey, which Yellowberry streams. He's actually working on this first-person arena shooter, and it's awesome. It looks pretty awesome. Carmine Impact, I believe it's called. I haven't played it myself, but it looks awesome, and I think he's the only guy who developed it, and he pretty much did it from scratch, which blows my mind. So again, I'm working on this crappy, poopy bubble game. You should probably be watching Yellowberry stream instead of me. So he doesn't stream very often, though. Okay, so so his idea, because I was trying to come up with a way to like keep track of clients, because I want to have the log of players that connect and everything. So I've got the server log down here, because this way when the server's up in the cloud, and it's not right now, it's on my computer, so I run it on my computer and I can see it. But when it's up in the cloud, I need to have a way to nicely kind of look at the logs of stuff that happened. And I'm going to be using PM2, which is a Node.js package for kind of managing daemonizing or demonizing. I don't know if you're supposed to pronounce daemon. Daemon is demon or whatever, but basically that's what I'm going to be using to kind of manage the Node.js app on the server. So I don't use like Docker or anything like that. But that's how we'll be managing it on the server. And you can see the logs and everything really nicely. So that's great. But the thing is, in case any weird stuff happens, I want to have all the logs on the server available. So if I make a change to the code here, the server will restart itself. Oh, okay, there we go. So it did it a bunch of times because there's something weird. I don't care. Anyway, we have a bunch of these app started logs that happen. But basically, all of my logs on the server are going to print the timestamp in UTC-0, which I think the little z on that's what the little z on the end means. So I'm UTC minus 6, so it's 4:07 p.m. my time, or what would that be, 1600? But we can see here that it's already we're showing as 2200. Right, so 16 plus 6 would be 22, right? Yeah, I did it right there, yeah. So I'm UTC minus 6, so that explains perfectly why my time is currently 4:07 p.m. And this is 22:07, or 4:07 or 16:07 p.m., right? So we log this message here, app started on the server. So this is a little console. This is my little terminal down here for which I have the server running. So what happens now is, like, if I refresh a browser here, oh, why did all of that happen? All right, so there's a bunch of weird stuff happening. But anyway, basically, app started right here. Then as I refresh the browser, we got player 0 connected. So this player 0 is not actually a real indicator of what the player is that connected. Like if I have another player connect, so we go over here and refresh. Now it'll say player 1 connected. That's not actually really accurate, because if player 0 disconnects, then player 0 will become player 1 again. So like if I do, because then basically player 1 becomes player 0. So I know that's confusing because I got the players in an array, and then when a player disconnects, that player gets spliced out of the array. So then, you know, that's kind of the issue with that. So I think I've got player 0 here. So if I do that, player 0 disconnected, but then player 0 now became player 1. So obviously that using the array index of the player in that way is not a good idea. So basically, otherwise I might as well just not have an index at all. I might as well just say player connected, and then you know, like when I refresh the browser tab here, the browser closes the WebSocket connection for us, which is really nice. So then the server realizes that the WebSocket connection closed, and then here I've got it logging. So player 0 WS connection is closed with code 1001. So I'm logging we're printing the WebSocket close code there, which is really nice to have. So I want to have all of that. Like if a player connects, I want to log that. If player disconnects, I want to log that. If if a player requests a match, I want to log that. So if I click play, we'll see player 1 requested match. And then if I click X, it'll say waiting player 1 canceled. Otherwise, if I click play again, we go player 1 requested match. And if we go back to this browser and we click play, then, oh, that player is also player 1. Oh yeah, that's the, okay, so never mind. That's even worse because we got JavaScript closures and stuff going on. So, oh, we don't have a match created event happening. Oh, there's a couple other things we need to log here. Here I am thinking our server code is all ready to go, but I want to log a few other things. All right, so let's see what happens when the time ends on this match. Okay, there we go. Okay, so the server didn't do anything. Do I want to log a match? Yeah, I do. I do want to log a match, right? I think I do. Well, so anyway, I was talking about Yellowberry before because he mentioned using like a UUID so that way we can assign a UUID to the player, and then that way we can just print the player in the UUID out. And that way, you know, the UUID is absolute, right? So I don't have any of this weird. I've got all these weird things. Basically, these numbers mean nothing right now. There's one point where they mean something, but then if stuff changes in the middle and everything, then it's all screwed up. So I'm kind of thinking maybe let's try to mess around with UUIDs. So I'm pretty sure there's an NPM package called UUID, and that's kind of like the de facto NPM UUID. There it is, UUID. In fact, I think I've used it before. Yeah, so we do npm install UUID, and then we import v4 as UUID v4. I don't know if I want a UUID that big. Can I do like a smaller one? Like, I don't really care that much about having this giant number, and I don't want it to be slow either. Create a UUID or CommonJS const. Okay. For timestamp UUIDs, namespace UUIDs, and other options, read on. All right, so let me look at what we're looking at right here. I'll pull that over to one of these tabs here. How about right here? Okay, so this is the NPM package UUID. So for those of you that don't know, NPM is the package management software repository for Node.js packages, basically. If you install Node.js, you get NPM installed with it. And then basically it lets you import Node.js, other people's Node.js code to your own project. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. And I don't really like to use a lot of packages. In fact, the only package I have, we can view the packages we use. If I go to package.json in my, basically I'm only using this WS package, and that's to use WebSockets in Node.js, because Node.js doesn't have its own native WebSocket, or its own built-in WebSocket library. There's this other package here called ran token, which I'm not using anymore. It's still there, but I don't. In fact, I should probably uninstall it before we go live. But basically, I would need to install UUID, and we can just run one command to install. We can run npm install UUID to do that, and I just want to look a little bit more at this. So I'm trying to think if we really want to have. Basically, the only reason why I would want this is to basically to keep track of the players and stuff in the logs. There's no reason to have this other than that. I don't have any database or anything like that. We don't have user accounts. We don't have a database. We don't have whatever. I don't plan to have a database or user accounts ever, really. Maybe someday, some future, if some people were to actually play Populus, maybe we would end up doing something like that. But really, it's meant to just be kind of this volatile kind of leaderboard thing eventually. We don't have any leaderboards right now. As of right now, everything's just, we're talking about all these world records and everything in Populus, but that's just, if basically I tell people, hey, if you get a really high score, post it in the Discord. You know, that's kind of what's happening right now. Make a video of it and post it in the Discord. So we don't have any actual like game leaderboard, in-game leaderboards. And that's something I want to do. I do want to have like a ranking thing. So since it's a one-on-one game, that lends itself really nicely to like an ELO ranking system, like chess uses, where, you know, there's like a little equation. Like if you beat somebody of a certain rank above you, then your rank will increase by a certain amount. And basically, it's pretty straightforward to set up a little ranking system like that. And then basically that would just persist as long as your WebSocket connection is live. So you'd have a ranking attached to like our player object. And then as you played matches, basically at the end of the match, it would see who won and do, you know, a little ranking incrementing thing. And then somehow we'd have, you know, a little leaderboard page or something somehow. I don't know how we'd exactly implement, how I want to exactly implement like a leaderboards thing, but yeah, not exactly sure how. Not exactly sure how I want to do that yet, but yeah. So the UUID thing, what I'm saying now with the UUID stuff is basically it's just a way to let me keep track of all the players in the log. So that way I can see, like, if something weird happened, I could see the UUID of that player and, like, if that makes sense. So, like, I'm trying to do this player 0, player 1 thing, which it doesn't make sense at all because it's not going to work. But I want to do something where, yeah, I don't know if I want to have like a giant UUID. I don't know. All right, we're just gonna go for it. We're gonna try it. Codico. Did you already install UUID? If not, look into Nanoid. It's smaller and faster. It's an NPM package? Whoops. A tiny 108 byte. Wow, look at that. 108 bytes. Secure URL friendly unique string ID generator. Ooh. Codico. There's a special place in my heart reserved for you. You saved my butt multiple times. All right. You can decide how many numbers go into it. That's actually... Yes. And I like it that it's like... I like that it's really... It uses cryptographically strong random APIs. Can be used in clusters. Wow, 60% faster than UUID. Look at that. Small, 108 bytes, minified ngzip, no dependencies. I like the no dependencies. Because my other option is like, hey, let's just write our own library for this, our own little thing for this, but maybe we'll do something like that at some point. So, yeah, I like this. NanoID was ported to 14 programming languages. Like it originated in Node.js? That's kind of hard to believe. At least I think they can clash. Maybe I'm wrong. You know what? Honestly, I don't even care. Like, rollup. I use rollup actually for... Oh, that's for if you were to do... Okay. Wait, what is this? For rollup, you will need at rollup plugin replace to replace process. .env node env. Oh, okay. That's for if you're using rollup to like bundle the server, I guess. Or no, I guess that would be if you're using it on the browser, maybe. All right, let's try it out. Let's try it out. Don't do it. We use rollup at my job. JK, do whatever you want. Actually, Sterling, sir, I already use rollup for... all I use it for, though, is just... basically, because all my JavaScript files are here, right? My source files are like this. And all I use rollup for, I use ES6 modules. You know, so I use import this. This is the browser code here. Import this from this. So in development, I just use all the native... I load all the files. So like when I refresh my browser, you see the HTTP get on all the files. Get OpenPath, get Circle, get Drawable, get Stat. You know, it does all the files. But I use rollup to unwind all of those bundled files, or to merge all of the imported files into one thing. That's all I use it for. And then I minify all of that, so then the client just gets a single JS file. Is basically what I do, what I use it for. I've heard good things about rollup. I don't really mess with web dev tooling myself. Yeah, and I don't. Yeah, Codico, I'm kind of with you. I don't really know a whole ton about it, and I'm very turned off by like things like all this stuff, Babel and Webpack, and just like it just seems so crazy. All of the things you have to do to get those things working. So that's kind of I just wanted a simple thing where I can feed it a JavaScript file and it can do kind of exactly what I want it to with a command prompt or whatever. I just want the tooling to work. Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha. All right, so I do want to check out Nanoid. I do want to check out NanoID. I say Nanoid because that's what it... Nanoid, right? It's supposed to be NanoID, but it's kind of cool to say Nanoid, right? All right, so let's actually install it, right? I assume it's just npm install NanoID. Nanoid. I didn't see an npm install, but... Wow, 6 million weekly downloads. That's probably more than UUID. How many weekly downloads is WS? 31 million, okay. Nano ID is quite comparable to UID v4 random base. It has a similar number of random bits in the ID, 126 in Nano ID versus 122 in UID, so it has similar collision probability. Gotcha. Yeah, and I don't even care that much about the collision stuff because in my project I'm checking for collision, but it doesn't. Looks like I don't have to. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're using the timestamp based one, then that would be your solution, right? To get away from doing a collision, having a collision thing or something. Yeah, I don't really care because all I'm using this for is logging anyway. So I don't have to worry about like saving duplicate user IDs in a database or something. All I care about this is just for logging. So that's why I want it to be really fast anyway. All right, so I guess I just npm install nano ID. Oh, there it is. Did they move the command up there? Is that like a new thing? To put the command up in the top there? Yeah, I guess so. npm, yeah, npm I nano ID. All right, so let's do it. npm I nano ID. All right, we installed another package. We actually did it. Yeah, and actually this rand token one is very similar to that anyway. Like it just generates a random token of characters, bytes, whatever you want. In my project, third dependency. Yeah, in fact, I'm actually going to get rid of rand token now because I really don't need it anymore. I used that a long time ago for something. How do you uninstall an npm package? npm uninstall? Is that how it works? npm uninstall. Is it just npm uninstall package? Okay, beautiful. Just Googled it here off to the other side. I use yarn IDK. Gotcha. Okay, npm uninstall rand-token. There we go. It's gone. Okay. All right, so we got nano ID. I like it. Let's try to use it then. So when we construct, we can put it in the player constructor. Well, let's look at the API here quick before we actually do usage. JS. Okay, so this is only happening in Node.js, so I don't care. I assume I can just use, or is there, maybe there's a Node.js thing, because I assume I need to use common JS. ES modules. Okay. No, where's... Oh, wait a minute. Non-secure. By default, Nano ID uses hardware random bytes generation for security and low collision probability. If you are not so concerned with security and more concerned with performance, you can use the faster non-secure generator. I mean, honestly, I don't even necessarily probably care about performance as much either, but I would probably just be fine doing this because okay, so let's look at this. Import. What am I supposed to do for Node.js? I guess I can do, oh, down at the bottom there. Oh. If you want to use the same. All right, we're just going to try let's try the non-secure. So we're gonna const Is this gonna work? Is this gonna work with, because this is like, yeah, let's just try this. Okay, so we're gonna go player. We're gonna go up to our player object here, and we're gonna go to const nano ID equals require nano ID. Okay, there we go. We have some stuff. Oh, nano ID. Oh, nano ID.nano ID, I guess I have now. Okay, so what happens if I do slash non-secure? Nope, that doesn't work. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, that did work. Okay, hang on. See what we got here. Nano ID dot. Okay, so maybe I need to do this. Yeah, this will do. Yeah, there we go. Now it's a function. Okay, so nano ID. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now let's just use this. So I don't care about the secure one. We're just going to go for the speed one for right now. So we're doing nano ID slash non-secure. All right, so I want to do, we'll do, for a player, we're going to do this.id equals nano ID. All right, so now that's just in our constructor. And I want to put that in the, okay, so let's go back to our application. And then we're going to look at all of our console logs here. So where we have player index connected, here we're going to do player.id connected. All right, so let's try that. So now the server rebooted. Let's refresh. There we go. So now I'm going to close this. We're going to move this over. All right, so there we got player cmj-ock blah, 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 connected. All right. Oh, Codico was filling me in here on how to do this. Const nano ID require. Yes, should do the trick. Yep, you were on it. Okay. Yeah, Codico. Yeah, you got me. I told you, Codico and I are in sync here. Yes. Sterling, sir, is this a bug? Start game, click the correct bubble. Misclick in the open area. This makes you redo the successful click. That's the correct behavior. That is not a bug. It's supposed to make you redo. Well, okay, so it's kind of complicated, unfortunately. What's currently live on Populus.gg is a little complicated. So if you hit play, you pop a bubble, then you make a mistake, right? So if I pop dead space, you have to redo this bubble again. And the current version does this checkpoint system. So basically, until you pop 4 bubbles, you do not make it to the next checkpoint. So basically, you have the potential to have to repop 3 bubbles again. Then when you pop that 4th bubble, then you're on the checkpoint. And you can kind of see that that's kind of displayed. We've dropped more frames, but we're not doing too bad. That's kind of displayed up here. So the little bubble that's like shown up here, that's the bubble that's going to come back if you make a mistake. So like these 2 bubbles up there will come back if I make a mistake. So if I go out of bounds, these 2 bubbles came back. In the new version of the game, I got rid of that exact checkpoint kind of system. So like the way it works now, the way it works now is basically only 1 bubble will come back. So like not 2 bubbles. 2 bubbles can't come back. So here pink will come back if I make a mistake. If I continue to make like subsequent mistakes, here brown will come back. So you always have the little punishment of I have to go back and pop 1 bubble. Okay, that's just fine. I was trying to just understand the logic of making me redo the good pop. Yeah, so it's just like a little bit of punishment for making a mistake, basically. So it's a little worse currently, and I think it's better now, basically. Because now only one bubble is going to come back. But yeah, basically just like a little bit of punishment. But if you make only one bubble will ever come back. So if I make a mistake, this green one comes back, but like green one won't continue. Like more bubbles don't continue to come back. It's like you pay that penalty once and then that's it, kind of thing. Whoa, those are some small bubbles. All right. Sterling Stir, got to go. Meeting, see ya. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Sterling Stir. I really appreciate it. I really do. Have a nice meeting. All right, so what else do we have for nano ID here? Maybe, oh, we can reduce the size. Yes, that's what I want to do. Obviously, yes, increasing collision probability. You can pass the size as an argument. I like it. So we could say nano ID 10. Whatever the default was, it's really long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I don't know how many that is, 20 or something. But I don't really care too much about collision because, again, it's not really a security thing anyway. I like it. Look at that. Connected, that player connected, that player connected. I like it. And then, okay, so now where we're doing, we got to fill in wherever we're using this player ID thing, and we got to say use we need to say use player.id. So let's to solve this or to figure this out, let's do console.log, and then we're gonna look at the server stuff here, the server side stuff. But first, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Sorry, I gotta go. It sneaks up on you, you know. All right, we'll be right back. 2 seconds. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back. Okay, so sweet. All All right, so I just want to go through these console logs on our server and just look at, okay, so we've got new app started. Okay, this is player ID connected. Here's player index. So then we replace this with player.id. We replace this with player.id. We replace this with player.id. We replace this one here with player.id. And what is a string? Oh, okay, good. It is a string. Because nano ID puts out a string when you do this, right? Sweet. Sweet, sweet. Okay, so then here we got another player index, so this becomes player.id. And we got one more, it looks like. Player, okay, so player.id. Beautiful. I'm liking this. I'm liking it. All right, and we're just printing a tiny little 10 string or 10 character string of IDs. So I like that. It's not going to fill up our logs too much or anything. And again, using like UUID, I'm pretty sure whatever the different versions are, you kind of stuck with whatever that length is. You don't have like a custom length that you can use. Okay, so that should cover all of those. Everything else is or whatever. We do want to add a couple more logs in though. Like one thing I want to do is I want to log when a match is created. I want to log the match. In fact, I think we want to do a match ID as well. We're going to import nano ID from match in our match as well. And we're going to have an ID assigned to our match. So we're going to const nano ID. And we're going to do this.id equals nano ID 10. You know what? I'm going to put the 10. I'm going to put the 10 into our config file right up front. So we're going to have config client and server. Is there like there's a server only chunk of, okay, this is this.client only, and there should be a this.server only, right? I don't think there is. C.client only. Yeah, there is no server only. Okay. Sweet. Okay, so we're gonna do a server only thing somewhere. I guess we'll just do that up at the top here. This dot server only equals ID length. Ten. All right, so if I do, or wait, let's look at the actual generated server log file now. Up at the top, we've got ID length 10. Maybe we're going to make this like player and match. We're going to make this player and match ID length. Yeah, that's what we're going to call it. Player and match ID length. So now we have player and match ID length. Beautiful. Okay. We're going to say for nano ID. Nanoid. Okay, so then we're going to go player, and we're going to go, instead of 10, we're going to say config dot player and match ID length. I like it. And we do the same thing for match. Instead of 10, we're going to say config dot player and match ID length. Beautiful. So that way I got that 10 number in there in case we ever want to control it. I just have it in one place. Okay, so what are the other customization options we have, actually, before we get too far into this? Let's look at the other customization things. Okay, so usage. Okay, so okay, just if you want to reduce the size, you can also use a custom alphabet or a random generator. Okay, I don't really care about that. This is going to be fine. What does this say? React. Do not call nano ID in the key prompt. In React, the key should be consistent among renders. This is, oh, I see what that is, yeah. Anyway. All right, so now we have a match ID as well. So every time we have a match, we have an ID attached to the match as well. So when we create a match, maybe we can do actually, we could probably just do, yeah, we could probably just do that right here. We could just do console, we could do a console.log new date, oops, new date, and then we do match created for players and then we're going to do dollar or match. I guess we do match $ this match.id created for players this .waiting player.id. Or wait a minute, did I remove this .waiting player? No, this .waiting player gets set to null there. Okay. That's, yeah, I might want to be a little careful about that. Created for players. Do players this and player.id. Nice, so let's check that out. All right, so let's create a match here. Play. So we got player blah, 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 connected, player blah, 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 requested match. And this player already, wait, did we already refresh here? Okay, so then we hit play. So we see player blah, 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 requested a match, and then match blah, 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 created for players blah, 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 blah. I like it. Ooh, I just remembered something here real quick. Let me hang on one second here. All right. Okay. Sorry, just doing a little thing there off to the side. Okay, so now, yeah, we saw this match, blah, 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 created for players, blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. So we're getting these nice little IDs. And obviously these IDs aren't very pretty to look at, but at least it'll give you the ability to match. You know, and if I'm going back and looking at the logs and trying to say, all right, wait, something weird happened here, or somebody in the chat said, hey, when I was playing a game, this weird thing happened, I can at least like look and try to figure out what that problem potentially could have been, or like look for inconsistencies. All right, so the other thing I would like to have is match. Okay, so match, blah, 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 created for players. So the one thing that would be nice would be, let's requeue for a match here. So a new match was created for those same players, see? So then if I click X, okay, so we're showing the quit match there, fine. So that player quit match. And then basically we'd have player, or we'd have match ended. Okay, I guess let's have a match ended event here. Maybe I can do that in, okay, is this the match ended handler? Match. You know what? Maybe we want to log like, okay, so the match. End match. Okay. Wow. All right, so we're already logging player quit. At what point are we logging player quit? Oh, that, okay, so then, okay, so that would happen first. It would say this player quit the match, and then it would fire off the end match method for the match. Okay, so then we could then throw an event that says like, it'd be cool to log those stats for every game on the server for right now. Just for debugging things, I can see if there's any weird things or whatever. So we can see players that match before each player, match state, match ended handler, this. Okay, so then maybe down at the bottom we can console log. We can say console log. We could say player start time. Maybe we could say match length. Let's move this up. Const match length, match time length. So wherever we were using, oh, we say timestamp equals. What's that now? Okay. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Oh boy. Control Z, all of that. Okay. Okay, so we need to do, where's this dot? This dot start time. Okay, so that pops up in a bunch of different places. Okay, so we were looking at it. Oh, it equals null, then it equals performance.now, then it is in player cursor down. Oh, that's a to-do. Then we have popped time is date not now minus this dot start time. Do we need a popped time anymore? Const timestamp, player cursor moved. Okay. All right. So we don't actually need that. We're going to do, okay, so console log. We're going to go to console log. Back to our console log in our match ended function, end match function, match.end match. All right. So I'd like to log a couple details about the match that ended. So we're going to say match, and then the ID, match.id, ended after, and then we're going to do okay, so match.id ended after, and we're going to do performance.now minus this dot start time. And that's going to be milliseconds, player, and then we're going to do players, or this dot players. All right, so I want to print like just the basic stats. Like I feel like that's going to be the best thing to do. This dot players. All right, so now up here we should see stats. So we got player dot match state dot popped bubble count and mistake count. So that's all we really want. Player, whoops, this is going to be player dot ID had X bubble pops. So this is going to be bubble pops and X mistakes. Okay, so that will be this dot players 0 dot match state dot popped bubble count, and then this will be the same thing. This is getting to be a really long string. This is going to be player 0 match state dot mistake count. And then basically the same thing, but I don't know if we want to do a multi-line or what. What if we did a multi-line with a tab? What is can I do a tab like this? Is this a tab? Or maybe we just do a new line with multiple spaces. Maybe we do this and then dot dot. Maybe we do that. And then we do another return and then 2 spaces. Oh no, we wouldn't do 2 spaces there. Then player $this dot players 1 dot ID had, I don't know why I'm typing all of this again. We don't need to type all of this again. Basically all of this, but then it is going to be, all right, so then this is player 1 and this is player 1. All right, so let's see how that looks. Let's see how it looks. So now we should log like a 3-line log line where we'll have, oh, I didn't put the timestamp. Okay, so we're going to have $, what are we doing? Date, new date. That's what we're doing. And JavaScript just prints the nice date like that. Okay. All right, so let's see how this looks. If if we actually play a game here, I'm going to do, okay, so we've got player blah, blah, blah connected, player and player blah, blah, blah connected. So we're going to play and then play. And I'll pop some bubbles for both players here. We'll do this, this, this. And I made a bunch of mistakes too. So we'll do, oops. See how many, oh man. Okay, we'll see how many we get here. Come on, come on, come on. All right. Time's up. Oh boy. Everything broke. Ah. After all of that, it's supposed to be this .id. Come on. All right, this other stuff should be good, right? I'm just going to make sure. This .start time. Yeah, this .player. Yeah. This should all be good. All right, I screwed it up. We wasted a whole 30 seconds of our lives just to have that happen. There we go. And then we will step back. Oh, step back through the logs to see everything. Go. All right, so let's pop a bunch on this guy here. Oh. Oh boy. All right, so just basic stats of the games. Oh, come on. Pop to bubble count of null. What do you mean? We literally just looked at that. Oh, okay. I found, all right, we nullified the match state down here, so we need to actually move it up, move our console log up here. Yay. There we go. All right. Again, I don't know. It's kind of fun, the anticipation of waiting to see that I did it right. 3, 2, 1. Let's pop a few bubbles of this guy. I should probably change the time, the match time, you know. All right, and then we're going to go here. Now, we're just flying. Are we making any mistakes? Oh, boy. Time's up. There we go. We got a valid thing. Wait, why did it print this nasty date? I must have did a wrong. Haven't we been doing new date? Why did it print a new date like this in this format? And it gave me my central standard. All right, maybe I'm using a different. I must be using a different constructor or something for that. But anyway, this looks pretty good. We've got match ended after this many milliseconds. So that's good. Maybe we could round that to the nearest integer, just, you know, save on a few bytes in the file. So, blah, 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 this happened. Match. So we had match created for these players, these two players, right? So we had this player connected, the XYE, the 7N49 connected, and then we can see that that player requested a match, then that player requested a match. So then we can see a match was created for these two, between these two players. So a new match ID and then a match between those two players. And then we can see when the match ended, we will see which match ended, the ID, and then we see the time that it took in milliseconds, which should always be around 30,000. You know, there'll be a little bit of error in there, which is fine. And then each player, so then we'll see player ZN, blah, 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 had 59 bubbles and 5 mistakes. And then player, the other player had 35 bubbles and 1 mistake. So I like it. I like it. Okay. But the one thing is, maybe we'll do a math.round on there. I guess we'll do a math.round on our And this will round us to the nearest whole number, so it'll... All right, I like that. And then we'll also see, like, if somebody quit the match early, then we'll see those numbers kind of match up, which will be nice. And what else? Oh, we dropped a few more frames there, I can see. But we're still at 1%. We're still at 1% frame loss. Okay, so I kind of like this. The one thing that's weird is the timestamp there for the date. Why is that printing that format? New date. I'm doing a new... Oh. That's why. Okay, so we can't do new date. If you do a new date as a string in there, it'll do it in that format. If you do a new date and console log it like this, that's the difference. That makes all the difference. Okay. So let's test it out now. Let's just change. I don't want to do a 30-second game here. So let's just change this to like 10 seconds. So now, whoa. Change that to 10 seconds. Yeah, this is cool because then now we're seeing all of this closed connection, everything. I like it. All right, so let's play, and then let's play. Oops, and then nice. Okay, so then we got this timestamp match blah 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 ended after 10 seconds. Player this had 0 bubbles and 0 mistakes. Player this had 27 bubbles and 3 mistakes. I like it. I really like it. All right. That's looking pretty good. Thanks again, Codico, for bringing up Nano ID. Nanoid, as I like to say. Yeah, that's pretty slick. And we're using the non-secure, the fast thing. But that should be fine because, again, we're using these IDs basically just for logging, just so we can have like some differentiation between our players that we're logging. We're not doing this for user IDs or for like actual database IDs or anything like that. We don't have anything like that. So, yeah, this is nice. This is nice. Yeah. Yeah, and if I needed to, I could pretty easily like split these out into like a CSV file or something. I could pretty easily do that, so that'll be cool. All right, I don't think there's anything else we need to do for those. Don't think there's anything else we need to do server logging side. Match ended. So we've got match started, match ended. And we've got we'll log the pops and the mistakes. That'll be nice to kind of have for kind of parsing back and forth, I guess. I don't think we need to make it too much more crazy than that right now. Oh, I just went in deep in thought there. All right, so I snapped out of it. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm back. Yeah, I was just trying to rack my brain to see if there's anything else that we really needed to have these logs for. And worst case scenario, of course, we can always make these updates after we've gone live, of course. But and I imagine we're going to be making little tweaks here and there as we go after we go live. That's just going to be the nature of the beast. But I think this is looking pretty good. I'm liking it so far, and I'm liking that we're going to have these IDs, and we're going to be able to really be able to keep track of things if I need to, and it'll be just nice for me to be able to kind of keep track of things that are happening. And everything's working now. Like if I request a match and then if I queue, okay, so I requested a match, but then I quit or I canceled. Then I did it again and then quit. And then if I like refreshed, then it would say player, blah, 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 connection closed. Why did the app restart? The app just straight up restarted. I think well, that's not something we have to worry about on the server side. That's just something with my script that restarted the app. So like if I change something in the file system, then the app restarts. And it does it a bunch of times for whatever reason. Yeah. Yes, I like it. I like it. All right. I actually think we're probably going to close the stream down now. All right. So all right, so we got a good bit of stuff done today. We kind of cleaned up. We went through the client code and kind of just figured out if there's any other like to-do things we needed to get rid of or clean up or change. We took care of a couple of things. We did the same on the server. Well, we polished up the logging and everything on the server side. There's something else we did. I can't remember. I really, for some reason, I'm having a hard time remembering exactly what we did today. But we added in these IDs, which I'm pretty stoked about. And that was actually the really only like nice writing code thing we did today, actually programming we did today. Everything else was pretty much just, man, what did we actually do today? We went through, we cleaned out all our console logs on the client, so the client is not logging any weird things anymore. I think we cleaned up something from that. I don't remember. I really don't remember what we did. All right, but yeah, I think I'm gonna cut the stream off here. Yeah, we're getting close. We're getting close to deployment here of multiplayer. It's exciting. I am probably, I mean, I've wanted to get back into doing our Thursday night streams, but from here on out, I don't know if there's really any development work that I really want to stream, live stream, until we deploy. I don't feel too good is now following. I don't feel too good. Thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate that. My speakers kick back on there. Yeah, so I think if I have some time, like on Thursday where I would otherwise maybe do a stream, I think I'm going to be devoting that time to just kind of getting the last minute things ready to get this ready to deploy, to get this code up on the server, because I still have a little stack of things that I don't really want to stream the work that I would actually have to do to get this deployed, to get this running up on the server. So I kind of want to improve the process and everything for that. So that's going to be, yeah, I mean, I'm feeling optimistic about getting this done by next week's stream, by next Monday's stream. So for I don't feel too good, and anyone else who's new, I stream on Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's GMT -6 or UTC -6, whatever you want to say. So yeah, I stream Mondays and Tuesdays for usually 6.5, 7, 8 hours or so. We went about 7 hours today, a little over 7 hours. So that was pretty good. I've been trying to do like a Thursday night stream, but trying to do that, obviously that hasn't really happened the last few weeks, just with holidays and everything. I would like to work this Thursday on Populus, but it's probably going to be mostly on deployment stuff. I'm probably not going to be streaming that. So we'll probably be back next Monday, January 18th for the stream, 10 a.m. So Kodako, see you next week. Jarrett, gaming stream incoming. That you gaming stream incoming? Or are you saying me once we actually go live with the multiplayer, Kodako? Yeah, but we might be you. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, if we're live Monday, we might do a lot of like actually playing the game and playing the game with people, multiplayer gaming stream. Yeah, I mean we might have a bunch of people playing, and I might be doing a lot of playing Monday, so we might not get a lot of work done Monday, but just kind of testing, kind of seeing, trying to have as many people as we can hop on and see how it plays and see how it feels and see if there's any weird things, and yeah, that's pretty cool. Hard to believe we are pretty much almost ready for multiplayer, but it's exciting. It's a long time coming. It's hard when development's slow, when you basically work on it like 2 days full-time, 2 full-time days a week, like full days, I should say. 2, not full-time, but 2 full days a week. That makes things slow, You're about 1.5, you could be doing things 1.5 times faster. No. 2.5. I don't know. All right. Anyway, I'm signing off. I don't think we're going to do a raid right now, but yeah. We'll be back Monday. Hopefully we'll be live. I'll keep the Discord. If we do go live with stuff, I'll probably post it in the Discord maybe. Maybe not. We might just save it for the stream, kind of the announcement of being live, but because I might just want to keep it kind of on the DL if I do go live and just kind of test it myself, and then we'll kind of push it on the stream, but we'll see. So thanks again, everyone. Thank you guys for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the support and love. I really feel it. I really feel the love. So you guys are awesome. Kodako, especially you. Thanks for all the help. So yeah. Probably see you guys on Monday, unless there's some weird thing that pops up where I might do a stream on Thursday or something. We'll see you on Monday. So for now, so long. Everybody have a good night, good evening, whatever time zone you're in. And yeah, we'll catch you guys in the next one. So adios.